Wei Dong, take a look. Does this draft I wrote work? Huh. Why are you asleep again? Darling, wake up. I've finished writing the self-recommendation letter to Stern for you. In the library of Yenjing University, Li Jiejie shakes the shoulder of Wei Dong, who is sleeping face down. Wei Dong instinctively wipes the glittering drool from the corner of his mouth and lifts his head. Li Jiejie's bright eyes and perfect teeth fill his vision. Wei Dong waves his hand lazily and murmurs, "Wife, don't make a fuss. Let me sleep a little longer." "Wife?" A blush rises to Li Jiejie's charming face as she chides softly. "You must be completely muddle-headed from sleep. Who are you calling wife, you shameless thing?" Huh. Her words leave Wei Dong utterly stunned. Wasn't Li Jiejie his wife? How did he suddenly become a shameless jerk in her eyes? With doubt rising in his heart, Wei Dong finally shakes off his drowsiness. He surveys the familiar library, the familiar lovely girl, and feels a wave of unreality wash over him. Did I really travel through time? Time travel. Hearing this phrase, Li Jiejie instinctively reaches out to feel Wei Dong's forehead. "Are you running a fever?" "No," he replies. Wei Dong shakes his head and says to Li Jiejie, "Wife, wait here for me. I'm going to wash my face." "Wife, again." Li Jiejie's face flushes scarlet. She is utterly convinced that Wei Dong must have a fever that has burned it. Ice-cold tap water keeps splashing against Wei Dong's face, and the vivid sensation makes him certain that he truly has traveled back. If so, it was time for the instigator to show itself. Wei Dong remembers it was on his way home from work. He passed by an outdoor court and told the driver to stop for a moment. As he strolled to the edge of the court, a sentence suddenly echoed in his mind. "Do you still remember the dream you had back then?" It was such a strange line that Wei Dong looked around, but there wasn't a single person at his side. "If you were given another chance, would you step onto the NBA court again?" The voice continued to resonate in his mind. As the voice lingered, Wei Dong asked aloud, "Who are you?" "Ultimate Star System. You deserve to possess it," the voice replied. The answer left Wei Dong dumbfounded, yet he hesitated. To return to the past. To step once more onto the NBA stage. He lowered his gaze to the tailored leather shoes and high-end suit on his body, then glanced back at the Rolls-Royce parked behind him. Wei Dong felt that his current life was excellent. Whether he pursued that old dream or not hardly seemed to matter anymore. "Uncle, watch out for the ball." At the very moment Wei Dong turned his head, a basketball came hurtling through the air and smashed into him, knocking him out cold. When he opened his eyes again, it was now. He had traveled back, returned to the year he graduated from university. "System, are you there?" Wei Dong probes the air within his mind. Ding. Ultimate Star System is delighted to serve its host. "Delighted my ass," Wei Dong snaps. "Send me back immediately." Wei Dong remembers very clearly that he never agreed to this damned system. A stray basketball had merely knocked him out, and somehow he had ended up time traveling. Ding. System has been bound. Host is requested to complete the Ultimate Star mission, the voice announces. "Send me back immediately." Ultimate Star System will help you step into the NBA and become the #1 player in the world, the voice replies. "Thanks, but I don't need it." "You do need it." "I don't." "You do." "I don't." "You do." "I don't." Like a broken record, Wei Dong and the system bicker back and forth until both. After a brief silence, the system's voice resurfaces. "System is omnipotent and has already helped many people fulfill their dreams." "I don't need it," Wei Dong replies coldly. With a snort, Wei Dong declares, "I fought for 7 years to become a billionaire. What dream could there possibly be that I can't achieve myself?" "Do you have a championship ring?" the system asks. Wei Dong freezes for a moment. "System, do you think that's a polite way to talk?" The system falls silent, and instead a row of data automatically appears in Wei Dong's mind. Player Wei Dong, height 198 centimeters, weight 92 kilograms. Speed 67. Strength 41. Vertical 65. Shooting 66. Ball handling 72. Defense 46. There are many lines of data, just like character attributes at the start of a video game. These values are calibrated against the standard of the world's top stars. The stats are already impressive, essentially enough to qualify him as a CBA starter. But for the NBA, they are still far from sufficient. Mission: the host may obtain talent points through games. Each victory yields 1 talent point, the system explains. Talent points can be used to enhance the host's attributes or to purchase star skill packs from the item bar, the system continues. Wei Dong looks into the item bar and sees a dazzling array of options. Curry 3-point pack, Carter dunk pack, Irving dribbling pack, Iverson crossover pack, Kobe fadeaway jumper pack, Duncan windmill pack. For stars like Jordan, Kobe, and James, some possess 5 or 6 different skill packs. The item bar encompasses the signature skill packs of all players from past and present, even including packs for stars who will only enter the NBA years later. Each skill pack costs 5 talent points. Wei Dong roughly understands how to use the system now, though perhaps it truly could help him become a top-tier star. Still, he keeps his expression stern and says, "Send me back." "Why?" the system asks. "Because you're a trash system that can't help me become a top superstar." I am not. If you're not trash, then max out my attributes, Wei Dong challenges. Max out. Then max out it is. The system snaps back. The system responds with gritted determination, and Wei Dong narrows his eyes as he feels his entire body on the verge of exploding. The sensation is excruciating, yet he grits his teeth and refuses to utter a sound. After a long while, the pain gradually ebbs. His whole being feels refreshed, and Wei Dong clearly senses the transformation in his body, a surging, overflowing sense of power. His attribute panel has changed. Player Wei Dong: height 198 centimeters, weight 92 kilograms. Speed 100. Strength 100. Vertical 100. Shooting 100. Ball handling 100. Defense 100. Every superstar has a unique signature: Curry's three-pointer, Nash's passing, Kobe's fadeaway jumper. Wei Dong for now may lack a personal signature move, but with these attributes alone, he already has enough to become a superstar in the NBA. Moreover, he still has the item bar. All those signature skills can be purchased with talent points. It seems that dominating the NBA is now a truly plausible dream. At that moment, the system's voice echoes again in his mind. I told you I am not a trash system. When Wei Dong nods cheerfully. You're not trash, just a bit stingy. Winning one game only gets a single talent point. There are only 82 regular season games in the NBA, and even then you can't redeem many skill packs. Mission: the host may obtain talent points through games. Each victory now yields 5 talent points, the system announces. Now that's more like it, Wei Dong laughs. Wei Dong chuckles. System, you're practically useless now. You may withdraw in peace. I'm useless. I'm useless. I'm useless. I'm useless. The system collapses into silence and vanishes from Wei Dong's mind. This particular host is truly difficult to serve. When Wei Dong returned to the reading room, an entire hour had already slipped by. Li Jiejia was deeply worried, but since Wei Dong had left his phone behind, she could only stay in the reading room and wait for him. Seeing Wei Dong come back, Li Jiejia asked, "Where did you go? Why did it take so long?" "I ran into a classmate, and we chatted for a bit," Wei Dong replied. Wei Dong offered the explanation offhandedly, and then leaned closer to Li Jiejia's computer. "Have you finished writing the self-recommendation letter to Stern A?" "I have," she answered. Li Jiejia pushed the laptop forward a little. "Do you want to take a look?" Wei Dong waved his hand. "I don't need to read what you wrote. Just send it to Stern directly." He had already lived through this event in his previous life. The self-recommendation letter was accompanied by Wei Dong's physical test data and some practical game footage. If history did not change once Stern received the letter, Wei Dong would soon obtain a 10-day short-term contract in the NBA. That opportunity completely altered the trajectory of Wei Dong's life. Wei Dong had entered Yenjing University as a student admitted for his basketball talent. Tall and handsome, he led Yenjing University to 4 consecutive Cuba championships, which turned him into something of a campus legend. As graduation approached, Wei Dong had already received trial invitations from several CBA teams. Yet proud and ambitious, he chose instead to recommend himself directly to NBA Commissioner Stern, determined to step onto an NBA court. There were not many players from Huaxia who managed to reach the NBA. The most famous was Di Yao, the pride of Huaxia. When Wei Dong obtained that 10-day NBA contract, it caused a huge stir back home. Yet despite holding that 10-day contract, Wei Dong only received 3 chances to play. It was precisely during those 3 appearances that he truly witnessed the gap between himself and genuine NBA players. His confidence was shattered, and combined with the relentless attacks from online trolls, Wei Dong collapsed completely. After returning home, he drifted through a year in the CBA before being expelled from the team. The following 2 years were the lowest point of his life. He spent his days listless, drowning himself in heavy drinking. Throughout that dark period, Li Jiejia never abandoned him and tirelessly tried to guide him out of the gloom. At Wei Dong's lowest ebb, Li Jiejia defied everyone's objections and resolutely went with him to obtain a marriage certificate and become his wife. After their marriage, Wei Dong suddenly saw things more clearly. He abandoned basketball and entered business, and before his rebirth, he had already amassed a fortune of billions. Now that he had returned once more, he intended to truly live his life to the fullest. "Jiejia, I love you." Watching Li Jiejia carefully handling the email, Wei Dong could not help himself and planted a kiss on her delicate cheek. Li Jiejia murmured, scrunching her small nose. After the email was sent, it was already noon. She packed up her computer, and hand in hand she and Wei Dong left the library together. After lunch, Wei Dong and Li Jiejia headed to the gymnasium. As he was about to graduate, Wei Dong had already left the Yenjing University basketball team, though he had once brought 4 Cuba championship trophies to the school. Boss. Sister-in-law. A few younger players were still training with the university team. They were all Wei Dong's brothers. Upon seeing him come in, they stopped and called out their greetings. "Train hard," Wei Dong instructed. "Yenda's 5th Cuba championship trophy will depend on you." The young players were greatly encouraged, though their replies lacked real confidence. They knew perfectly well that the first 4 Cuba trophies had all been won with Wei Dong carrying the entire team forward. Now that he was graduating and Cuba was full of top-tier competitors relying on themselves, to seize a 5th championship would be unimaginably difficult. Li Pei, essentially the second-in-command of Yenjing University's basketball team, was a year younger than Wei Dong and possessed strong ability. He asked, "Boss, I heard that many CBA teams have extended olive branches to you. Which one are you planning to join?" "I've sent a self-recommendation letter to Stern. I'm going to the NBA," Wei Dong replied. If he did not have the system reborn, Wei Dong might have made a different choice. But now that he possessed the system and had maxed out all his talent points, dominating the NBA had become his sole objective. Just then a basketball rolled to a stop at Wei Dong's feet. He scooped it up with one hand, and from a position 2 steps behind the three-point line executed a textbook three-point shot. Swish. The ball dropped cleanly through the net. Wow. His form was so flawless that his teammates immediately cried out in amazement. Wei Dong stared at his own palm for a while. Was this what maxed out shooting talent felt like? The sensation he had just experienced was utterly new. So long as the ball rested in his hand, it was as though he could send it into the basket at will. With his shooting talent maxed out, he was effectively an elite sharpshooter by NBA standards. "Boss, I feel like you've changed," Li Pei suddenly said. "That three-pointer just now was too perfect. I could almost see Ray Allen's silhouette in you." "Yeah," Wei Dong chuckled, quite satisfied. With that level of shooting alone, he had more than enough to secure a foothold in the NBA. "Come on," he beckoned to Li Pei. "Let's play some unknown." "All right," Li Pei responded. Wei Dong was his big brother, and the one he had always wanted to surpass. Even though he knew he was no match for Wei Dong, Li Pei showed not the slightest fear. He stepped up and assumed a defensive stance. "I won't let you score easily." "Really?" Wei Dong chuckled softly and settled into a triple threat position. As the ball hit the floor, it shifted from his left hand to his right. With a light push off his toes, he stepped back behind the three-point line and rose into a sudden pull-up jumper. Swish. The ball once again slipped through the net without touching the rim. "Too cool." The players on the sideline instantly screamed. Li Jiejia murmured under her breath. "I feel like he's gotten stronger." "Boss, you've changed," Li Pei said suddenly. "I know I'm not your match, but it shouldn't be this easy for you to score. It feels like you've grown even stronger." Of course he had become stronger. Wei Dong rejoiced inwardly. With all his talent points maxed out, his improvement was far from minor. Like a completely different person was no exaggeration. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Wei Dong's mind, "Talent point 1. On the system's item panel, the number 1 appeared after the talent point indicator. So it worked like this. Wei Dong had not expected that when the system mentioned games, it did not mean only NBA matches. Even an unknown duel could increase his talent points. It seemed he had misunderstood the system. If he ever got the chance, he ought to apologize to the system. Having tasted this sweetness, Wei Dong immediately said to Li Pei, "Let's go again." "Again?" Li Pei hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. "All right, let's continue." Then Wei Dong and Li Pei played through 10 more possessions. Unsurprisingly, the score was 100. Yet his talent points did not increase any further. Apparently, from a single unknown duel, a person could gain only 1 point. "You're far too weak," Wei Dong joked, wagging his finger at Li Pei. Then he turned to the other players and said, "I'll give you all a chance. Each of you gets to play me unknown. Are you going to challenge each of us once?" The other players frowned. "Boss, you're not trying to compete with us, you just want to amuse yourself. If you want to show off in front of your sister-in-law, don't take it out on your brothers." Li Pei is about to cry. "Is it not enough for us to admit defeat? Is this your attitude towards basketball?" Wei Dong said solemnly. "Without challenging the strong, how can you improve?" This statement left the venue in instant silence. Indeed, how could one improve without challenging the strong? A person stepped forward to Wei Dong. "Boss, I'll challenge you first." "That's the spirit," Wei Dong said cheerfully. "Don't leave, take turns. Everyone must compete with me once." "Got it, boss." Everyone nodded. The upcoming battles were too easy. Talent point 1, talent point 1, talent point 1. This voice kept echoing in Wei Dong's mind. 20 minutes later, all the players, including those who had just joined the basketball team, even the substitutes, had faced Wei Dong once. This time Wei Dong gained 13 talent points. Not bad, not bad. Wei Dong was very pleased with this result. The players thought he was praising them, each feeling a bit smug. Now he was just 2 talent points away from exchanging for 3 skill packs. Wei Dong's sinister gaze landed on Li Jiejia. "Jiejia, do you want to challenge me?" "No way, boss." All the team members fell back in disbelief. "You can show off in front of us, but you won't even spare your sister-in-law." "Sure." Li Jiejia, however, agreed with a smile and walked over to stand opposite Wei Dong. Wei Dong passed the basketball to Li Jiejia, who then passed it back to him. This action is known as washing the ball, a rule during an unknown challenge. In the unknown, with Li Jiejia, Wei Dong dribbled around her as if he were taking a leisurely stroll. "I don't want to eat dog food." Li Pei covered his eyes. He had just been brutally defeated by Wei Dong, and now Wei Dong was showing off his affection right in front of him, receiving a double blow. Wei Dong dribbled the ball all the way to the basket, and suddenly lifted Li Jiejia off the ground, pushing off with his feet. Holy crap! All the players on the sidelines were stunned. Could Wei Dong be? They thought of a possibility, but in their view it was absolutely impossible. No one could perform such a move. Incredible. However, some things they believed to be impossible truly happened before their eyes. Wei Dong lifted Li Jiejia and jumped, then completed a slam dunk. Is this a movie being filmed? Li Pei rubbed his eyes vigorously. To dunk while holding someone, even NBA players can't accomplish that, right? What kind of strength and explosive power does this require? Li Jiejia, the campus beauty of Yin University, stands at 1.7 meters tall, but weighs only 96 kg, though not heavy to dunk while holding her. Is this an action that humans can perform? I can't believe my eyes. Li Pei said, this is definitely the most amazing dunk I've ever seen, bar none. Li Jiejia also blushed. Phew, Wei Dong had just had a sudden idea. His original plan was to lay up with Jiejia in his arms, but at that moment he felt his explosive power was enough to complete a dunk, so he did it without thinking, and unexpectedly it went in. Talent point 1 indeed, even winning against Li Jiejia could increase talent points. Wow. After putting Li Jiejia down, the players rushed onto the court and hugged Wei Dong. That dunk was both sweet and spectacular, holding his girlfriend for a dunk, and he really did it. It's just a small scene, keep calm. Wei Dong played around with his brothers for a while before looking at the janitor. Li Jiejia seemed to understand Wei Dong's thoughts, suspiciously asking, Wei Dong, you can't be thinking. Wei Dong quickly confirmed Li Jiejia's thoughts by smiling at the janitor and saying, Sir, would you like to have a onion challenge with me? A teammate mumbled, Boss, he's just a janitor. Isn't a janitor a person? Wei Dong slapped the back of the teammate's head and continued to look expectantly at the janitor. Sir, would you like to have a onion challenge with me? To everyone's surprise, the janitor, who had swept floors at Yinjing Gymnasium for many years, really put down his broom, walked over while stretching his waist. I haven't exercised in a long time. Li Pei said, Sir, don't take this lightly. He's Wei Dong, the MVP of the Cuba finals for 4 consecutive years. The janitor has some impressive hook shots too. The janitor picked up a basketball, walked to face Wei Dong, and said, Let's play 3 balls. Since I'm older, I'll go first. All right. Wei Dong nodded, not taking it to heart, as he was just a little short of 2 talent points to exchange for 3 skill packs. The janitor picked up the ball, and from 1 step outside the 3-point line, he made a big hook shot. Swish. The basketball went straight through the net. So damn accurate. Wow. The teammates exclaimed again, the hook shot master. So far, the janitor was the first to score against Wei Dong today. Sir, impressive. Wei Dong became serious. Fortunately, they were playing 3 balls, otherwise he would have lost already. The ball returned to the janitor's hands. He received the ball and immediately made another big hook shot, but this time Wei Dong reacted quickly and intercepted the ball the moment it left the janitor's hands. The janitor muttered, Young people don't abide by the rules and bully an old man over 60. Sir, it's my turn to attack. Wei Dong happily picked up the ball and immediately made a 3-pointer. Swish. The basketball went through the net cleanly. For the second shot, Wei Dong made another 3-pointer. With his height, the janitor simply couldn't block his shot, and it went through the net cleanly again. For the third shot, he did the same thing, and Wei Dong defeated the hook shot master 3-1. Thank you, sir. Wei Dong expressed his gratitude and said to the teammates, You all should learn from him, always maintain a competitive spirit. The teammates were like the players of Yinjing University basketball team. Even if they are athletic, students are still considered the pride of heaven, yet they need to learn from a janitor. Don't underestimate these janitors, Wei Dong smiled. Many experts enjoy sweeping the floors. 15 talent points secured. Actually, Wei Dong could continue to challenge on the school basketball court to earn talent points, but that would be somewhat shameless. Wei Dong, being such an upright person, never does shameless things. Besides, 15 talent points were already enough, and once he joined the NBA, winning a game would unlock a skill. How can these 15 points of talent be exchanged? Wei Dong thought for a moment, in exchange for 3 skill pack. Kobe's fadeaway jump shot pack. He remembered that he had signed a 10-day short contract, experiencing 4 games in total during those 10 days, with these 3 skill packs being sufficient. Especially in the first game, he must redeem the humiliation of his past life. Wei Dong was confident that he could prove himself in these 4 games, and after the games he would be able to obtain a short contract in the NBA. As for signing a long contract, Wei Dong had no intention of that for now. He was confident he could raise his value, and signing a long contract upon entering the NBA would be too disadvantageous for him. 5 days later, Wei Dong received a call from the NBA commissioner's office. At the same time, the Suns offered him a 10-day short contract, and Wei Dong needed to report to Phoenix. After this news broke, media reports flooded in. Yao Ming retired from the NBA 11 years ago, and now it's been 12 years. The NBA desperately needs the Chinese market. This might also be the reason Stern was willing to give Wei Dong a chance. However, fans had mixed opinions, some offering blessings while others mocked Wei Dong for being overconfident. It can be said that Wei Dong entered the NBA under immense pressure. Back then, it was precisely this pressure that led him to realize the significant gap between himself and NBA players once he stepped onto the court. During garbage time, Wei Dong was knocked down by a big player from the opposing team. When the ball reached his hands, he hurriedly shot out of nervousness, resulting in a ridiculous airball, turning Wei Dong's short contract into a huge joke. Otherwise, it wouldn't have led Wei Dong to lose confidence in basketball. But now it's different, with maxed-out talent points and the system backing him. Even when facing top stars like Kobe and LeBron, Wei Dong was confident he could surpass them. The NBA offering a short contract is actually a minor piece of news. But for the Chinese, this news is significant, especially since Wei Dong is just a college basketball player. This matter brings even more glory as domestic reports have been overwhelming, with some media already boasting that Wei Dong is comparable to Yao Ming and is a new hope for Chinese basketball. However, Wei Dong's alma mater, Yenjing University, did not promote this matter at all. Perhaps Yenjing University understands that the higher the praise, the harder the fall. They do not want to place too much pressure on their student. Carrying the expectations of the media, Wei Dong boarded the plane to Phoenix. At the airport, as they were parting, Wei Dong hugged Li Jiejia and whispered in her ear, "This year, you will watch my performance live in the finals. I believe in you." Li Jiejia smiled sweetly, planting a kiss on Wei Dong's forehead, and the two parted ways at the airport. When the plane landed in Phoenix, Wei Dong walked out of the airport all alone. This was his first time in the M country, and no team would care about a short-term worker who had only signed a temporary contract. Not a single media outlet was waiting at the airport for an interview. Wei Dong had to take a taxi to the West Arena. The air in M country is far worse than in China. Wei Dong took a deep breath and set a goal for himself. "I want to seize all the glory here and bring it back to China." At this moment, Wei Dong was already prepared to dominate the NBA. When he entered the West Arena, the players were all training hard. With only 10 games left in the regular season, the Suns were currently ranked 10th in the West. They could only secure a playoff spot by winning all remaining games. "Hey, are you Wei Dong?" The first person to greet him as he entered the arena was Coach Gentry, who was looking at the tactical board while the players were divided into two groups for an internal scrimmage. Wei Dong politely greeted, "Hello, Coach." Gentry nodded and said to Wei Dong, "Start warming up. You will perform for me shortly." "All right." Wei Dong began to jog around the sidelines. After a while, Gentry waved at Wei Dong, then called a timeout, saying, "Dudley, come off and let Wei Dong come on." Dudley was a swingman. Gentry had looked at Wei Dong's profile and thought he was somewhat similar to Dudley, so he let Wei Dong replace him to see Wei Dong's level. In this internal training game, the starters played against the bench. The starting team was Nash, Hill, Lopez, Reed, and Brown. The bench team was Dudley, Fry, Gortat, Chalmers, and Morris. Now the game had entered the second half, and the bench was trailing by 11 points when Wei Dong replaced Dudley. "Hey brother, welcome to the NBA." His teammates were all very friendly. After Wei Dong entered the game, they first came over to hug him, and then the bench team prepared to inbound the ball. The Suns were once the leaders of the small ball era, playing at a fast pace. Gortat passed the ball to Wei Dong, who quickly brought the ball up the court. "Brother, welcome to the NBA." Hill guarded Wei Dong and clapped, saying, "I want to let you know that the NBA is not comparable to college leagues." Hee, Wei Dong chuckled, and at that moment Gortat came up to set a screen. Wei Dong blew past Hill in one swift move. "So fast." Hill exclaimed in surprise. Although he had suffered a major injury and was once touted as Jordan's successor, he was actually bypassed by Wei Dong in one step. After the screen from Gortat, he cut to the basket. Wei Dong made a bounce pass, and the basketball reached Gortat's hands. Just as Gortat was about to attempt a layup, he caught a glimpse of Wei Dong slipping to the corner. Gortat smiled slightly and passed the ball back to Wei Dong, saying, "Let's see what your level is like." When the basketball came back to Wei Dong's hands, he found himself completely unguarded. Swish. Without hesitation, Wei Dong took a three-point shot, and the basketball swished through the net. "Well done. Quick, get back on defense." His teammates encouraged Wei Dong while quickly running back to defense. Gentry's eyes lit up as he wrote the first line on the tactical board, "Take the shot decisively. There's a three-pointer." Nash quickly pushed the ball up the court. At this moment, Reed appeared open, and Nash directly threw the ball to Reed, who made a shooting motion when receiving the ball. Gortat and Lopez immediately positioned themselves under the basket, ready to fight for the rebound. Bang! This shot hit the iron, and the ball flew up. "Quick, grab the rebound," Nash shouted as Gortat and Lopez jumped simultaneously. However, there was someone who was faster than them. Before the two even touched the basketball, Wei Dong had already grabbed the ball over their heads. "You jumped so high?" the teammates exclaimed in surprise. Wei Dong almost jumped at the same time as Gortat. However, despite his height and wingspan disadvantages, he was the first to grab the rebound, indicating that his jumping height and explosiveness far surpassed the two centers. Good bounce, can grab the rebound. Gentry wrote the second line on the tactical board. Retreat. The main team began to fall back. This time Wei Dong passed the ball to Chai Delisi and quickly ran towards the front court. Sierra gave Wei Dong a thumbs up. Although it was an internal scrimmage, Wei Dong made an impressive start by scoring 3 points and grabbing a rebound as soon as he entered the game. Chai Delisi passed the basketball to Fry outside the 3-point line. Fry missed the shot, but Gotok protected the rebound. Seeing Wei Dong shake off Sierra's defense, he immediately passed the ball to Wei Dong, who caught it and shot a 3-pointer. Swish. Another hit. The score reached 6-7-5-9. Wei Dong scored 2 consecutive 3-pointers, narrowing the gap to just 8 points. The main team took it seriously. Losing to the substitute team in a scrimmage would be quite embarrassing for them. After Nash dribbled past the front court, he executed a pick and roll with Lopez, who slammed down a dunk for 2 points. After a few more possessions, the score widened again. 7-5-6-1. Pass the ball to Wei Dong. At this moment, Gentry shouted from the sidelines, "I want to see how many 3-pointers this kid can make today." Hearing this, all the players' expressions turned dark. This was how the internal scrimmage played out. If it were a formal game, Gentry might have called a timeout, but he felt it was unnecessary to shout it out loud as the tactics would be exposed. Since the coach arranged it this way, the substitute team began to deliberately seek out Wei Dong. Wei Dong was also unreserved, as this was the coach's test for him. His performance today was crucial for whether he could play tomorrow. Swish. 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 After all, it was an internal scrimmage, and Sierra didn't give his all defensively, allowing Wei Dong to hit 3 consecutive 3-pointers. 7-7-7-0. The score was still behind by 7 points. Wei Dong stole a glance at his palm. His shooting talent points were at 100, and combined with Thompson's shooting package, it was essentially a powered-up version of Thompson's shooting. Initially, he stubbornly maxed out his talent points against the system, which turned out to be very beneficial. The skill packages Wei Dong acquired now were all enhanced versions, stronger than the originals. 5 3-pointers, 5 attempts, 5 successes. If making 1 was luck and 2 was still luck, then making 5 in a row was a combination of skill and feel. Although Sierra didn't give 100% on defense, the intensity was already up. The last 2 3-pointers were nearly shot over Sierra's defense. After a 2-minute break, Nash approached Wei Dong and extended his hand, saying, "Wei Dong, welcome to the Suns." After shaking hands with Nash, Wei Dong suddenly declared, "I will bring a championship trophy to the Suns." The teammates who were sitting on the sidelines drinking water immediately jumped up upon hearing Wei Dong's words. That's how people in Country M are. They idolize heroes, and the more arrogant they are, the more they admire them. Wei Dong, a young man from Huaxiao with only a 10-day short contract and no official NBA game experience, boldly claims he will bring a championship trophy to the Suns. So arrogant. So arrogant. So arrogant. The arena in the West was stunned by Wei Dong's bold. Only Wei Dong knew that before he traversed back, this city had never welcomed a championship trophy of its own. The closest they came was in the year he crossed over, almost reaching the championship, but unfortunately lost to the Bucks. Moreover, after this season, Nash also left the Suns to join the Lakers. Unfortunately, until his retirement, this legendary NBA point guard never won a championship trophy of his own, a regret that Wei Dong aims to help him rectify. "Brother, let's go." Nash patted Wei Dong on the shoulder, saying, "Together we will bring a championship trophy to this city." Lopez missed the shot, and Wei Dong seized the rebound. Morris had already surged to the front court, and with a long pass from Wei Dong, Morris caught the ball and executed a powerful dunk. 7-7-7-2. In the ensuing moments, the starting team and the bench players alternated in scoring. Just 1 point left, and the substitute team can take the lead. In the internal training match, the substitutes defeating the main team is a matter of honor, leaving them immensely excited. Wei Dong dribbled the ball into the front court again, while Hill intensified his defense. Wei Dong couldn't comfortably shoot a 3-pointer, so after a few dribbles, he passed the ball to Morris. At the moment of passing, Wei Dong gave Morris a glance. Morris understood the cue and threw the ball. Everyone was confused by Morris' intention with the pass. Gortat wasn't positioning himself under the basket, so who was Morris passing to? However, Hill noticed that the Wei Dong he was defending had vanished. After passing the ball to Morris, Wei Dong cut to the basket, and as Morris tossed the ball into the air, Wei Dong had already leaped high. Bang! Wei Dong executed a powerful dunk over Lopez. The entire basketball hoop seemed to shake. 8-9-9-0. The substitute team took the lead for the first time, leaving the teammates momentarily stunned. If such a dunk were performed in an official game, it would already secure a spot in the annual top 10 place. Quick get back on defense. Wei Dong didn't dwell on the dunk and was the first to sprint back on defense. Seeing Wei Dong's performance, Gentry wrote down a third note on the tactics board: mature mindset, calm in the game. Dunks significantly boost morale during a game. Wei Dong's dunk also elevated the spirits of the substitute. Next, after the main team's attack, Hill missed a shot, and Wei Dong grabbed the rebound. After shaking off Hill, he passed the basketball to Fry, who was waiting beyond the 3-point line. Swish. Uncontested Fry raised his hand for a three-pointer, and the basketball went straight through the hoop. 8-9-9-3. The substitute team began to widen the score gap. The main team missed another shot and Gortat grabbed the rebound, passing the ball to Wei Dong. Wei Dong brought the ball to the front court and immediately took a three-pointer. Swish! The basketball went through the net again. 8-9-9-6. With 1 minute left, the point difference widened to 7. The main team had also given up. After all, it was an internal training match with no timeouts left. Trying to make up for 7 points in 1 minute was simply too difficult, and intensifying the defense could lead to player injuries. With only 10 games left in the regular season, any injury to a player at this point would be counterproductive. Beep. With the final whistle, the substitute team defeated the main team 9-6-8-9. Gortat and a few others were ecstatic, rushing to embrace Wei Dong. Several substitute players lifted him and tossed him into the air, expressing their excitement. Nash and Hill watched this scene with smiles and applauded the substitute team. Gentry glanced at the stats, noting that Wei Dong played for 17 minutes. Points 23, assists 3, rebounds 9, steals 2, blocks 0, with 7 three-pointers made out of 9 attempts. Although it was just an internal scrimmage, it still had the intensity of the NBA, especially against the main team. These stats already surpassed those of an average NBA starter. Gentry slapped his thigh, feeling like he had struck gold. Nash walked up to Gentry and whispered, "I've seen Wei Dong's data. He's quite strong, but definitely not." Gentry replied emphatically, "That's because the college league in Huaxiao limited him. This is a player who thrives under pressure. We need him, and I want him on the court tomorrow." Nash said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." After the training match, Wei Dong sat on the sidelines, sipping the drink handed to him by his teammates. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Talent points 5. It turned out that participating in internal training matches could grant him 5 talent points. Wei Dong felt that he had misunderstood the system, or it had been quite good to him. As for what skill package to purchase with these 5 points, Wei Dong was not in a hurry. He would wait until the game tomorrow to see if he got a chance to play before deciding. Gentry approached Wei Dong and asked, "What number do you want for your jersey?" "The number." Wei Dong. His jersey number was 13 when he was in CUBA, but there was no way he could wear 13 in the Suns. That was because the star of the Suns, Nash, wore the number 13. No matter how arrogant Wei Dong was, he wouldn't dare to take the star's number right after joining the team, and Nash wouldn't agree to it. As for the number 1, that was not an option either. Although Stoudemire had transferred, he had once worn the number 1 jersey. Number 7. Wei Dong finally answered Gentry, as he liked the number 7. One day in the NBA, the number 7 would surpass the number 23. "He'll arrange for someone to make your jersey." After Gentry finished speaking, he clapped his hands and told the players, "Everyone go back and rest early. We must win the game tomorrow. Let's go. Good luck. Go for it." After encouraging each other, all the players left. Wei Dong got his own locker in the changing room, and tomorrow his number 7 jersey would hang inside. After taking a shower, Wei Dong prepared to rest in the dormitory at the arena. He had no accommodation in Phoenix. With this short 10-day contract, Wei Dong's salary was only $9,000. For him, at this moment, staying in a hotel was too expensive and inconvenient. The best choice was to live directly in the arena. In his previous life, he had always lived in the dormitory of the arena. As Wei Dong was walking towards the dormitory with his bag, Dudley appeared and jokingly asked, "Wei Dong, have you experienced the nightlife in Phoenix?" "No," Wei Dong replied with a laugh. Phoenix, also known as the City of Phoenix, was considered a large city in M country with a total population even greater than Washington. In his previous life, Wei Dong had only stayed in Phoenix for a few days before returning home in disgrace. After that, he never returned to this city. "Let's go." Dudley shook his car keys and said, "He'll take you to experience the nightlife in Phoenix." Wei Dong shook his head. "Thanks, I just got off the plane and am a bit tired. I want to go back to the dormitory to rest." Dudley asked, "Did you fly here from Huaxia?" "Yes," Wei Dong responded. "I had a layover, but it didn't take long. I came straight to the arena after getting off the plane." "That's incredible," Dudley exclaimed. "You flew for over 10 hours, arrived at the arena exhausted, and didn't rest before going on the court, yet you led the bench players to defeat the starters." "No, it was just a friendly match. Everyone wasn't taking it too seriously, and besides, my shooting was indeed quite good today," Wei Dong humbly replied. Dudley praised. "I've heard that people from Huaxiao are humble and polite, and it's true. But once you stand on the NBA court, you must not be humble. You need to be as arrogant as you can because you're a rookie, and the more humble you are, the more people will bully you." "Haha, okay," Wei Dong agreed. He knew that Dudley was right. In his previous life, the moment he stepped onto the court, he was bullied, and the reason was his humility. Of course, he was not strong back then either. In this life, he would make everyone recognize his arrogance. After chatting a bit more, Wei Dong ultimately did not return to the dormitory to rest, but was dragged away by Dudley, who thought the dormitory conditions were too poor and insisted on taking Wei Dong to his home to rest. Dudley's vehicle was a flashy convertible Ferrari. Although he could only be considered a role player in the NBA, he still had the means to buy a sports car. Driving through the streets of Phoenix with Wei Dong, Dudley would whistle at pretty girls and teach Wei Dong saying, "Bro, don't be so stiff. Look at that girl as she's stunning. I just like big butts." Haha, Wei Dong simply smiled in agreement. Dudley's preferences were similar to Harden's, but at the moment Harden was still the best sixth man for the Thunder, not yet showcasing all his abilities in the NBA. A blonde beauty drove past Dudley. He immediately stepped on the gas to catch up, whistling at the beauty. "Yo, bro, learn from me." After teasing the beauty, Dudley proudly said to Wei Dong, "This is the best way to greet a beautiful girl." Haha, Wei Dong raised an eyebrow and said, "I heard that carrying a gun is legal in M country." Of course. Dudley nodded proudly. "This is a free country." Wei Dong joked, "Aren't you worried that this beauty might suddenly pull out a gun and shoot you?" "No way." Dudley shrugged. "Although carrying guns is legal in our country, murder is still a crime." Wei Dong was just joking with Dudley. However, what happened next really shocked Wei Dong. The beauty Dudley had just teased actually chased after them, pulling out a gun from the passenger seat and pointing it at Dudley. "Stop the car." "What the hell?" Dudley exclaimed, startled. Wei Dong couldn't believe his eyes. Such a beautiful girl really pulled out a gun and pointed it at him. The bowtie's expression was icy, and Dudley was afraid that if he didn't stop, she would really shoot him. "What the hell?" Wei Dong was also startled. How could such an incident happen right after he arrived in M country? He had just reincarnated with max-level talents to enter the NBA, and he certainly didn't want to be shot before he even made it onto the court. Dudley had already pulled the car over to the side. Wei Dong, somewhat displeased, said, "Dudley, you should go apologize to the girl." Dudley was already intimidated and prepared to apologize. Fortunately, after Dudley parked on the side, the girl put the gun away and got out of the car, walking to the front of the Ferrari. She looked at Wei Dong and asked, "Was that you whistling at me earlier? Did you not find yourself?" Daddy Lai let out a sigh of relief and exchanged glances with Wei Dong. He signaled Wei Dong to quickly apologize and settle the matter, but Wei Dong pointed at Daddy Lai beside him and replied nonchalantly, "It was him who whistled." What the hell? Daddy Lai did not expect Wei Dong to be so ungrateful. However, Wei Dong thought to himself, Daddy Lai was the one who caused the trouble, so why should he take the blame? Hearing that the one who whistled at her was Daddy, the beauty looked at his round face with a disgusted expression. She then turned to Wei Dong and suddenly changed her demeanor. "Handsome, can I treat you to dinner?" Daddy. No one expected that this beauty holding a gun and blocking their way was actually here to invite Wei Dong to dinner. In this open country, when a girl actively invites a boy to dinner, it's not just about the meal. Openness equates to intimacy. It seems Wei Dong is quite fortunate. Daddy Lai suddenly envied Wei Dong. "I've already eaten." Wei Dong responded indifferently, "It was my friend's fault for whistling at you earlier. If you want him to apologize, he can do so now. If you don't need an apology, please step aside. We need to leave." Wei Dong's response surprised both the beauty and Daddy Lai. The beauty was astonished that someone would actually reject her. Daddy Lai was shocked that someone would decline an invitation from a beauty. No need for an apology. The beauty couldn't be bothered with Daddy Lai and continued speaking to Wei Dong. "My name is Daisy. What do you go by, handsome?" Such a boring woman. Wei Dong felt somewhat impatient and said to Daddy, "Let's go." "Oh." Daddy Lai responded and prepared to leave. Daisy became a bit anxious, pressing down on the Ferrari's hood and shouted at Wei Dong, "You can't leave." "Bro." Daddy Lai shrugged. "It seems this beauty named Daisy has set her sights on you. I must say Daisy is truly beautiful, rivaling those international superstars, and has a stunning figure." However, in Wei Dong's heart, there is only Li Jiejia. He can resist the temptations of any woman for her. In his previous life, during his most difficult times, Li Jiejia never abandoned him, and that was enough. "If you were not unfaithful to me in the previous life, I will not betray you in this life." Wei Dong ignored Daddy's teasing and instead said to Daisy, "Daisy, please step aside. If you continue to block our car, I will choose to call the police." Such a trivial matter escalated to calling the police. Daisy and Daddy Lai both couldn't understand. At that moment, Daisy felt an overwhelming desire to conquer, as no boy had ever rejected her. Not even someone as handsome as Wei Dong. However, Daddy Lai also lacked loyalty. Before leaving, he whistled at Daisy and loudly informed her of Wei Dong's name. "Daisy, his name is Wei Dong, a member of the Suns. If you want to see him, you can come to the Meiji Arena tomorrow." Damn it. Wei Dong shot Daddy Lai a glance, feeling that he was too ungrateful. Daddy Lai did not take Wei Dong to experience the nightlife in Phoenix. With only 10 games left before the playoffs, the Suns were in a precarious position, and at this time no player had the mood to have fun. The reason Daddy Lai invited Wei Dong was that he felt the dormitory environment was too poor and wanted Wei Dong to rest at his place. Besides, he was a single guy home alone. Daddy's home wasn't large, just a 3-bedroom apartment. He tossed his bag on the floor when he got home. "There's a bedroom and a sofa. You can sleep wherever you want. If you can't sleep, you can play games with me for a while." "You go ahead." Wei Dong asked Daddy Lai to help him connect the laptop to the internet. Before sleeping, Wei Dong wanted to video chat with Li Jiejia. He didn't have time to play games with Daddy Lai. The sounds of Dadely's gaming echoed in the living room, prompting Wei Dong to close the door. At this time it was morning in China. Li Jiejia was a senior in college working on her thesis defense. After receiving Wei Dong's message, she asked him to wait a moment before connecting the video chat. Li Jiejia was in her dorm, which was very clean. The reason she made Wei Dong wait was to tell her roommate that she was going to video chat with him and reminded her to dress appropriately. In April, her roommate wore very thin pajamas in the dorm. Li Jiejia's charming face appeared on the video. In fact, they had only been apart for one day, but Wei Dong missed her immensely. Have you been to the arena? Yeah, I met the head coach and my teammates. Are they good to you? They are treating me very well. I'm currently staying at Dadely's house. Oh, is it that round-faced guy? Because of Wei Dong, Li Jiejia was quite familiar with NBA players, especially since Wei Dong joined the Suns. She knew several players on the team, and upon hearing Dadely's name, she immediately thought of that round face. That's him. Wei Dong nodded happily and said to Li Jiejia, there's a game tomorrow night, and I have a chance to play. Good luck. Li Jiejia made a fist for motivation in the video. At that moment, Li Jiejia's two roommates also appeared on the screen. Wow. A superstar? Will we be able to see you on TV tomorrow? Zhou Xin Zhuang Fei. Wei Dong recognized Li Jiejia's two roommates and smiled, saying, haven't you already seen me on TV? Not the same. Zhuang Fei made a face. You are now an NBA player. The viewership of NBA games is so... In the video, Zhuang Fei and Zhou Xian were already playfully messing around with Li Jiejia. After a while, Li Jiejia said to Wei Dong, I want to keep you get some rest and prepare for tomorrow's game. Campus heartthrob. At this moment, Zhuang Fei added the U.S. is very open. You must not get involved with other girls. I won't. Wei Dong shook his head vigorously. We believe in you. Zhuang Fei continued. Don't worry, we will take good care of Jiejia and won't let any troublemakers disturb her. Wei Dong is the campus heartthrob of Yen University, while Li Jiejia is the campus beauty. Before they started dating, they were both pursued by many, receiving countless love letters. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Jiejia pushed Zhuang Fei away and said to Wei Dong, I won't chat anymore, you should get some rest. Media reports and the current situation regarding Wei Dong are based on a 10-year short contract with the NBA, and since Wei Dong had only played in college leagues before, there were pessimistic views about whether he could actually get on the court. However, there were a few people, Li Jiejia and her roommates, who firmly believed that Wei Dong could become a star. On the afternoon of the second day, Dudley and Wei Dong arrived at the Meiji Arena together. Tonight, the Suns will host the Lakers, led by Kobe. Before the game started, the players were doing some light training in the arena. Wei Dong was practicing his shooting, while Dudley walked aside to whisper with his teammates. After a while, a teammate walked over, and their facial expressions were quite strange when they looked at Wei Dong. Is there something on my face? Wei Dong touched his face, feeling puzzled. Brother, you are amazing. Impressive, really impressive. Gortat and Warwick praised Wei Dong with mischievous smiles. Wei Dong asked curiously, what's going on with you guys? Just say it straight. Wei Dong just ignore them. Hill walked over and explained to Wei Dong. Dudley just told us that you rejected a date with a gorgeous girl yesterday. Isn't that normal? Wei Dong scoffed, his face stern as he replied, I already have a girlfriend. Don't pay attention to them. Nash also walked over and said, prepare well, you have a chance to play tonight. The game between the Lakers and the Suns is highly anticipated in Huaxia. Especially tonight's game is getting even more attention as CCTV5 is broadcasting it with commentators Zhang and Yu. At 9:30 p.m. Beijing time, Zhang and you were already seated at the commentary table. You said, Zhang, this game is drawing a lot of attention. Yes, Wei Dong is the 6th player from Huaxia to enter the NBA. Although it's just a 10-day contract, we all hope to see Wei Dong play. You asked, what do you think about the outcome of this game? The Lakers are ranked 3rd in the West, while the Suns are currently 10th. With only 10 games left in the season, the Suns will fight hard for a playoff spot. It's hard to say who will win or lose. You suggested, why don't we make a prediction on whether Wei Dong will get a chance to play today? Zhang replied, of course I hope to see Wei Dong on the court. You remarked, both teams' players are starting their warm-ups, and I see Wei Dong practicing his shooting. Zhang commented, from Wei Dong's movements, although it's his first time stepping onto an NBA court, he doesn't seem... You said, you make a valid point, but this is just pre-game warm-up. Can we really tell if someone is nervous from warm? Since this is Wei Dong's first game after getting a 10-day contract, and it's the Lakers against the Suns, the attention in Huaxia is comparable to the NBA Finals. Moreover, today is Saturday. The cafeteria at Yenjing University is already crowded with students. Li Jiejia didn't go to the cafeteria because it was too crowded, and everyone knew Wei Dong was her boyfriend. Her appearance would cause a commotion. So Li Jiejia and a few others were in the dormitory watching the game live on the computer. The game was about to start, and the players began to enter the court. Nash walked over to Wei Dong, patting him on the shoulder and asking, are you nervous? Not nervous, Wei Dong smiled at Nash, just a bit excited. Nash laughed. That's a great state to be in. You need to maintain that excitement. You'll be the last one to enter Generally, the last player to enter is usually the star player. For the Suns, Nash was the last to enter, but today, he gave that honor to Wei Dong. The live commentary had already begun introducing the entering players. First were the Lakers, with Kobe being the last to enter. When the crowd shouted Kobe, even in Phoenix's home court, there was a thunderous cheer. "You said Kobe's popularity is incredible." Zhang replied, "That's Kobe." After the Lakers entered, it was the Suns' turn. "Let's welcome Gortat, Fry, Warwick." The live commentary continued calling out the names of the Suns players, and the viewers in front of the TV became tense because they hadn't heard Wei Dong's name. If Wei Dong's name wasn't called, it meant he wouldn't even have a chance to play in this game. Nash. When the commentator called out Nash's name, the Meiji Arena erupted with deafening cheers. No Wei Dong. The fans watching the live broadcast didn't pay attention to how many players had already entered, but logically Nash was supposed to be the last player from the Suns to enter. Now that Nash had entered, but they hadn't heard Wei Dong's name, it indicated that Wei Dong was not on the roster today. Li Jiejia and Zhuang Fei were not worried. They didn't understand the NBA's entry rules, but they had a strong belief that Wei Dong would definitely play. The live commentary paused for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, "Next to enter is player number 7, Wei Dong from Huaxia." Wow! Upon hearing Wei Dong's name, a cheer erupted from the cafeteria at Yenjing University. These talented individuals could no longer contain their excitement, because they saw their schoolmates standing on the NBA stage. Wei Dong ran into the court with his hands raised in sync with the entering music and the cheers from the crowd. The starting lineup for the Suns includes Nash, Lopez, Hill, Reed, and Dudley. Gentry promoted Dudley to the starting position today. The starting lineup for the Lakers consists of Kobe, Bynum, Gasol, Fisher, and Blake. After entering the court, Kobe glanced at Wei Dong a few times. Aside from Yao Ming, no player from Huaxia has proven themselves on this court. He also didn't understand why the Suns gave this obscure kid a tendry contract. Although Wei Dong wasn't in the starting lineup, no one was disappointed. If Wei Dong, as a college student with a tendry contract, were to appear in the starting lineup right after entering the NBA, that would indeed be strange. The game officially began. Gasol and Lopez jumped for the ball, and the Lakers gained possession. Fisher brought the ball to the front court, passed it to Kobe, who dribbled twice and executed a jumper, smoothly scoring. 0-2. The Lakers took the lead right from the beginning. The Suns launched an attack with Nash and Lopez executing a pick and roll, and Lopez scored a two-pointer. Wei Dong wasn't anxious. He kept observing the situation on the court. However, when he saw Bynum from the Lakers, his eyes flickered. In his previous life, he had been outmaneuvered by Bynum, who was notorious for his lack of ball handling skills. As the scores alternated, Gentry had no intention of letting Wei Dong play. At this point, Wei Dong found it a bit strange. He had a vivid memory of this game from his previous life. The Lakers had a significant lead by halftime, and before the third quarter, the game had already entered garbage time, which opened up a chance for Wei Dong to play. The first half has concluded. The Suns entered the second half with a 3-point lead of 5-4-9. In his previous life, however, they were trailing by 21 points at this stage. Is it because I have been reborn, or are the two worlds inherently different? Wei Dong pondered this question, realizing that if the score remained so tight, Coach Gentry might not opt to let him play. In the second half, the Lakers launched a counterattack, starting with an 1-1-0 scoring run, changing the score to 5-6-0. Gentry immediately called for a timeout to strategize, but at that moment, he still had no intention of putting Wei Dong on the court. After the timeout, the Suns started to push back, but with little effect, ending the third quarter with a score of 6-3-7-9. The Suns were now trailing by 16 points. The players were feeling frustrated, and Gentry was encouraging them. Wei Dong knew that he could no longer wait. Opportunities must be seized. "Coach, I want to play." Wei Dong walked directly up to Gentry and stated, "You." Gentry glanced at Wei. His teammates were equally surprised. In the NBA, apart from superstars, all players must obey the coach's arrangements. Ordinary players do not have the right to demand to play. Gentry hesitated. Being down by only 16 points did not eliminate the possibility of a comeback. Although Wei Dong had performed brilliantly in yesterday's practice game, bringing in a player with no major game experience at this moment was a risky move. However, Nash's eyes lit up as he said, "Let Wei Dong play. Oh, I believe in him." All right. With Nash backing him, Gentry decided to let Wei Dong take the court. Wei Dong cast a grateful glance at Nash. Finally, he could step onto the court and avenge the grievances of his past life. With 5 skill points available, he decisively exchanged for a skill package, the Iverson dribbling package. As the fourth quarter commenced, seeing Wei Dong step onto the court, the commentator exclaimed in surprise, "Who do I see?" Number 7, the young player from Huaxia. Gentry actually arranged for a college player to play in the crucial fourth quarter. On CCTV's Channel 5, Yu Jia and director Zhang were equally astonished. Yu Jia shouted, "Wei Dong is on the court. Wei Dong is on the court." Yu Jia repeated it twice to express his excitement. Director Zhang remarked, trailing by 16 points doesn't mean there's no hope for a comeback. After all, during a live broadcast, although director Zhang didn't explicitly say it, the implication was clear. Gentry's decision to field Wei Dong at this moment was indeed a poor choice. Meanwhile, the fans back home erupted with enthusiasm. They didn't care whether it was a bad move. Seeing a Huaxiao player on the NBA stage was enough to make them proud. The Los Angeles Lakers are Bynum Sessions, Barnes Walton Hill. The Phoenix Suns are Gortat Dudley Fry. The Hill of the Lakers is Jordan Hill, while the Hill of the Suns is Grant Hill. They are not the same person. Before the game, Nash encouraged Wei Dong, saying, "Go for it, show the level you had in yesterday's scrimmage." Standing on the NBA court once again, Wei Dong closed his eyes, took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and then suddenly opened his eyes. NBA am back. Seeing Wei Dong on the court, Kobe said to Gasol beside him, "Every Chinese player cannot be overlooked." Gentry suddenly put Wei Dong in the game, which shows he has confidence in him. "No Chinese player has surpassed Yao Ming." Gasol replied with a smile. The Suns had possession, and with this lineup lacking a good point guard, Wei Dong brought the ball up the court. Sessions came to defend Wei Dong, and facing him, Sessions mocked, "Go back to your college league. This court isn't for kids." Trash talk has always been an indispensable part of the NBA. Many NBA superstars are masters of trash talk, but when it comes to dishing it back, Wei Dong hasn't backed down from anyone. Sessions continued to taunt, but Wei Dong didn't give him any chance. With a quick change of direction, Wei Dong drove past Sessions. A pull-up jump shot. Swish. The basketball went through the net. Wei Dong's first step was too quick. By the time Sessions reacted, the ball was already in the hoop. 6-5-7-9. Wow. The crowd erupted in cheers. However, the cheers here could not compare to those in the cafeteria of Yenjing University, where a classmate was already excitedly pounding the table with his fist. Their alumnus Wei Dong. In less than 10 seconds on the court, he scored with a smooth pull-up jump shot. The commentator Yu Jia shouted excitedly, "That was indeed a good shot." Coach Zhang couldn't help but say, "That drive was clean and smooth, reminiscent of Kobe." After 2 years, a Chinese player has finally scored on this court, even if it was just a 10-day contract. So what? So fast. So fast. So fast. The players on the court felt it even more acutely. Kobe squinted. Wei Dong's first step was so quick that Kobe felt it was even faster than his own. "Well done, Wei Dong." Teammates on the bench were already jumping up excitedly. Lopez was waving his towel in excitement. "Get back on defense." After Wei Dong scored, the Suns quickly got back on defense, but Hill didn't forget to high-five Wei Dong. Sessions dribbled the ball up the court, and facing Wei Dong's defense, Sessions continued to trash talk. "You only get one lucky chance you want score again. You're too slow." Wei Dong smiled at Sessions, "Slower than my grandmother." "What a..." Sessions didn't expect that a rookie would dare to talk back. Sessions began to go onion against Wei Dong, wanting to show this rookie a lesson. But Sessions lacked the ability to go onion. Although Wei Dong hadn't exchanged for a defensive skill package, his maxed-out talent made it easy to defend against Sessions. Sessions forced a shot, and Wei Dong swatted the basketball away with a single hand. "What a block!" Yu Jia shouted excitedly again. "He jumped so high. He jumped so high. He jumped so high." The players on the court were deeply impressed by Wei Dong's previous jump. Although Sessions forced a shot, it's challenging to block onion, while Wei Dong's block looked effortless, mainly because he had jumped exceptionally high. The basketball was grabbed by Hill, who quickly advanced to the front court. The Lakers players hadn't settled into position yet, and Hill saw Wei Dong coming over and passed the ball directly to him. After receiving the ball, Wei Dong didn't think twice and took a three-point shot. Thompson was on target. Swish. The basketball went through the net. 6-8-7-9. Wei Dong made both of his first 2 shots, scoring 5 points and recording 1 block. Brown immediately called a timeout. As Wei Dong walked toward the bench, Nash rushed forward to embrace him, and his teammates followed, jubilant and eager. Wei Dong closed the gap. After speaking, Gentry pulled out his clipboard, paused in thought, then tucked it away and issued his directive, "Feed the ball to Wei Dong every time." Again, this cursed strategy. The Suns players nearly collapsed in disbelief. During yesterday's scrimmage, Gentry had assigned precisely this same tactic to the reserve squad. The timeout ended. "Wei Dong! Wei Dong! Wei Dong!" Home fans erupted into rhythmic chants. Nothing thrills spectators more than a dramatic rally. Upon returning, the Lakers made substitutions. Sessions was benched, Hill exited the court, and Fisher and Gasol entered the game. Gasol scored inside, extending the Lakers' lead to 13 points. L.A.'s defense tightened markedly, but they still underestimated Wei Dong. After all, he was merely a college player, fast, athletic, perhaps dazzling for a moment, but surely fleeting like a blossom at dawn. On the Suns, Wei Dong slipped to the corner. Seeing him unguarded, Hill launched a long pass that arced perfectly into Wei Dong's hands. Without hesitation, Wei Dong rose and fired a three-pointer. 3. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena. Another 3. In just 2 minutes on the floor, Wei Dong had already scored 8 straight points, cutting the deficit to 10. The Lakers answered with 2 points in the half-court set. Before the gap could widen again, Gortat spotted Wei Dong beyond the arc and delivered a crisp pass into his hands. 11 consecutive points, and the Yin University cafeteria exploded. No one remained calm. This is nothing short of superstar caliber. Yu Jia exclaimed elated. Hope for Chinese basketball blazes anew. I truly believe Wei Dong will rise as an NBA superstar. Everyone was electrified, but Wei Dong's performance had only just begun. Brown had already deciphered the Suns' scheme. Whenever Wei Dong found space, they fed him the ball, without exception. Cursed luck, or rather cursed heat. Wei Dong's shooting touch was scorching. Every shot seemed magnetically drawn to the net. 6 minutes and 45 seconds remained on the clock. Another three-pointer from Wei Dong turned the scoreboard to 8,887. The Suns now led by 1. And of their 23 fourth-quarter points, 21 belonged to Wei Dong. Kobe could no longer sit still. Brown requested a substitution. Kobe re-entered the game, and the Lakers' full starting lineup returned. The Suns responded with adjustments. Nash returned to the floor. With now focusing its entire defensive effort on Wei Dong, someone had to relieve the offensive burden. 21 points in a single quarter. That shattered the record for most points by a rookie in his debut quarter, yet 6 minutes still remained. Chinese fans began dreaming aloud. Could Wei Dong break the NBA's all-time single-quarter scoring? The current NBA record stands at 33 points, a mark untouched for decades. Only Anthony matched it in 2008. No one has ever surpassed it. Wei Dong had taken only 1 misfire so far. With such incandescent form, breaking the record suddenly felt not just possible, but imminent. The NBA's official motto declares, where amazing happens. Every fan yearns to witness the miraculous. And if such a miracle unfolded through a Chinese player, it would feel to Chinese fans like divine grace. And indeed, the miracle appeared poised to arrive. With 6 minutes left, Wei Dong needed just 4 more three-pointers to tie the NBA's single-quarter record. After Kobe entered, he demanded sole defensive assignment on Wei Dong. For a rookie, guarding a legend is honor enough. But to lock up Kobe Bryant, an apex icon of the NBA, was extraordinary. Nash was a star who demanded double teams. Even tonight, with Wei Dong blazing hot, not a single defender dared leave Nash unattended. Nash dribbled forward. Gortat set a screen. Once past the initial defender L's attention instantly shifted to Gortat, the Suns' most trusted play. But this time Nash didn't pass to Gortat. Instead, he whirled a sharp pass to Wei Dong just outside the paint. Wei Dong caught it, and Kobe lunged, growling, "Rookie, welcome to the NBA." Wei Dong chuckled softly, then without passing turned his back to Kobe and squared up. Yu Jia roared, "Is Wei Dong going onion with Kobe?" To become a true legend, Kobe relied on far more than offense. Year after year named to all-defensive first team, his defensive mastery ranked among the NBA's finest. That night, every one of Wei Dong's baskets, except the very first, had come on catch-and-shoot plays. He had yet to attempt a true isolation move. With his back to Kobe, Wei Dong drove forward once, testing resistance, then executed a lightning-quick shoulder fake, spun off the pivot, and rose into a high-arcing fadeaway jumper. Swish! Though Kobe soared to contest, the ball grazed his fingertips and dropped cleanly through the net. Brilliant shot. In the Yin University cafeteria, Li Pei bellowed in ecstasy. Going onion with Kobe was the dream of countless players. Kobe froze. This move was hauntingly familiar. Wasn't this his own signature fadeaway? Wei Dong had replicated its rhythm, its posture, almost identically. Had he just scored on Kobe using Kobe's own weapon against him? Kobe had practiced this move over 10,000 times. Only he knew how nearly impossible it was to defend. "This one's for you, idol." Wei Dong said it plainly, then turned and sprinted back on defense. An intriguing young man. Kobe smiled. "You've ignited my fire." Initiated offense. Kobe sought out Wei Dong and shouted, "Defend me, kid." A clear provocation. Wei Dong stepped up without hesitation, but Kobe, an NBA titan, retaliated with the very same fadeaway, cool and unanswerable. Fascinating. Nash grinned, then advanced upcourt and passed, once again, to Wei Dong. Yu Jia remarked, "Kobe and Wei Dong have locked horns." Jean Coach countered, "Compared to Kobe, Wei Dong remains raw." Hardly had the words left his mouth when Wei Dong spun, faded, and sank another identical jumper. The same move, executed with identical timing, identical poise. And with equal height, the two men mirrored each other like twin stars, so uncannily that even Kobe blinked, momentarily disoriented. Damn. Across China, live viewers lost all composure. What had they just witnessed? A rookie, fresh off the plane, dueling Kobe Bryant point for point. 9,289. The Suns led by 3. Wei Dong had tallied 25 points in the fourth quarter, just 8 shy of the NBA single-quarter record with 5 minutes still ticking down. The record beckoned. After Kobe responded with a three-pointer, the score was tied at 9-2. The three-point deficit seemed insignificant, and Kobe began to defend Wei Dong with full effort, making it difficult for Wei Dong to receive the ball comfortably. In the next 2 minutes, the Suns managed only one basket from Nash, while Kobe continued to score, gradually widening the gap. With 2 minutes and 57 seconds left in the game, the score reached 9-4-1-0-1, with the Suns trailing by 7 points, prompting Gentry to call a timeout. When Kobe has the ball, we must double-team him to reduce Wei Dong's defensive pressure. Wei Dong focus on moving without the ball. Everyone else should find Nash and Wei Dong on the perimeter the moment they receive the ball. Keep pushing, we need to win this game. Gentry was strategizing with the players, and upon returning to the court, Nash noticeably increased the offensive tempo, which shifted the Lakers' defensive attention towards him. After Nash made a two-pointer, Gasol's inside attempt was blocked by Lopez. The Suns quickly launched a fast break, and by this time Wei Dong had already positioned himself in the corner. Without hesitation, Nash made a long pass to Wei Dong. That familiar feeling returned. As soon as Wei Dong received the ball, he took a three-pointer. Swish! The basketball went through the net cleanly again. 9-9-1-0-1. The Suns had narrowed the score to just 2 points. With the score closing in, Kobe remained remarkably calm, hitting a jumper. At this point, Wei Dong had already scored 28 points, breaking the Suns' franchise record for points in a single quarter. However, Wei Dong was not satisfied. He knew his goal was to lead the Suns to the championship, and this game must be won. If they couldn't even make the playoffs, how could they talk about the championship? Yu Jia said, "There's 1 minute left, and the Suns are trailing by 4 points. Coach Zhang said, "For the fans, Wei Dong has already brought enough excitement. It doesn't matter whether the Suns can win this game or not." Yu Jia replied, "I don't think so. Look at the determination in Wei Dong's eyes. He has to win this game." Coach Zhang remarked, "But he is facing Kobe's Lakers." Yu Jia proposed, "How about we make a bet? I believe the Suns are definitely going to win this game." Coach Zhang replied, "Then let's wait and see." With 51 seconds left in the game, Wei Dong made another three-pointer, closing the gap to just 1. Brown shouted from the sidelines, "Don't let Wei Dong receive the ball easily, defend him." Kobe, calm as ever, faced off against Wei Dong for another attack. Wei Dong felt a bit regretful. He shouldn't have exchanged his 5 talent points for the Allen Iverson crossover package. If he had exchanged for a defensive skill package, he could have limited Kobe. Unfortunately, before entering the game, he had been preoccupied with wanting to take revenge on Bynum for faking him out in his past life. As a result, he didn't end up matching up against Bynum due to his standout performance. At this moment, Bynum wouldn't dare to challenge Wei Dong unknown beyond the three-point line, or he would be scolded by the coach. Kobe faced Wei Dong using a series of crossovers before raising his right hand. Fake. Wei Dong, lacking defensive experience, only realized it was a fake after being faked out by Kobe. Coach Zhang sighed. Wei Dong is still too young. Kobe completely faked him out. As Wei Dong fell, Kobe had already jumped to take the shot, but Wei Dong couldn't give up. His expression was serious. After his toes touched the ground, he jumped again. His maxed-out talent was now on display. Wei Dong's bounce was incredibly fast. Even though Kobe had already shot, Wei Dong still managed to touch the basketball with his fingertips. Quick grabbed the rebound. Kobe knew that Wei Dong had touched the ball and shouted as he rushed towards the basket. However, someone was faster than Kobe. Wei Dong also rushed towards the basket after landing. Bang! The basketball hit the rim and bounced up. Wei Dong and Kobe both scrambled for the rebound. Rodman rebounding package. Wei Dong silently recited in his heart as he grabbed the basketball and pulled it into his embrace. Incredible! The commentator exclaimed, "Wei Dong has secured this crucial rebound." This rebound came when Kobe started. Wei Dong had not yet landed, but Wei Dong was faster, nearly jumping at the same time as Kobe. Their jumping abilities were similar, but Wei Dong managed to secure this vital rebound due to his judgment of the ball's landing point. If it wasn't just luck, it was a natural instinct for rebounding. What a kid! Kobe glanced at Wei Dong, his eyes sharp as an eagle, before quickly sprinting back to prepare for defense. Wei Dong passed the basketball to Nash and ran towards the front court. After snatching the rebound from Kobe, Wei Dong's expression remained eerily calm, a striking resemblance to Kobe. In the girls' dormitory at Yin University, Zhuang Fei was going wild, shaking Li Jiajia vigorously. Wei Dong blocked Kobe's attack and grabbed the rebound from him. "He's so cool. So cool. Kobe is my idol. Why does Wei Dong look like he isn't happy at all?" The camera was focused on Wei Dong, and Li Jiajia's roommate also noticed that despite such a great defensive play, there wasn't even a hint of a smile on Wei Dong's face. "He's just that kind of person," Li Jiajia said with a smile. "He's incredibly serious about basketball and has a strong desire to win. Apart from basketball, he's quite amusing. Can you ask Wei Dong to get me a signed photo of Kobe?" Zhuang Fei rested her head on Li Jiajia's shoulder, looking quite flattering. Li Jiejia replied with a laugh. Just ask him yourself, you have his number anyway. Aren't you afraid he'll steal your Wei Dong? Zhuang Fei teased. Li Jiejia shook her head, not afraid. Oh, the other two roommates joined in the fun, teasing Zhuang Fei. You're just a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Back to the court, Nash had already dribbled to the front court looking for an offensive opportunity. Time was ticking away, and the Suns were still trailing by 1 point. Lopez stepped up for a pick, and after Nash broke inside, he suddenly circled back to the three-point line, surprising all the players. Brown shouted from the sidelines, "Don't let Nash take the shot." No one dared to let Nash shoot a three-pointer. Immediately, two players rushed up to try to block him. At that moment, Kobe suddenly felt something was off and yelled to Bynum, "Watch out for Wei Dong in the corner." Everything happened in an instant. After Nash circled to the three-point line, he jumped, but didn't shoot. A fake shot turned into a real pass. Nash passed the basketball to Wei Dong in the corner. This was the ability of a passing master. Only Nash noticed that as he circled back to the three-point line, Wei Dong had already moved to the corner. Before Nash made his move, two players from the Lakers rushed towards him. The reason was that Nash was left open, and everyone expected him to take the shot himself, thus neglecting Wei Dong at the corner. Bynum lunged towards Wei Dong, but it was too late. Wei Dong was already prepared to shoot, and the basketball comfortably landed in his hands. He jumped and took a three-point shot. Swish! The sound of the ball cleanly going through the net was absolutely delightful. 105-103. With just 13 seconds left, the Suns once again took the lead. The arena erupted in excitement. MVP! 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 This chant echoed relentlessly. Brown called a timeout once again. As the players left the court, suddenly a number flashed on the big screen in the arena, leading to a moment of silence followed by a huge cheer. 34. The big screen displayed this number. What did it represent? It wasn't a jersey number, but rather Wei Dong's scoring total for the fourth quarter, 34 points. He had broken the NBA's record for most points in a single quarter. Kobe raised his head and glanced at the number deep in thought. As a natural scorer himself, having achieved 30 points in a single quarter before, it was impossible for him not to be moved by a scoring phenomenon like Wei Dong. After the timeout, Kobe quickly dribbled the ball up the court. The defender against Kobe had changed to him. The Lakers were now trailing by 2 points, and the entire arena fell silent. Even the fans watching the live broadcast held their breath, all guessing what kind of offensive choice Kobe would make. If he chose a two-pointer, the game would go into overtime. If he shot a three-pointer, Kobe might be able to pull off a game winner. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. With just 4 seconds left, Kobe accelerated to shake off his toes barely an inch away from the three-point line. Kobe took the step-back three. All eyes followed the arc of the ball. Swish! The ball went through the net. 105-106. The Lakers had taken a 1-point lead. Gentry immediately called a timeout. Fans in China dared not breathe, quietly waiting for the timeout to end. With 3 seconds remaining, it was uncertain what kind of tactical arrangement Gentry would make. This was Wei Dong's record night and night of glory. If they lost the game, that glory might be overshadowed. In China, even Lakers fans hoped the Suns would win this game. "Coach," Wei Dong said solemnly from the sidelines, "please let me take the last shot." Hey. His teammates looked at Wei Dong in surprise. The pressure of taking the last shot was immense. Such moments typically made ordinary players want to shy away, yet Wei Dong boldly asked for the ball. Gentry looked at Wei Dong and said, "Do you understand what it means to take the last shot?" "I do, Wei Dong." Gentry continued, "Your performance today has been outstanding. You broke the record for most points in a quarter on your first appearance in the NBA. You have the potential to become a superstar, but if you miss this last shot, all your glory tonight will be in vain." "I don't care about glory. Oh, I only care about winning the game," Wei Dong said calmly. "Good." Gentry nodded. "I believe in Wei Dong. Do you all believe in him?" "We believe in Wei Dong." All the teammates nodded, and then the Suns players stacked their hands together, shouting loudly, "Let's go." "Yu Jia, who will take the last shot for the Suns?" Zhang said, "I see Fry and Hill are on the court while Dudley and Lopez have been substituted. The Suns are not planning to defend." "Yu Jia. Yu Jia." Nash has gone to the sideline. Is Gentry arranging for Nash to inbound the ball? Before Wei Dong arrived, the most potent offensive threat on this Suns team was Nash, and Yu Jia couldn't understand why Nash was being arranged to inbound the ball at this moment. Zhang said, "The Suns are only trailing by 1 point. The best option is to take it to the rim. Even if they miss, there's a chance to draw a foul from the Lakers." Nash stood at the sideline. The Suns players began to move towards the paint, but the Lakers' defense was as sticky as gum, absolutely not allowing any player to receive the ball comfortably. Nash and Wei Dong exchanged glances. Wei Dong understood Nash's intention, running around the baseline. Kobe followed closely, but Fry had already positioned himself perfectly to block Kobe. Seizing the opportunity, Nash flicked his arm, and Wei Dong securely caught the basketball, but Bynum had already come to defend. Zhang said, unknown is Wei Dong's weakest point, facing the tall and lengthy Bynum his three-pointer will be hard to take. Just then, before Zhang's words had finished, Wei Dong made a large change of direction. Allen Iverson's crossover. This move was all too familiar. It was Iverson's signature move. Bynum stumbled and fell to the ground. With only a fraction of a second left, Wei Dong didn't even glance at the fallen Bynum. He took the three-pointer. Time seemed to stand still. The basketball traced a perfect arc in the air. Swish! The beautiful sound echoed as the ball glided through the center of the net. 108-106. The referee blew the final whistle. The Suns defeated the Lakers. Wei Dong played 12 minutes in the fourth quarter, scoring 37 points, breaking the NBA record for single-quarter scoring, while also completing the game winner. This game winner will be recorded in history. Yu Jia said, Wei Dong proved that Chinese players can still shine on the NBA stage. MVP. 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 The game had ended, and the fans chanted MVP, reluctant to leave the arena. The players began to greet each other. On the court they were opponents, but off the court many players were good friends. Kobe stepped forward to embrace Wei Dong, saying, "Brother, you will definitely shine in the NBA." "Thank you," Wei Dong replied, saying to Kobe, "You are my idol. I can't accept that." Kobe waved his hand vigorously, half jokingly and half seriously, saying, "But I won't be surpassed by you." Wei Dong laughed and said, "You will be surpassed by me sooner or later. Good luck." Kobe patted Wei Dong on the back and asked, "I heard you only signed a 10-day contract. Are you interested in joining the Lakers and winning a championship with me?" Nash, overhearing this, immediately walked over to retort, "Kobe, the Lakers have so many all-stars. Why are you trying to poach players from me? That's not appropriate." "Ha ha ha." Kobe laughed heartily. "I was just saying that casually. Besides, Wei Dong's 10-day contract is about to expire. When the time comes, we will renew our contract with him." Nash smiled and said, "No need for you to worry about that." Wei Dong watched Nash and Kobe bicker with a sense of nostalgia. In his previous life, after this match, Kobe never spoke a word to him. Especially at the moment he was knocked down by Bynum, he clearly heard the mocking laughter from the Lakers bench. But now everything has changed. He outmaneuvered Bynum and defeated the Lakers. He is still the record holder for the highest score in a single NBA quarter. He has already proven that he is capable of standing on this stage. The moment the game ended, Kobe wanted to recruit him to the Lakers, which says it all. "Are you kidding me?" This phrase was the most frequently used by the commentators during the fourth quarter of the game tonight. For the fans in Huaxiao, many were still in an extremely excited state after the game ended. It was simply miraculous. If they hadn't watched the live broadcast, if someone told them about Wei Dong's performance in the fourth quarter, they would definitely respond with the comment from the NBA commentators, "Are you kidding me?" But a miracle happened. At this moment, all Huaxiao fans were proud of Wei Dong. Especially at Yenjing University, the entire campus went wild. Because Wei Dong is their alumnus, their pride. After the game, Li Jiejia didn't even dare to leave the dorm. Everyone knew she was Wei Dong's girlfriend, and stepping out at this time was no different than strolling around Yenjing University with a giant panda. The largest basketball forum in Huaxiao Mapuang crashed before the game even ended. Netizens wanted to vent their frustrations on the forum, but no matter how they refreshed, the site wouldn't load, causing many to curse in desperation. After the game ended, the Suns players took a shower and prepared for the post-game press conference. This was a mandatory process after every game. Media reporters had long been waiting at the press conference. This game had too much hype. The NBA single-quarter scoring record was broken by a Huaxia kid on a 10-day contract, which was simply a miracle. Moreover, the Suns completed a 16-point comeback in the fourth quarter. "Wei Dong, your performance tonight was stunning. You'll be surrounded by reporters shortly." Dudley patted Wei Dong on the back, saying, "Don't be nervous." "I won't." Wei Dong gently shook his head. Although his previous life in the NBA was not smooth, and he had fallen into despair for several years, he later started from scratch and became a billionaire. This press conference was just a small event for him. How could he be nervous? The first to enter the press conference was head coach Gentry. A reporter asked, "Congratulations on the Suns securing a crucial victory. How do you evaluate the players' performance tonight?" Gentry replied, "My players were outstanding, and I am proud of them." The reporter continued, "In the first 3 quarters you were 16 points down, yet you put in the inexperienced Wei Dong. Was that your secret tactic?" At that moment, it was Wei Dong who voluntarily invited to play. Gentry smiled and said, "But we believe in him. He is one of the most outstanding players I have ever seen. Even though he has not played a single NBA game, I still believe in him." Moreover, Wei Dong proved himself tonight. Every interview was brief. Gentry spoke a few words and stepped down, followed by the star player Nash. Nash praised Wei Dong's performance tonight, and after he stepped down, Gentry gestured for Wei Dong to come up for the interview. Wei Dong did not hesitate and confidently walked to the table to sit down. Adjusting his clothes, Wei Dong got ready to start. "Wei, handsome guy, we meet again." Before he could settle in, the first voice startled him nearly off the chair. The first reporter to ask a question was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed journalist. He actually recognized this was already the second time Wei Dong had met her. The first time was last night when Deus held a gun to Dudley's car. Wei Dong didn't expect Deus to be a reporter, but if she was a reporter, how could Dudley not recognize her? Wei Dong ignored Deus, but she still looked starstruck. Wei, handsome guy, tonight you scored 37 points in a single quarter, breaking the NBA single quarter scoring record. So cool. I didn't check the stats. Wei Dong calmly replied. Rather than focusing on scoring 37 points in a single quarter, I enjoy every moment of putting the basketball through the hoop. So cool. Deus asked, why are you so handsome? This question was too awkward. Wei Dong rubbed his nose and said, I hope everyone pays attention to my skills rather than my handsome appearance. And this reporter, could you ask some basketball-related questions? All right. Deus asked, your skills are so good, do you have any secrets? Wei Dong said, the reason my skills are so good is that I have a system. System? Deus raised her eyebrows, puzzled about what a system was. Oh no. Almost let something slip, Wei Dong quickly corrected. It's because I have systematic training. If you have no other questions, they'll leave the interview time for my teammates now. A perfectly good interview was disrupted by this starstruck reporter. Wei Dong walked down, unwilling to continue the interview. As soon as Wei Dong left, Hill came up for an interview. Once backstage, Wei Dong asked his teammates, what's the deal with that reporter? Why was it that when she asked questions, no other reporters dared to interrupt? Dudley was also curious. When interviewing Wei Dong, he noticed Deus too. Wasn't she the beauty with the gun? Nash shook his head. I've never seen that reporter. This is her first time here. You all don't recognize Deus. Morris looked surprised. She is the daughter of Shauna Media. Shauna Media? Wei Dong had never heard of it. Moreover, Wei Dong discovered something today. Although he had traveled through time, it seemed he had not crossed into the world he previously knew, as many things were different from his past world. The daughter of Shauna Media, Nash said thoughtfully. No wonder no reporters dared to interrupt her questions. This is the largest media company in the M country, and many well-known media outlets are subsidiaries of Shauna Media. The largest media company in M country. Wei Dong was taken aback. In his previous life, he became a billionaire and was quite familiar with M country's businesses, yet he had never heard of Shauna Media, let alone that it was the largest media company in M country. System, is this world identical to the one I came from? He turned to the system. After all, it was the architect of his transmigration. Without it, Wei Dong would never have crossed over. He refused to believe that a basketball striking his skull could trigger such a phenomenon. Do people still play basketball here? How many basketball players have not been struck on the head by a ball? The system, which had vanished for days, reappeared the moment Wei Dong posed his question and answered him directly. What the hell? Wei Dong cursed, nearly duped by the system's vagueness. So he had transmigrated into a parallel world. Fortunately, Jejia was still by his side, his parents too. Had they been absent, he would have found himself utterly adrift in an alien land. Even with the system's solitude would have weighed heavily upon him. Mission: take Daisy for a drive tonight. Failure penalty: 1 month, without bathing. Seemingly reinvigorated by Wei Dong's engagement, the system promptly issued a new task, complete with punitive consequences. Get lost. Wei Dong snapped again. What utter nonsense, taking Daisy for a drive. And if he refused, he'd be condemned to a full month without bathing. How could he possibly undertake such a trivial, absurd task? Mission cancelled. Goodbye. Wei Dong muttered under his breath as the post-game press conference concluded. He prepared to leave with Dudley. That night, he would stay at Dudley's place. Once his 10-day short-term contract expired, and assuming he resigned with the Suns, he would finally afford a modest home in the U.S., allowing him to bring Lee Jejia over. Damn it, who parked this car? As Wei Dong approached the parking lot, he heard Dudley cursing under his breath. Wei Dong asked, Dudley, what's wrong? Some jerk parked haphazardly and blocked my car. We're stuck here. Dudley pointed ahead. A massive Hummer had completely obstructed his Ferrari. Beside the Hummer, the Ferrari looked diminutive. No wonder Wei Dong hadn't spotted it upon arrival. Call the police, Wei Dong suggested casually. Let them notify the owner to move it. My friend, Dudley sighed wryly. Do you think this is China? American police won't waste time on something so minor. Then there's nothing we can do, Wei Dong shrugged. Even if we rammed the Ferrari heat in, its fragile frame wouldn't budge that Hummer an inch. I'm convinced the driver did this on purpose, Dudley growled. If I ever meet him, I'll knock his teeth down his throat. Who's going to knock whose teeth down whose throat? A sweet melodic voice chimed just as Dudley finished speaking. Wei Dong turned and instinctively slapped his forehead. How had he failed to shake off Daisy, that relentless nuisance? No guesswork was needed. The tone of Daisy's voice confirmed it. The Hummer was hers, and she had deliberately blocked Dudley's Ferrari. Well, if it isn't the stunning Daisy. Dudley instantly shifted expressions. So this beast belongs to you. Did you park it in front of my car hoping to seduce me? Not you, Daisy replied, extending a graceful finger toward Wei Dong. I'm after the dashing Mr. Wet. Dudley glanced at Wei Dong, then grinned at Daisy. Our dashing mister. Wei isn't interested in you. Why not try me instead? I'm easy to win over. One attempt and you've got me. You're no beauty, but your imagination certainly is. Daisy dismissed Dudley with a flick of her wrist, jingling her keys as she turned to Wei Dong. Mister, Wei, would you honor me with a drive? No. Wei Dong declined flatly. Daisy blinked, then resorted to petulance. Refuse and I won't move my car. We'll just stay here, forever. Wei Dong sighed in exasperation. Are all Americans this unreasonable? Yes, Daisy admitted cheerfully. Especially me. I'm exceptionally unreasonable. Dudley nudged Wei Dong. Don't miss this chance, and if you don't go, neither do I. Wei Dong hesitated. Glancing at Daisy, he recalled the system's mission and silently queried it. Is that driving mission still active? Mission: take Daisy for a drive tonight. Failure penalty 1 month, without bathing. This time the system didn't bother with dialogue, simply reissued the task. Having confirmed the mission, Wei Dong fixed Daisy with a stern expression. I despise your irrationality, but my friend needs to get home. I'll accept once. I'll ride with you, but only to drop me at my friend's residence. No problem, no problem. You two needn't return tonight. Dudley winked slyly at Wei Dong and Daisy, whispering, she's the heiress of Shauna Media, brother. Win her over. And who needs basketball? You'll hold a basketball every day. Shut up. Wei Dong shot Dudley a sharp glare, cutting off his lewd insinuation. Don't worry. I won't tell the coach, Dudley murmured into Wei Dong's ear, then leapt into the Ferrari the moment he saw Wei Dong raise his foot. Beep beep. Daisy pressed her key fob, then reached to loop her arm through Wei Dong's. Mister. Wei, let's go. He recoiled and slid straight into the back seat. Sit up front. Daisy commanded from the driver's seat, twisting to face him. Drive, Wei Dong retorted. 2 terse words, nothing more. He folded his arms across his chest and closed his eyes, pointedly ignoring her. Oomph. Daisy huffed and started the engine. Once out of the lot, Wei Dong remarked coolly, Dudley lives in Hanover Community. If you deliberately take a detour, I'll call 911. I dare you, Daisy muttered, and immediately swung the Hummer onto the opposite route. But the moment she turned, Wei Dong thrust his phone before her. The screen displayed 3 digits, 911. Not only was it displayed, the call had already connected. You actually dialed 911. Her voice rose sharply, just as the line clicked open. Wei Dong activated speakerphone. Hello, this is 911 Emergency Services. How may we assist you? This is Daisy of Shauna Media. I accidentally pressed the call button. Miss Daisy, are you certain you're not in danger? No. She slammed the phone down, seething. Wei Dong withdrew his hand, resumed his crossed-arm stance, and closed his eyes once more. Oomph. Daisy huffed and spun the Hummer back onto the correct route. Fuming, she drove with furious intensity, the accelerator nearly buried into the floorboard. In just 30 minutes they arrived at Hanover Community. Slamming the brakes, she snapped, Here, get out. This is your tip. Wei Dong pulled out a $1 bill and placed it on the passenger seat before opening the door, and Daisy tossed the $1 bill out the window, feeling insulted. The romantic encounter she had carefully orchestrated was completely ruined by this clueless guy Wei Dong. Wei Dong did not pick up the money on the ground. After all, he had already paid for the ride, though whether Daisy wanted it or not was none of his concern. After entering the community, he waited for a while at the entrance until Dudley returned. You're quick. Dudley exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Wei Dong. Isn't it too early to get undressed at this? Wei Dong tapped Dudley on the head. What are you thinking? With all this free time, can't you practice basketball more? If it were anyone else saying this to Dudley and tapping his head, Dudley would definitely have punched them. However, Wei Dong was different. His performance tonight was enough for him to secure a position in the NBA, plus Wei Dong was Dudley's brother. Upon returning to his bedroom, Wei Dong closed the door. Task complete, reward lucky potion. Suddenly a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Lucky potion. There's a reward for completing the task. Wei Dong thought the task only had punishments, no rewards, which is why he initially told the system to get lost. Later, when Daisy played hardball, Wei Dong had no choice but to ride back with her, thinking he might do the system a favor, as the system had indeed helped him a lot, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Wei Dong saw another product bar appear in his mind with the first slot containing a bottle of red potion. How do you use this lucky potion? Lucky potion increases luck value duration 24 seconds. Only 24 seconds. This just happened to align with an offensive possession. Wei Dong instantly understood the use of the lucky potion. It was simply a game-winning artifact. From now on, as long as it's a game-winning shot, Wei Dong would use the lucky potion. Wouldn't he then be able to create another record in the NBA with a 100 success rate for game-winning shots? Although it costs 5 talent points to purchase one bottle, it's already a bargain compared to the effect of the lucky. Having just defeated the Lakers, Wei Dong earned 5 talent points. He initially planned to purchase a skill package, but now he thought he must save those talent points for the lucky potion. Basketball suddenly seemed so simple, Wei Dong said joyfully. Even if Jordan came, it wouldn't matter. Who could stop someone who's cheating? Inside Wei Dong's bag, there was a piece of paper recording the statistics of this match. Kobe 31 points, 7 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. Nash 19 points, 5 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Wei Dong 37 points, 7 rebounds, 0 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. Although he only played for 12 minutes, Wei Dong's stats were not inferior to Kobe and Nash. This achievement would be something to be proud of for any player. Wei Dong was well aware that tonight he had released 10 years of pent-up frustration. He couldn't possibly perform like this every night. With 16 attempts and 14 hits, 9 out of 11 three-pointers. Unless Wei Dong continually used the lucky potion, even max-level talents combined with superstar skill packages couldn't guarantee such performance every game. After returning to his bedroom alone, Wei Dong finally began to rejoice. After a lengthy period of happiness, he didn't check the news, but instead opened his computer to video chat with Li Jejia. Jejia, did the livestream start today? As soon as the video connected, Wei Dong asked a bit smugly, wasn't my performance tonight very handsome? So handsome I'm in love with you, Li Jejia giggled, covering her mouth. As long as he wasn't on the court, Wei Dong wasn't a very cold person. Wei Dong said, once the 10-day short contract is over, I should be able to renew with the Suns. At that time I'll buy a house in Phoenix and bring you to America. Sure, Li Jejia agreed without a second thought. After chatting for a bit, Zhuang Fei and the others returned with food, and upon seeing Li Jejia video chatting with Wei Dong, they immediately approached to tease him. However, Li Jejia didn't give them a chance, saying, you should rest early, I'm going to eat first, before hanging up the video call. That night Wei Dong slept soundly. He could finally establish himself in the NBA. The next day, as soon as Wei Dong arrived at the gym, Gentry called him to the office. In the office, there were 2 people sitting on the sofa. Gentry introduced, these 2 are Jeff and Richie, I believe you've heard of them. I haven't heard of them. Wei Dong shook his head, genuinely unaware of these 2. Jeff, Richie, both were well-known agents in the NBA. Even if Wei Dong was new to the league, he couldn't have not heard their names. Young man, you've left me with a very bad first impression. Jeff raised his eyelids slightly and arrogantly said, since you haven't heard of me, let me introduce myself. I'm Jeff, an NBA agent. My agency has 31 signed NBA players, including 8 All-Stars. It's normal that you haven't heard of him, but you should not know me, Richie said. I'm LeBron's agent. We have many big-name players under our agency as well. So they were agents. Oh, Wei Dong finally confirmed their identities. The fact that he didn't recognize them was something to blame on the system, as the world had changed significantly since his previous life. He only learned last night, while reviewing some player information, that aside from the Suns and Lakers in the first match, which seemed to be to allow Wei Dong to vindicate his humiliation from 10 years ago, many other teams had differences from those in his previous life. This could only be blamed on the parallel world. Gentry played peacemaker. Wei Dong, I know you don't have an agent yet. A good agent is crucial in this league. Since Jeff and Richie are here, I think you should talk to them. I watched the game video from last night. I was initially somewhat interested in you, but your performance today has left me unsatisfied, Jeff said. You've also left me with a bad first impression, Chinese kid, Richie added. Without even having agreed, these 2 already looked like they had him in their grasp. Wei Dong raised the corner of his mouth. Since I've left you with such a bad impression, why are you still here? Are you trying to mooch off our team's buffet? Such a cocky kid. Jeff stood up. You should plead with me properly in the most sincere way possible. Perhaps I might agree to sign you under my agency. I mean the same. Rich crossed his legs. The only way for you to make me your agent is to beg me. What an idiot. Wei Dong sneered and turned away. What did he say? I can't understand Chinese. I don't understand either, but I feel like he's cursing at us. I feel the same way. Jeff and Rich were stunned. They never expected a kid from China who just entered the NBA to be so arrogant. Even they could be ignored. Sorry, gentlemen, Wei Dong just arrived in the United States and isn't familiar with the NBA situation. He might have offended you both. I'll go talk to him now. Kid apologized on Wei Dong's behalf and chased after him, but before leaving he added, if you 2 want to have our team's buffet for lunch, you are very welcome. Jeff, Rich, what does the Suns take them for? They are the best agents in the NBA. How could they be interested in the Suns buffet? Do they really think they are beggars? Wei Dong simply didn't want to waste his breath on these 2. What NBA's best agents? He didn't need any of them, as he already had someone suitable in mind for his agent. Wei Dong, Wei Dong. Kid chased out and called to Wei Dong, Jeff and Rich's attitudes are too terrible. Oh, I want to kick them both. Kick them 4 times then. Wei Dong laughed. Help me kick them twice as well. Huh? Kid laughed and added, but your 10-day contract is about to expire soon. If you want to continue in the NBA, a good agent is very necessary. He can help you connect with good teams and negotiate a higher salary. Coach, Wei Dong said seriously, if the team is willing, I want to extend my contract with the team after the 10-day short contract ends. I believe the team will not treat me poorly. Kid nodded, of course. I will discuss this with the manager and ensure you get a good contract. So that's what I mean. Wei Dong laughed. Whether I need an agent or not doesn't matter. I still have 3 games left in my contract, and during this time, I just want to focus on playing well. If someone like Jeff comes looking for me again, please help me refuse him directly, coach. No problem. Kid readily agreed. He felt conflicted. He wanted Wei Dong to perform well, but was also worried that if he did, agents would soon come after him. Just hours after last night's game, an agent had already approached Wei Dong. It's likely that a team will contact Wei Dong soon. With the playoffs approaching, Wei Dong, who only has a 10-day short contract, is the best option for teams looking to strengthen their roster. After chatting with Kid, Wei Dong thought that perhaps in the next few days teams would reach out to him. Other players might consider top teams like the Lakers, Bulls, Heat, or Thunder, but Wei Dong wouldn't do that. He aimed to prove himself with the Suns. Currently, apart from the injury-prone Hill, the Suns only have Nash as their sole all-star. Wei Dong intends to team up with Nash to bring the first championship trophy to the Suns. Wei Dong, why did you turn your phone off? Wei Dong had just reached the sidelines when Dudley noticed his phone was off. Wei Dong put his arm around Dudley's shoulder. Man, I'm on fire now, and I'm so handsome. I turned it off to avoid those annoying calls from beautiful girls. Ed Dudley pouted. Wei Dong didn't want to be bothered by beautiful girls. He thought, could this annoyance be shared with him? All right, let's train. Wei Dong changed into his sneakers and saw Dudley still standing beside him, laughing as he asked, "Shall we have a onion on?" Onion on? Dudley nodded blankly, sure. Official training hadn't started yet, and teammates often played onion on for fun, so Dudley naturally wouldn't refuse Wei Dong's request. Wei Dong's sudden idea came from his realization of the importance of talent points. He still lacked many skill packages, and aside from skill packages, the lucky potion needed talent points for exchange, so naturally the more talent points the better. Although onion can only yield 1 talent point from a single person, even a mosquito's leg is meat. If there were an audience now, Wei Dong would have thought about organizing a fun segment, inviting the audience to play onion with him. Teammates also came over to watch. Playing onion with Dudley was not as easy as facing Li Pei at the basketball court of Yen University. In American onion, the ball can only hit the ground 3 times, and a shot must be made within those 3 bounces. 3 shots. Wei Dong attacked first. He held the ball and made a triple threat stance, but Dudley remained unmoved. Good defense. Wei Dong smiled at Dudley. Of course. Dudley said proudly, my Ferrari was earned through this defense. This line sounded familiar. Wei Dong didn't think much of it, or after the ball hit the ground, he faked and stepped back to the 3-point line, shooting a 3-pointer. Dudley also lunged to block. His fingertips were just half a meter away from the basketball. Swish. The ball went through the net. Too hard to defend. Dudley sighed and shook his head. It was now his turn to attack. Dudley's offensive ability was average. He made a move and held the ball tightly while trying to squeeze down under the basket, but Wei Dong, being a character with maxed out talents, closely stuck to Dudley, making it hard for him to shoot comfortably. Bang. The basketball hit the backboard and didn't even touch the rim. For the second and third shots, Wei Dong repeated the same actions. Dudley had already worked hard to defend, but each time was just a hair's breadth away from touching the basketball. 3-0. Wei Dong won against Dudley. But this onion wasn't easy. Dudley's defense was like gum, and after Wei Dong made 3 shots, he felt a bit tired. Let's have another round. After being skinned 3-0, Dudley was a bit unwilling and requested Wei Dong for another. However, Wei Dong shook his head to refuse. He had tried it before in onion. No matter how many rounds he won against the same person, he could only gain 1 talent point. Since he couldn't gain talent, then he wouldn't play along. There were still a few teammates on the sidelines. Wei Dong glanced at them and shook his head. Although he was confident he could win against them, onion with NBA players was too exhausting, so he turned his attention to the ball boy mopping the floor. Little buddy. Wei Dong walked up to a ball boy with a friendly face. Do you want to play a game of onion with your big brother? The ball boy pointed at his own nose, a bit incredulous. Me? Yes, it's you. Wei Dong nodded confidently and encouraged. I was once a ball boy too, but I firmly believe that one day I will stand on the NBA court, so I constantly challenge strong opponents, and finally, you saw it. I scored 37 points in a single game last night, shaking the league. Wei Dong's words ignited the passion of the ball boy, who immediately put down the mop and declared, brother, I want to challenge you. Good job. Wei Dong patted the ball boy's head, threw the basketball to him, and humbly said, you go first. Here I come. The ball boy dribbled a couple of times and threw the basketball towards the hoop. Go for your basketball dream. Wei Dong shouted, swatting the basketball away. The ball boy stood there in a daze, stunned by Wei Dong's slap and confused because he didn't understand the Chinese phrase Wei Dong had just said. The ball boy picked up the ball and quietly asked, brother, what did that Chinese phrase you said mean? Oh. Wei Dong smiled and explained, what I said was keep going, hold on to your basketball dream. Thank you for your encouragement. The ball boy was full of gratitude and then said, it's your turn to attack, brother. All right. Wei Dong took the ball, stepped past the ball boy, and executed a powerful dunk. The talent points above the skill bar changed from 6 to 7. Wei Dong was very satisfied. Then he looked at the other 3 ball boys. Do any of you want to challenge me onion? He'll do it. He'll do it. He'll do it. With one person starting, the other three ball boys happily ran up. Then Wei Dong ended up making them cry. Nash, seeing Wei Dong unknown with the ball boys, felt something was off and said to Hill, "I've been in the league for 16 years, and this is the first time I've seen a player challenge ball boys during practice. Don't just talk about yourself." Hill mumbled, "I've been in the league for 18 years, and I've never seen it either." Wei Dong happily watched his talent points change to 10. Indeed, the more talent points he had, the more secure he felt. If talent points weren't just abstract and could be turned into money, Wei Dong would be counting cash with a greedy grin on his face. "Wei Dong, let's practice our tactical coordination together." Nash thought Wei Dong must be bored and called him over for tactical training. The next 3 games would be against the Timberwolves, Grizzlies, and Rockets. Compared to the Lakers, these 3 matches were relatively easier. In his previous life, the Suns won 2 out of 3 games, with 2 of them entering garbage time early, allowing Wei Dong to get some playing time. However, during the first game against the Lakers, Wei Dong was faked out by Bynum, making him a target for ridicule when he entered the game. This was also the main reason for Wei Dong's shattered confidence back then. As practice was about to finish, Gentry walked over and said to the players, "Let's have an intra-squad scrimmage today." An intra-squad scrimmage. Upon hearing this, Wei Dong's eyes lit up. This was a gift of talent points. He had to work hard to win this scrimmage. All right. The players all gathered, especially the substitutes, who were excited because the last intra-squad scrimmage saw the substitutes win against the starters, which felt great. Gentry said, "We're making some changes to the lineup. Wei Dong, you're going to the starting team. Dudley, you stay with the substitutes." "No way, Coach." The substitutes groaned when they heard that Wei Dong was being moved to the starting team. "What are we going to do without Wei Dong? Wasn't it always like this?" Gentry smiled and said, "It's decided. Let's all get pumped up and play well." Hearing he was moved to the starting team, Wei Dong was ecstatic. Those 5 talent points were essentially a gift. As soon as the scrimmage began, Wei Dong received a pass from Nash and dunked to score the first 2 points. Basketball is a game for 5 players, but stars decide the outcome. Nash, who already needed double teaming, paired with a scoring maniac like Wei Dong, and by the end of the first quarter, the game was already showing signs of a blowout. At halftime, the starting team led by 26 points. In the third quarter, the starters began to ease off, not wanting the substitutes to lose too badly. Even so, the game ended with the starters still winning by over 10 points. Wei Dong shot 12 out of 17, efficiently scoring a game-high 31 points. After the game, Hill wiped his sweat with a towel, admiring, "Wei Dong, you've reached the level of a superstar." "I'm just curious why someone with your talent wasn't noticed before." "Not noticed." Wei Dong chuckled. He was quite the force back in Cuba. However, the level of CUBA, if placed in the NBA, was akin to children playing house. Even Wei Dong, who had won 4 finals MVPs in a row, would not have drawn NBA attention. His previous life was the best example. But now Wei Dong was different. He was a man with a system. Gortat also said, "With Wei Dong joining us, we will definitely make it to the playoffs this year." "Old Gortat, is reaching the playoffs enough for you?" Wei Dong walked over and patted Gortat's shoulder. "Our goal is the championship." "Yes, the championship." The teammates' spirits were lifted by Wei Dong, and they shouted together, "Go! Go!" Gentry watched this scene with satisfaction and turned to head to the manager's office. Wei Dong had only a short 10-day contract. After it ended, he must find a way to keep Wei Dong. He was the surprise of the Suns and their biggest hope this year. 15. Wei Dong happily watched his talent points change to 15. With 15 talent points, Wei Dong was a bit affluent, so he exchanged for another skill package, Battier's defensive package. Facing Kobe yesterday made Wei Dong realize that he still had significant deficiencies in defense. He relied on speed and jumping to stop that shot, but he couldn't defend like that throughout the game. Although his defense was maxed out, he was still lacking in experience. Fortunately, he had the skill package. For instance, by purchasing Battier's defensive package, now combined with his max defense, it became an enhanced version of Battier's defensive package. If he faced Kobe again, Wei Dong wouldn't let him score so easily. He decided to save 10 talent points for emergencies. If a game came down to the last moment, the effect of a luck potion would be akin to a skill package. Thinking of this, Wei Dong felt a bit regretful for not accumulating talent points during his time at Yen University. Feeling a bit frustrated, he saw his teammates preparing to leave and asked, "Does anyone want to challenge me unknown?" "No way." The teammates all waved their hands. "We just finished a scrimmage and are tired. We don't want to be humiliated." "Oh, let's not mention unknowns again." So cowardly, Wei Dong murmured, losing out on more than a dozen talent points. Moreover, given his current status, it was even less appropriate to challenge random people on the street. The next day, the Suns faced the Timberwolves. With Wei Dong joining the Suns, and having just broken the NBA single-quarter scoring record in the previous game, all eyes across China were on the Suns. Prior to this, there was a saying that the Rockets were the main team for China because of Yao Ming. After Yao Ming's retirement, a few players from China entered the NBA, but their development wasn't very smooth, so besides the Rockets, there weren't many teams that enjoyed unified support from China. Wei Dong's brilliant performance in the last game reignited hope among Chinese fans. Scoring 37 points in a single quarter was a feat even Yao Ming hadn't achieved. As evening fell, it was still the Suns' home court. However, this time, without the commentary of Yu Jia and Coach Zhang, Chinese fans could only watch the live broadcast through Langling Network, and the commentators were replaced by two unknown figures. Despite this, the game still attracted attention from the entire league. A player on a 10-2 contract breaking the NBA single-quarter scoring record was an honor for Wei Dong, but a disgrace for the league. If a player on a 10-2 contract can break the NBA record, does that imply the level of the NBA is quite? Before the game began, Gentry encouraged the players, saying, "Even though the Timberwolves are not strong, we must not let our guard down. Players like Love, Rubio, and Beasley are all very capable. One moment of carelessness could lead to our downfall." The players responded with a cheer and began to take the court. There are no weak teams in the NBA, this is a well-known fact. Before the game started, Rubio walked over to Wei Dong and greeted him. "Hello, Wei Dong." I'm Rubio. Wei Dong embraced Rubio, saying, "You are my idol. I'm not worthy of that." Rubio, a bit shy, shook his head. "I watched the footage of your game yesterday. Your three-point shooting is incredible. I would like you to teach me sometime." Rubio, known as the Golden Boy, has excellent passing skills, but as a point guard, shooting has been his weakness, which is why he sought Wei Dong. "Let's find a chance to practice together. Do you have any secrets to your accurate shooting?" "Secrets?" Wei Dong stroked his chin. "As long as you have a system." "A system? With systematic training, you could shoot as accurately as I do." "Great. I'll contact you during the off-season." Rubio said, "If you could help me with systematic training, that would be amazing." After chatting for a bit, Rubio and Wei Dong went off to do their pre-game warm-ups. The game was about to start. The Western Conference arena was packed. The Suns initially seemed destined to miss the playoffs, but Wei Dong's addition gave fans renewed hope. This game was highly anticipated, especially by the other 28 teams. Many scouts quietly arrived at the Western Conference arena. Wei Dong's 10-day contract was nearing its end, and they wanted to see if his last performance was just a fluke. The game began. The audience noticed that Wei Dong, who had a stunning performance in the last game, was starting as per Gentry's decision. It seems Gentry believed that Wei Dong's performance was certainly not just a flash in the pan. Timberwolves starters: Rubio, Love, Randolph, Beria, Beasley. Suns starters: Nash, Wei Dong, Lopez, Hill, Morris. As the game started, during the jump ball, Love tipped the ball to Rubio. Rubio, with the ball, dribbled to the front court and passed it to Beasley. As Beasley received the ball, Wei Dong closed in on him. "Target Wei Dong." Timberwolves head coach Adelman shouted from the sidelines, "Wei Dong isn't defending." "I'm not defending." Wei Dong glanced at Adelman. He had single-handedly defended against Kobe in the last game, yet Adelman claimed he wasn't defending. Was Adelman blind? Besides, Wei Dong had just redeemed a battier defensive package yesterday. Did he need to inform Adelman about it? Before the game, Adelman had laid out tactics, so after receiving the ball, Beasley made a change of direction and attempted to break through Wei Dong's defense. However, Wei Dong stayed closely on Beasley. "Can't shake him off." Beasley was taken aback. This shouldn't have happened. Didn't the coach say Wei Dong wasn't defending? He couldn't match Wei Dong's lateral movement speed. "I'm not defending, you must not pass the ball." Wei Dong began to verbally provoke Beasley while staying close. "You don't need to pass to beat me." Beasley scoffed and continued his attack. However, no matter how many changes of direction and accelerations he attempted, he couldn't shake off Wei Dong's defense. Beep. At this moment, the referee's whistle sounded. 24-second violation. Great play. Fans watching the live broadcast erupted in excitement as Wei Dong forced the Timberwolves into a 24-second violation on their first possession. "He has truly surprised me too much." Gentry murmured, "I thought he was already good enough, though I didn't expect to still be underestimating his abilities." The Suns inbound, and Nash brought the ball up the court. As Wei Dong ran towards the front court, he shrugged and gestured towards Adelman, as if helplessly saying, "I'm not defending. You did this trash talk, just reach the bench." Adelman's face darkened. The game had just started, and he was already losing his cool. Nash dribbled the ball to the front court, and Wei Dong had already positioned himself, while shouting, "Nash, pass me the ball." The moment he shouted this, it immediately attracted the attention of the Timberwolves defense. Nash smiled knowingly and took a quick stop for a three-pointer. Swish. The basketball went through the net. Wei Dong had used this tactic during the inter-team scrimmage yesterday. Because of his accuracy when he called out, he would definitely attract the opponent's defensive attention. At that moment, Nash would have less pressure and could shoot from three-point range. After years in the 180 club, Nash's shooting had no dead angles. With Wei Dong's addition, the Suns' offense became even more fluid. At halftime, it was 5-7-3-9. The Suns led by 18 points, with Wei Dong making 7 of 9 shots for a total of 19 points. During halftime, the atmosphere in the Suns' locker room was jubilant, as it had been a long time since they had played so comfortably. This season, the Suns occasionally had players shining, but no one could truly share the offensive pressure of the team. Most of the time, Nash had been enjoying being double-teamed. With Wei Dong, no team dared to double-team Nash and leave someone like Wei Dong a scoring machine open. In the Timberwolves locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. Adelman encouraged his players, saying, "Don't worry about Wei Dong's performance. After all, he is just a young man, without any big game experience, and cannot maintain high efficiency for the entire game." Coach Rubio reminded Wei Dong just scored 37 points in a single quarter a couple of days ago. So what? Adelman couldn't forget Wei Dong's provocative gaze, angrily replying, "He is still just a young man without big game experience. Honestly, I think it doesn't matter whether we win or lose this game. We have no hope of making the playoffs anyway," Randolph said, feeling somewhat down. "It's not about the buns, it's about pride." Adelman said, "My team does not allow for easy defeat." Love remained silent. He was the star player of the Timberwolves, but lacked the commanding presence of a leader. He could grab rebounds and score on the court, but in the face of adversity, he lacked the audacity of a true leader. For instance, now that the team was trailing, he remained silent. Rubio pursed his lips. He wanted to express his admiration for Wei Dong, who had become his idol. However, saying such words at this moment would dampen team morale, so he remained silent like Love. As the second half commenced, the Timberwolves seemed to be on the verge of giving up. Once Wei Dong entered the game, he quickly hit a series of three-pointers. Within less than 2 minutes of the third quarter, Wei Dong made 3 three-point shots in a row, bringing the score to 6-6-3-9. The deficit had widened to 27 points. Those 3 three-pointers completely shattered the Timberwolves' spirit. With 5 minutes left in the third quarter, Adelman pulled the starters, substituting in the bench players, officially marking the game as garbage time. Then Wei Dong and Nash were also taken off the court. "Wei Dong, do you want to go back in for a bit?" Gentry said with a smile, holding the stat sheet and walking over to Wei Dong. Wei Dong glanced at his game statistics: 39 points, 9 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. He knowingly asked, "Does the coach want me to keep playing because he thinks I lack experience and need to refine my skills?" "No. You have already scored 39 points, and there's still over a quarter left. You have the chance to reach 50 points. Even if you just go back in for a bit and score one more basket to hit 40 points, that would be a small honor. Besides, since you just entered the NBA, anything you do on the court will be forgiven." Gentry added, hoping to alleviate Wei Dong's concerns so he could confidently go back in and rack up points. Having broken the NBA single-quarter scoring record in the last game, if he could score another 50 points in this game, Wei Dong's reputation would skyrocket. Playing in garbage time to rack up points. Wei Dong shook his head and laughed. "Such shameless behavior, and you thought of it. If you don't want to, then forget it." Gentry felt his goodwill was wasted and walked away with the stats. Although Wei Dong had turned down his goodwill, Gentry was actually quite happy. Wei Dong was just too strong. Perhaps the Suns would really make it to the playoffs this year and even go far in the postseason. With 10 games left in the season, Gentry had already given up hope of making the playoffs. Now, having won 2 consecutive games, he felt a bit overconfident. Beep. As the referee's whistle blew, the game concluded. 9-7-8-1. The Suns defeated the Timberwolves. Wei Dong scored a total of 39 points and grabbed 9 rebounds, scoring 20 points in just 6 minutes during the third quarter. The scoring prodigy Wei Dong, that title had fully established itself in the NBA. All teams began to pay attention to Wei Dong, preparing to make a move on him since the playoffs were just around the corner. However, after a 10-day short contract, Wei Dong would become a free agent, theoretically allowing all 30 teams a chance to sign him. The only trouble was that Wei Dong did not have an agent, so teams wishing to sign him could only contact him directly. Unfortunately, Wei Dong's phone had been off, and in the Western Conference arena, even if scouts from various teams were hiding in the audience, no one had the guts to poach Wei Dong at the Suns' home court. At the post-game press conference, Deus waited for Wei Dong once again. It seemed the incident where Wei Dong called the police a couple of days ago hadn't bothered her at all. He had adjusted his mindset quickly, and she was determined to hold on to him. "Wei Dong, Deus is here again. She must be in love with you." Seeing Deus, Dudley joked, "Have you seen today's Sports Illustrated? You are on the cover of Sports Illustrated, which is an honor reserved for superstars." Wei Dong. It was hard to say whether he was happy or helpless. He knew he was handsome, but it was unlikely that he would catch the eye of the daughter of Shauna Media as soon as he arrived in America. When Lee Jejia arrives, will she get jealous? If Lee Jejia does get jealous, should Wei Dong beat up Deus to prove his innocence? Because he really had nothing to do with Deus. After a brief comment from Gentry, it was Nash's turn to be interviewed. Wei Dong pulled Nash aside and said, "Old monk, how about we do the interview together?" "Oh." Nash was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, "Sure." Originally, after Nash's interview, it would be Wei Dong's turn, but now that Wei Dong wanted to interview alongside Nash, it was fine. There was no rule stating that one must go first and the other second. However, regardless of the outcome, being interviewed by the press was one of the ethical duties of a player. Wei Dong couldn't just refuse to be interviewed out of his helplessness towards Deus. That would give the media a chance to catch him out, which would be quite inappropriate for someone just entering the league. "Wei, the handsome guy, you look so great today, though I'm in love with you." As soon as Wei Dong sat down, Deus picked. The daughter of Shauna Media spoke, and other journalists instantly fell silent. No one would choose to compete with Deus for attention at this moment, unless they wanted to ruin their careers. Thank you, Wei Dong said politely, wearing a gentle smile. I feel the same way. You too? Suddenly hit with joy, Deus was almost knocked over, her face flushed as she excitedly asked, You're in love with me too? Wei Dong shook his head. You misunderstood. I meant that I love myself too. Nash. What a flirtatious response. Just now Nash also thought Wei Dong meant he loved Deus. It turned out Wei Dong loved himself. Deus was stunned, and after a while she reacted, pouting, You will definitely fall in love with me. This time, it was Wei Dong's turn to be speechless. This Deus was really annoying. If she kept interviewing like this, Wei Dong would probably never have a serious post-game interview in his entire career. Wei Dong helplessly asked, Do you have any questions about the game? No. Deus shook her head firmly. I just want to talk to you. Wei Dong chuckled, A reporter like you should be banned from the industry, since you have no questions about the game. I'm saying this. Wei Dong pulled Nash away. This left Nash looking confused. The reporters hadn't even interviewed him yet, and he had just come to sit with Wei Dong for a while before being taken away. After Wei Dong left, Hill came over for an interview. The interview process finally returned to normal, but Wei Dong's comment about Deus deserving to be banned from the industry had scared the journalists. Only Wei Dong would dare to say such things. If it were them, they would only dare to be angry, but not speak up for Deus' family. Was the industry leader, and who got banned or not was decided by Deus' family in America. As the post-match press conference began, Dad Eli went to the parking lot to check if his car had been blocked again. Regardless of whether Dad Eli attended the conference, the reporters wouldn't care. This time Deus did not continue with such a boring task, probably having learned from the last experience. Dad Eli felt relieved and wanted to call Wei Dong to have him come directly to the parking lot, but Wei Dong's phone was turned off, so Dad Eli could only return to the stadium to find him. The post-match press conference had just concluded when Dad Eli returned. Wei Dong was sitting in the lounge engrossed in a sports magazine. If it weren't for Dudley's reminder, Wei Dong wouldn't have known that he was featured in the sports magazine, even becoming it. The sports magazine was the largest sports publication in country in this era. Being on the cover made Wei Dong somewhat smug, although he knew that this had something to do with Deus. Wei Dong, let's go. Dad Eli urged when he saw Wei Dong. Stop looking at that. My car isn't blocked this time. Let's hurry up and leave. What's the rush? Wei Dong tapped on the cover of the magazine and asked, Do you think I look handsome? The cover featured Wei Dong holding the MVP trophy from the Cuba finals, a photo taken by the media. It seemed that Shauna Media had some capability to find this picture. Absolutely handsome, incredibly cool. Let's hurry, or my car might get blocked again, and you'll have to ride back with Deus. Dad Eli reluctantly praised, pulling Wei Dong along and urging him to leave, feeling a vague sense of unease. Task: go for a drive with Deus tonight. Failure means no shower for a month. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Wei Dong's mind. Wei Dong wondered, System, are you frozen? You already issued this task the day before yesterday. Did I? Damn, are you still saying you're not frozen? Then just do it again. After saying this, the system disappeared again. Wei Dong found it quite frustrating. This system lacked creativity, issuing the same task twice. If you can't issue tasks, then don't be a system, alright. But before the system vanished this time, Wei Dong didn't let it go, which meant he had accepted the task. But why did this system want him not to shower? Especially since Wei Dong trained and competed every day, meaning he was always covered in sweat. If he didn't shower for a month, wouldn't he become a bioweapon when he stepped on the court? Not to mention his teammates, even opponents, would probably keep their distance. Although it sounded like a decent strategy with opponents holding their noses to avoid him scoring, would be effortless. However, Wei Dong couldn't bring himself to do such a disgusting thing. Dadley, are you sure your car hasn't been blocked this time? As they walked towards the parking lot, Wei Dong asked again. If Dudley's car wasn't blocked, then this system task was quite absurd. Dad Eli nodded. I'm absolutely sure. I even went down to take a look. Oh, Wei Dong replied. Arriving at the parking lot, Dad Eli pointed not far away and excitedly said, See, I told you my car wasn't blocked. It really isn't. Wei Dong had better eyesight and said, But your Ferrari looks a bit strange. The Ferrari had a very low chassis, which Wei Dong knew, but Dudley's Ferrari looked too low. He couldn't see the tires at all. The entire car resembled a legless toad lying flat on the ground. Damn, who the hell did this? Dad Eli exclaimed in agony as he approached. All four tires of his Ferrari had been deflated, and from a distance the tires were indeed invisible. I told you this wasn't going to be simple. Wei Dong chuckled, stroking his chin. The system's task was never without reason. A Deus was probably about to arrive. Wei Dong, how can you still laugh at a time like this? Dad Eli angrily shouted, This must have been done by that damn Deus. I want to kill her. Who do you want to kill? Just as Dad Eli finished speaking, Deus drove up in a Hummer. Dad Eli was about to curse, but suddenly remembered how Deus had pointed a gun at him, and he instantly backed down, asking in a muffled voice, Did you deflate my tires? Deis shook her head. I didn't do it. Looks like I misunderstood you. Daisy's anger subsided a bit, and he prepared to say a few kind words to Deis as he had just called her a damn woman, which she likely heard. But what Deis said next blocked all of Daisy's words. Deis said, however, I had someone else do it. You? Daddy clutched his chest, nearly choking from the shock. Deis picked up a black leather bag from the passenger seat and threw it into the Ferrari. There's $300,000 in there. Consider it your car repair money. Tonight I'll take the handsome way back. $300,000. Wei Dong smacked his lips. With that money, he could buy a small apartment in Phoenix City and bring Jia over to M country. All right then. Daisy's expression changed instantly. His car was only worth around $200,000, and $300,000 could buy a new one. So Daddy nodded and bowed, saying, Thank you, Miss Deis. Please take my brother away, or it's okay if he doesn't come back tonight. You really have no sense of loyalty. Wei Dong's face darkened. Daddy had no bottom line. That round face didn't look like a good person either. To sell out his brother for $300,000. If it were Wei Dong, he was sure he would also sell out Daddy. Brother, don't waste Miss Deis' time. Daddy, fearing Deis would change her mind, pushed Wei Dong, shoving him into. Wei Dong sat in the back seat again. This time, he was half pushed and half willing. Because he was carrying the system's task, he was eagerly looking forward to the reward for completing the task. Of course, if the system dared to give him a repeated reward this time, especially if it were a luck potion Wei Dong guaranteed, he could scold the system until it didn't recognize its own mother. You took the wrong way. As Deis just left the parking lot, Wei Dong reminded her. Deis smiled and said, Handsome Wei, you can report it again, but if you report the same thing twice, the police will think you're just bored and messing with them. Then the police might come looking for you instead. Sigh. Wei Dong rested his hands behind his head. Deis was right. In fact, Wei Dong hadn't intended to report it in the first place for the same reason Deis pointed out. Daisy drove forward for a while, and Wei Dong thought he had completed his task. He asked, Daisy, why do you keep pestering me? Because I like you. Daisy replied matter-of-factly. Wei Dong felt a bit helpless. Then tell me what you like about me, and I can change it right. Daisy was about to tell Wei Dong what she liked about him when she realized he meant what he could change. Daisy thought for a moment, turned her head with a mischievous smile. I just like your face. How can you change that? Well, that's something that really can't be changed. Wei Dong smiled. Actually, I can't change anything you like about me, because I have only virtues and no— Ha ha ha. Daisy was also amused by Wei Dong's words. Wei Dong glanced at Daisy and couldn't deny that she was a very beautiful girl, and Daisy's annoying behavior was just to grab Wei Dong's attention. This wasn't Daisy's fault, it was Wei Dong's excellence that caused it. Daisy, Wei Dong looked at Daisy, who was focused on driving, and said, I already have a girlfriend. My. Daisy's body visibly shook, and she turned to look at Wei Dong. You're not lying to me, are you? I'm not lying to you. Wei Dong shook his head. Can you focus while driving? It's dangerous to look back like that. Oh. Daisy responded, and parked the car by the roadside. She turned to Wei Dong and said, It was you who made the cover of the Sports Illustrated, right? Yes. Since you found that photo, it wouldn't be hard to find out whether I have a girlfriend. Just ask any student from Yenjing University, and you'll know. Oh. Daisy's expression became a bit dejected. Is that girl more beautiful than me? Of course. Wei Dong smiled. Not only is she more beautiful than you, but she is also more gentle, more caring, more elegant, more demure, cuter, kinder, and more generous than you. Stop right there. Daisy said angrily. Am I really that unremarkable? Wei Dong smiled. It's not that you're unremarkable, it's just that my girlfriend is too outstanding, so stop pestering me. I don't believe it. Daisy grinned slyly and crawled from the driver's seat to the back seat like a wildcat. I don't believe a man wouldn't cheat. Besides, where is there such a perfect woman in the world? Hey, what are you doing? Guess. If you keep this up, I might call for help. Go ahead, scream your lungs out, and see if anyone comes to rescue you. Scream your lungs out. Scream your lungs out. I'm coming, just surrender. Get lost. Oh. Wei Dong opened the car door and got out, straightening his clothes. The women in M country were too crazy, he almost lost his virtue. Daisy sat in the car, gritting her teeth and saying, Wei Dong, just you wait. I won't wait. Wei Dong waved his hand and walked away without looking back. The night wind in Phoenix City was a bit chilly. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and there was no need to go back to the Dudley house. Moreover, all 4 tires of the Ferrari had been deflated, and Dudley himself didn't know how to get back. Fortunately, Daisy hadn't driven far. Wei Dong decided to walk to the gym. It would take about an hour to walk back. He could just spend the night at the team dormitory, but walking on the streets of M country at such a late hour made Wei Dong feel a bit nervous. This was not China. If it were, Wei Dong would still be eating skewers and drinking beer with Li Pei at 3 in the morning. As he walked towards the gym, Wei Dong turned on his phone, wanting to chat with Li Jejia. However, as soon as the phone turned on, dozens of text messages popped up, all reminders of missed calls. Wei Dong had anticipated this. His team must have contacted him a lot in the past few days. Wei Dong didn't reply to these calls. If he wanted to talk, he wouldn't have turned off his phone. After deleting the text reminders one by one, Wei Dong opened his contacts wanting to call Li Jiejia for a chat. It should be noon in China now. He wondered what Li Jiejia had for lunch. Darling, I watched your game. You played so well. Basic moves, no need to cheer for me. Huh. It's just basic operations, no need to cheer for me. Wei Dong explained, remembering that these catchphrases hadn't existed in this era, which was why Li Jiejia didn't understand. On the phone, Li Jiejia huffed. Alright, you are too vain. Wei Dong chuckled and asked, have you? I have. I ate half a bowl of rice stir-fried pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and I also had a bowl of soup. Zhuangfei can eat so much she snatched half a bowl of my rice, and also ate 2 chicken legs. Li Jiejia chattered on about her lunch. Wei Dong listened quietly. Memories of the 3 years he found most perplexing flooded his mind. Li Jiejia had been there for him during every moment, warming his heart. When she finished, Wei Dong said, you are too thin, you need to eat more. Oh, Li Jiejia responded, asking, what are you doing? Me. Wei Dong replied, I'm still staying at Dudley's house tonight. I just arrived at the community and am walking to his house. Then you should go back and rest early. Love you. The call lasted about 10 minutes, and Li Jiejia felt a bit sorry for Wei Dong's phone bill. The two hung up together. Wei Dong did not tell Li Jiejia the truth. If he mentioned that he had been dumped by Daisy on the roadside, and it would take over an hour to walk back to the gym, Li Jiejia would surely worry about him. Wei Dong knew that Li Jiejia appeared delicate in front of him, but in reality, she was an extremely strong girl, a top student from Yenjing University. There was nothing simple about her, especially Li Jiejia was even more outstanding than her classmates. Without her strength, Wei Dong from his previous life would have already been ruined. Not long after Wei Dong hung up, another call came in. It would take more than half an hour to walk back to the gym, so Wei Dong simply answered the phone. No matter who it was, chatting for a bit could help pass the time. Hello, is this Mr. Wei Dong? That's me. Great, I'm Ross from the Bulls. Ross. Wei Dong knew who Ross was, and was surprised that he personally called him, so he smiled and said, hello, idol. I don't deserve to be called an idol. I know your 10-day short contract is about to expire. Are you interested in joining? Ross was calling to recruit Wei Dong. He continued, the Bulls are currently ranked first in the Eastern Conference. With you on board, we will definitely win the championship this year. Thank you. Wei Dong declined. I'm not considering joining another team for now. Ross paused for a moment. Alright, but if you do want to join the Bulls, remember to contact me. He'll persuade the team manager to offer you a contract that you'll be happy with. Not long after Ross hung up the phone, Wei Dong's phone rang again. Seeing another unfamiliar number from M Country, Wei Dong directly hung up and casually turned off his phone. Did he just hang up on me? On the other end of the line, James muttered, does Wei Dong not want to join the Heat and form a Big Four to challenge for the championship? Of course, Wei Dong had no idea. He had just hung up on James' call. He had already arrived at the gym. At this moment, the gym was empty. Wei Dong greeted the janitor and went to the dormitory to take a shower and sleep. Mission accomplished, reward bad luck potion. After lying down, the system's voice resonated in his mind. It seemed this system was fairly reliable. Although the missions were repetitive, the reward items were not. Bad luck potion increases bad luck value duration 24 seconds. This effect was the exact opposite of the lucky potion, also lasting 24 seconds. No need to think. This potion was intended for use against opponents. Wei Dong was not foolish enough to use the bad luck potion on himself. After exchanging for the Battier defensive package last time, today he defeated the Timberwolves again, maintaining his talent points at 15. The third day he was set to face the Grizzlies. Thanks to Wei Dong's outstanding performance, he secured his third victory since joining the Suns. In this game, Wei Dong's stats were points 31, rebounds 13, assists 3, steals 1, blocks 1. Wei Dong achieved his first double-double since entering the NBA. It was still a big double-double of 3010. After the game, Nash furrowed his brow. Wei Dong was the first to notice that something was off with Nash and walked over to ask old monk, what's wrong? My back is a bit uncomfortable. Nash frowned and said, it seems like my back injury has flared up again. Nash's back injury was an old ailment. Every time he rested, he would lie down on the floor to alleviate the pain. Hearing that Nash's back injury had flared up, his teammates all came over to express their concern. The team doctor also arrived, taking Nash back to the locker room for examination. A short while later, when the doctor came out, his expression was a mix of uncertainty. Doctor, how is Nash's condition? Gentry was the first to ask. He had just seen hopes for the playoffs, and if the star player Nash was injured at this time, it would undoubtedly douse the team's aspirations. Nash's condition is okay, the doctor said. The old injury has flared up, but it isn't serious. However, he will need to rest for at least 3 games. Oh, all the teammates exclaimed in surprise. With only 7 games left before the playoffs, if Nash rested for 3 games, it could directly block the Suns' path to the postseason. Coach, I think I can play. At this moment, Nash, supported by an assistant, walked out of the locker room and said to Gentry, I want to play in the next game. No way. Gentry directly refused. A back injury is no small matter. You must listen to the doctor and take at least 3 games off. Coach. Nash wanted to argue further, but was again rebuffed by Gentry. His teammates also came over to comfort Nash, assuring him that even without him, they would definitely help the team win those 3 games. At the post-game press conference, the Suns were all weighed down with worries. After casually answering a few questions from the reporters, they strangely noticed that 2 people were absent from the press conference. One was Wei Dong, and the other was the star player Nash. Why didn't Wei Dong and Nash attend the post-game press conference? The reporters left with a belly full of questions. They could probably guess why Wei Dong was absent, as Deus had come again today. Anyone who wasn't blind could see that Wei Dong had some aversion towards Deus. However, Nash's absence was quite strange. Of course, the reporters only guessed half right. Nash and Wei Dong did not attend the press conference because they had gone to the owner's office. Suns owner Sar arrived at the gym tonight specifically because there was an important matter to address. Dong, thank you for joining the Suns. Seeing Wei Dong, Sar proactively extended a warm hand, intending to warm Wei Dong's heart. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to join the NBA. Wei Dong smiled and said, you are my idol. Sar. Gentry and Nash had become somewhat immune to Wei Dong's statement. He liked to say this to everyone he met. During training scrimmages, Wei Dong had said this to both Nash and Hill before leading the bench players to defeat the starters. In the game against the Lakers, he had told Kobe this before scoring 37 points in a single quarter. In the game against the Timberwolves, he had said this to Rubio, finishing the game early after 3 quarters. Now as he said this to Sar, what was Wei Dong trying to convey? I can't take that title. I'm just a businessman. Sar waved his hand and stated directly, your 10-day short contract is about to expire. Have you considered renewing with the team? Yes. Wei Dong nodded with a smile. Sar's primary purpose for meeting Wei Dong today was this. He believed that since Wei Dong did not have an agent and had just arrived in M country, he might not be familiar with the league's rules. He didn't want to shortchange Wei Dong. As long as Wei Dong decided to renew with the team, he could offer some sincerity. Since you are considering renewing with the team, this matter can be easily resolved. Sar said, I am willing to offer a 3-year contract worth $21 million. What do you think? 3 years for $21 million. In 2012, this contract could be considered a middle-class contract. Although it didn't reach the level of a star player's contract for someone who had only played 3 games in the NBA, it was already a sign of sincerity. The fact that the owner was willing to offer such a contract already expressed goodwill. Nash and Gentry remained silent. They had come along to persuade Wei Dong if he had already been in contact with other teams and wanted to join them. However, since Wei Dong directly stated his intention to renew with the team, this became a matter between Sar and Wei Dong. Whether Sar could present a contract that satisfied Wei Dong would be the key to the success of this matter, and Nash and Gentry could not intervene. Nash half lay on the sofa to relieve the pain in his back, while Gentry remained silent. There's another game against the Rockets the day after tomorrow. Wei Dong suddenly smiled. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. There should be many team managers going to the Toyota Center, right? As soon as Wei Dong said this, Sar's eyelids twitched. A few days ago, he had heard Gentry mention that Wei Dong had rejected Jeff and Rich, leaving them infuriated. Initially, he thought that not having an agent would make things much easier. Sar believed that Wei Dong, who had yet to graduate from college, should be naive and innocent. However, Wei Dong's statement was quite intriguing. Wei Dong did not mention the contract issue, but expressed his desire to renew with the Suns. This was Wei Dong's sincerity, but now it was time to see Sal's sincerity. Sal offered a 3-year contract worth $21 million, and Wei Dong did not indicate whether he was satisfied with the contract. However, Wei Dong's statement would likely prompt many team managers to rush to the Toyota Center. The implication was all too clear. Sal asked, have you received any calls from team managers in the past few days? No. Wei Dong shook his head, not hiding from Sal. My phone has been off. I can only play 4 games in the NBA, and I cherish this opportunity without wanting to be disturbed by the outside world. You are a player with professionalism. Sal gave a thumbs up and changed his tone. I am willing to offer you a 3-year contract worth $36 million. What do you think? But Wei Dong seemed not to hear Sal's words and continued, after the game the day after tomorrow, I will have the energy to handle matters outside of the games. Sal did not expect that Wei Dong was still unsatisfied with the star player contract. He felt that Wei Dong was being a bit unreasonable and said irritably, what kind of contract do you think would be appropriate for you? Wei Dong replied, I just need a contract that lasts until the end of the season. The moment these words, Nash sat up from the sofa. Gentry frowned, and even Sal was curious. In all their years in the NBA, it was rare for a player to give up a long contract for a short one. Why? Sal couldn't understand Wei Dong's actions. The way Wei Dong negotiated earlier made him realize that Wei Dong was no ordinary player, but now his thoughts made Sal feel that Wei Dong was quite naive. Wei Dong countered, boss, if the Suns win the championship this season, what kind of contract do you think I could get next season? Is that how you think? Sal's eyes widened, his teeth clenched together in excitement, not anger. If you can win the FMVP this season, it'll give you a top contract in the league. As expected of the team owner, Sal, despite his excitement, spoke carefully. He referred to Wei Dong winning the FMVP. The underlying implication of this statement was that the Suns needed to win the championship and Wei Dong had to be the best player in the finals, which was a high demand. Exactly. Wei Dong understood Sal's meaning and said with a smile, "Then do you think I would be interested in a 3-year contract worth $36 million? Good lad, ambitious." Sal handed Wei Dong a cigar, but Wei Dong shook his head in refusal. Sal cut it open himself, lit one, and said, "I'll see if you can lead the Suns to the championship this year. Since you want a short contract until the end of the season, I will offer you a $500,000 contract. What do you think?" "Thank you, boss." Wei Dong smiled and nodded. Sal was a decent person, and this contract was very risky. It was uncertain whether the Suns would even make the playoffs, and after the next game there would only be 6 games left in the entire season. If the Suns did not make the playoffs, Wei Dong would effectively earn $500,000 for just 6 games, which amounted to over $80,000 per game, a sum unheard of in the NBA. Gentry said, "Wei Dong, Nash won't be playing in the next game. The team is relying on you." "No problem." Wei Dong patted his chest, "I've got this covered." Nash said, "I really admire your confidence. I don't know why, but I feel like this year is the closest I've been to the championship." Ha ha. Sal was also very happy and said to Wei Dong, "Come in the morning tomorrow to sign the contract. If you need any help in Phoenix, just let me know. I have some influence in this area. There are actually a few things I need help with." Since Sal said this, Wei Dong was not polite. "I want to quickly buy a house and a car in Phoenix and bring my girlfriend over." "Not bad. The Huaxiao people value emotions more than Americans." Sal nodded. "I have plenty of houses and cars. Feel free to take them. Why spend your own money?" Wei Dong smiled and said, "I appreciate the kindness, but I prefer to use my own things. Boss, if you have time in the next few days, help me out. About $3 million will do." With a $500,000 contract, Wei Dong would have less than $4 million left after taxes, and he needed to keep some capital. After all, he was a billionaire in his past life and would not settle for just being a star player this time. This $3 million would be enough to buy a nice house and a decent car in Phoenix. The next morning, there were 2 sports news articles. The first reported that the Suns star Nash had a back injury and the return date was uncertain. The second news story topped the trending charts in Huaxia. Wei Dong signed a short contract worth $500,000 with the Suns, lasting until the end of the season. This meant that if the Suns did not make the playoffs, Wei Dong would earn $83,000 per game over the next 6 games. This price instantly deterred other teams looking to recruit Wei Dong. No team was willing to offer such a contract for a player who had only played 3 games in the NBA. Moreover, although this contract was short considering the salary per game, it was beyond what Kobe and LeBron could even dream of. A $30 million contract for an 82-game season would only amount to about $300,000 per game. Rose saw this news after the game and understood why Wei Dong had rejected him a few days ago. Such a contract was not something the Bulls would offer. James fell silent after seeing the news. It turned out he was not the only one who noticed Wei Dong's extraordinary talent. Huaxiao fans were ecstatic. The calmest person was Wei Dong himself. After signing the contract, he called Li Jiejia to inform her about his plans to buy a house in Phoenix, telling her to pack her bags and come to Phoenix after her thesis defense. Li Jiejia was both happy and calm. She was happy that Wei Dong was starting to pursue his dreams, and calm because she believed he would definitely carve out his own path, which was her confidence in Wei Dong. This is Wei Dong's first away game since entering the NBA. At first, his teammates worried he would be nervous, but on the plane, seeing Wei Dong listening to music with headphones, they realized it was actually them who were tense. This time they are facing the Rockets. For the Suns, this is crucial. After 3 consecutive home victories, the Suns share the same record as the Rockets. This means that the winning team of this game will rank 9th, while the losing team will be 10th. Both the Suns and the Rockets are determined to win this match. In such an important game, the Suns star player Nash is sidelined due to injury, which is undoubtedly the worst news for the Suns. Gentry hadn't slept well all night, and Wei Dong noticed the dark circles under Gentry's eyes before getting. The point guard was originally the strongest link for the Suns, but with Nash injured, it has now become their weakness, as no one in the current lineup can fulfill the role of point guard. The game is about to start, yet Gentry has not put together a reasonable lineup. Seeing Gentry furrowing his brows, Wei Dong said, "Coach, let me play the point guard position this game." "You?" Gentry looked at Wei Dong. "I trust you understand the importance of the point guard position. Are you sure you?" On the basketball court, the 1 position is the point guard, the 2 position is the shooting guard, the 3 is the small forward, the 4 is the power forward, and the 5 is the center. Wei Dong has proven himself in 3 games, showing he is well-rounded on both offense and defense with strong rebounding abilities. However, he has always played as a shooting guard because he is a scoring machine. In those 3 games combined, Wei Dong scored over 100 points, but only had 5 assists. Can a player averaging less than 2 assists per game effectively play the point guard position? Coach, please believe in me. Wei Dong said confidently, although I can't compare to my idol Nash, I can play the point guard position well. Another idol. His teammates exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and surprise. Fortunately, Nash did not travel with the team to Houston, otherwise hearing Wei Dong call him an idol would have made Nash choke with laughter, as every player Wei Dong idolized had been overshadowed by him. Alright. Wei Dong's response boosted Gentry's confidence, and he said tonight Wei Dong will play the point guard. The game is about to start, and it will be broadcast live in China. Yu Jia and director Zhang are seated at the commentary table preparing for a pre-game analysis. Yu Jia looked at the stats, and Wei Dong scored 107 points, grabbed 29 rebounds, and had 5 assists in his first 3 games, averaging 35 points and 10 rebounds. These are the stats of a top player in the league. However, passing is Wei Dong's weak point. He only managed 5 assists in those 3 games. Yu Jia asked, with Nash injured, how do you think the Suns should cope? It's going to be tough. Besides Nash, the Suns don't even have a qualified point guard. I think they should bring Warwick in to play the point guard position. Do you think Gentry will arrange for Wei Dong to play the point guard position? Yu Jia asked. Director Zhang laughed. No way, Wei Dong lacks playmaking ability. He is just a scoring machine. Everyone is speculating about how Gentry will arrange the lineup with Nash injured. Originally, many team managers were expected to visit the Toyota Center that day, because after this game Wei Dong's 10-day contract would expire, and they wanted to approach him to sign him. However, the day before the Suns announced they had signed Wei Dong for the rest of the season for $5 million. This price deterred all other teams. The game begins, and the players take the court. The big screen also displays the rosters for both teams, and without a doubt Wei Dong is still in the starting lineup. The Suns' starting lineup is Wei Dong, Hill, Gortat, Reed, and Dudley. This lineup has changed significantly compared to previous ones. As soon as the lineup was announced, everyone's first focus was on the point guard position, and they all saw that Wei Dong was assigned to it. Is Gentry out of his mind? The audience laughed at seeing Wei Dong at the point guard position. He actually put Wei Dong, who only had 5 assists in 3 games, in the one position. Doesn't that mean the Suns are just letting Wei Dong play solo while the other 4 watch? What a foolish— But Wei Dong brings us so many surprises. Been rather looking forward to it. The outside discussions were lost on Wei. The moment he stepped onto the court, his eyes were only on the game. Boys, are you ready? The game is about to start, and Gentry rallied the players once more. Ready? Let's win this game. Go. Go. The Suns players shouted as they entered the arena. Here we go. Wei Dong squinted, realizing he had 15 talent points left and could redeem another skill package. The Nash passing package. Without a doubt, Wei Dong chose Nash's passing skill. In this game, he intends to showcase his playmaking ability to everyone. With the system, he is capable of anything. Beep. The game begins as DeLimbert passes the ball to Dragic. Dragic, a former teammate of Wei Dong, dribbles the ball up the court, and Wei Dong immediately goes on the defense. I never thought you'd actually play the point guard, Dragic said while dribbling, and his comment was not meant to mock Wei Dong. Because if a scoring machine like Wei Dong also had playmaking ability, it would be extraordinary. Is that surprising? Wei Dong smiled. Dragic couldn't find an opportunity outside the 3-point line and passed the ball to Martin, who dribbled twice and took a jump shot. Clang. The ball hit the rim. Gortat grabbed the rebound and passed the ball to Wei Dong. Holding the ball, Wei Dong faced Dragic's defense and said, "Can you stop me? I might not be able to stop you, but my teammates won't let you score easily." Dragic replied. "All right," Wei Dong smirked, controlling the ball with one hand and raising the other to signal Gortat to come up. Gortat understood. With Gortat's screen, Wei Dong easily got past Dragic. Rockets coach Mikhail immediately stood up from the bench and shouted, "Guard Wei Dong tightly, don't let him score easily." DeLimbert rushed in, and as Wei Dong drove to the basket, everyone thought he was going to shoot over DeLimbert, when suddenly another figure dashed in. Wei Dong made a bounce pass to Gortat. Gortat was momentarily stunned upon receiving the ball. The pass was so comfortable it felt like Nash was feeding it to him. At that moment, faced with an empty basket, Gortat wasted no time leaping up for a powerful dunk, slamming the ball into the hoop. 0-2. The Suns score the first 2 points. "What a great shot!" Yu Jia exclaimed loudly in the live stream. "The combination of Nash and Gortat is nothing extraordinary." Coach Zhang remarked, "For this play, Wei Dong could have chosen to drive to the basket himself, but with his scoring ability, DeLimbert wouldn't be able to stop him." The Suns bench erupted with excitement as Lopez jumped up vigorously, waving a towel. Gentry smiled at the scene. However, when he turned to see the Rockets coach Mikhail, Gentry felt he needed to maintain some composure. So he remained seated, arms crossed, exuding an air of confidence, as if everything was under control. Wei Dong's pass, just now, the trajectory and timing were top-notch. It seems that in the first 3 games, the reason Wei Dong had so few assists was simply because Nash was on the court. He only needed to act as a scorer. Dragic was momentarily stunned, but Wei Dong actually passed. Meanwhile, on the Rockets side, Scola scored 2 points inside. The ball returned to the Suns. Wei Dong dribbled to the front court and Reed had already positioned himself in the corner. After drawing defensive attention, Wei Dong made a long pass, and the basketball landed in Reed's hands. Reed, upon receiving the ball, was also momentarily taken aback. The pass was incredibly smooth. A top-notch point guard not only delivers the ball, but also facilitates the play, ensuring teammates receive the ball in the most comfortable manner. Nash excelled at this, and now with Wei Dong, who possesses exceptional talent. This is not merely a Nash-style passing package, it's a Nash passing package plus. After receiving the ball, Reed took a three-pointer without hesitation. Swish! The basketball went through the net cleanly. 2-5. In the next 5 minutes, Wei Dong took only 2 shots, making 1 and scoring 2 points. However, when his teammates found themselves open, they could always receive Wei Dong's passes comfortably. At 1-1-1-9, the Suns have taken an 8-point lead with only 2 points from Wei Dong, yet he has already secured 6 assists. In the Huaxiao livestream, Yu Jia said, "Coach Zhang, you're mistaken. Wei Dong is not just a passer, he is a master of passing." Coach Zhang replied, "I have watched some of Wei Dong's Cuba game footage these past few days, and he is like a different person." Yu Jia remarked, "A player who rises to the occasion can bring us immense surprises." Coach Zhang agreed, saying, "Indeed, Wei Dong is the pride of Huaxia. I look forward to the Suns making it to the playoffs this year." Yu Jia confidently stated, "There is no doubt about that." The game started with the Suns trailing by 8 points, but this is not due to the Rockets' weakness. After all, the Suns even let Nash play. The reason for their unpreparedness was due to major tactical issues. McHale was certain that the Suns did not have a good point guard, so he instructed his players to focus on preventing Wei Dong from scoring, unaware that Wei Dong's passing was even harder to defend. In fact, Wei Dong didn't score much either, making only 2 points in the first 5 minutes, his lowest in the last 4 games. However, his playmaking ability, especially his passing, is exceptional. He is indeed a top-tier point guard. Wei Dong revitalized the entire team through his passing. Wei Dong has just entered the NBA, and everyone is still unfamiliar with his style. That's quite normal. But it's fine, basketball is a team sport. Wei Dong is currently playing the point guard position. We can treat him as if he were Nash. After McHale set the strategy, the timeout was over, and the game resumed. McHale's tactical arrangement was correct. Nash's most terrifying ability is how he uplifts his teammates, but his scoring ability cannot be overlooked. In McHale's eyes, Wei Dong is merely a better scoring option with a stronger defense than Nash. After the timeout, the Rockets initiated their offense with 3 passes and 2 drives, finally getting the ball to Martin, who made a jump shot. The score is now 1-3-1-9. The Rockets have closed the gap by 2 points. Wei Dong once again organized the attack, bringing the ball up the court with Battier defending him. Wei Dong executed a sharp crossover. After getting past Battier, Wei Dong charged towards the basket, where DeAndre Jordan was already in position waiting to deliver a big block. "Watch out for Wei Dong's passing," McHale shouted from the sidelines. Wei Dong maintained a calm expression as he soared towards the basket, appearing like a helicopter taking off. Bang! Wei Dong leaped over DeAndre Jordan and powerfully dunked the basketball into the hoop. Top 10 play. Top 10 play. Yu Jia shouted in the live stream. That was so violent. This play is definitely going to make the annual top 10 highlights. Coach Zhang was momentarily stunned. This dunk is something only top-tier superstars in the NBA can achieve. In the first 3 games, Wei Dong had played more like a shooter. However, this dunk proved that Wei Dong is not merely a shooter. It was almost there. As he returned to defense, Wei Dong shook his head, seemingly unsatisfied with that play. It appears he still needs to exchange for a Carter dunk package when he has enough talent points. Nonetheless, this dunk extinguished the Suns' momentum in closing the score. After the halftime, the score was 4-7-5-9. The Suns lead by 12 points. Wei Dong's first half stats: 13 points, 11 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block. Back in the locker room, his teammates excitedly wanted to embrace Wei Dong. The game isn't over yet. Wei Dong pushed away his teammates and said, "In the second half, the Rockets will definitely start their counterattack. We cannot let our guard down. We must win this game. Go, go, go." His teammates encouraged each other. Gentry watched this scene, feeling a deep sense of emotion. Wei Dong has only played 4 games, but already exudes the aura of a team leader. Staying humble in victory and resilient in defeat describes Wei Dong. Until the game is over, Wei Dong remains calm. With Nash absent, the entire team has centered around Wei Dong. If it were 10 days ago, the Suns would have essentially given up the game without Nash. In the second half, the strategy will still revolve around Wei Dong. Gentry held the tactical board, assigning strategies to the players. Seeing Wei Dong draped in a towel and remaining silent, Gentry asked with concern, "Wei Dong, are you all right?" Wei Dong waved his hand and replied, "I'm fine. Coach, please continue with the strategy." Since Nash is absent, Wei Dong hasn't rested for a minute in the first half, dominating both ends of the court. He truly carries the team forward. Although Wei Dong's stamina is at its peak in the NBA, having peak stamina is not unique to Wei Dong. Carrying the team while playing the entire game is incredibly taxing on stamina, so Wei Dong is making the most of his time to recover. The second half began, and Skolka scored repeatedly inside the paint. Skolka had once been Yao Ming's teammate. Chinese fans knew him well for his exceptional footwork in the low post. In this game, he seemed to dominate the Suns' interior with near impunity. The score gradually narrowed, forcing Gentry to call a timeout. As Gentry diagrammed the next set, Wei Dong said, "Coach, I'll guard Skolka." "You." Gentry stared at Wei Dong, stunned. "You're already exhausted. Leave the defense to your teammates. I can do it. He can't be allowed to run rampant like this." "Very well." Gentry nodded and reconfigured the defensive assignment. CCTV broadcast studio. Ujia defense has always been the Suns' weakest link, and against a seasoned veteran like Skolka, they've struggled to find an answer. If this isn't resolved, the Suns could be in real danger tonight. Ujia coach Zhang, who do you think Gentry will assign to guard Skolka after the timeout? Gortat, most likely. He lacks defensive experience, but he has height. After the timeout, the Rockets continued their strategy of spreading the floor, inviting Skolka to operate unknown in the post. When Skolka secured the ball deep in the paint, Lopez drifted outward, while Wei Dong surged inward and held his ground against Skolka. Wei Dong is guarding Skolka. Wei Dong stands only 1.98 meters tall. Against Skolka, that's a glaring height disadvantage. Can he actually contain him? Fans were stunned to see Wei Dong voluntarily take on Skolka. What kind of strategy was this? Skolka matched up against Wei Dong visibly faltered. His signature weapon was his post footwork, a technique devastating against slower, lumbering big men. But now facing someone shorter yet quicker, that advantage evaporated entirely. Still, Skolka possessed elite basketball IQ. After only a split-second hesitation, he chose the safest option, a back-to-the-basket isolation move. Especially given Wei Dong's leaner frame compared to that hulking, muscle-bound giant, Skolka assumed his strength would be insufficient, so he drove hard into Wei Dong, grinding toward the basket. Ugh. 3 brutal drives, and Wei Dong didn't budge an inch. It felt as though he'd locked horns with one of the NBA's true power beasts. Skolka was dumbfounded. How could Wei Dong possess such extraordinary strength? When the post-up failed, Skolka feinted and launched a jump, but Wei Dong had already deciphered his pattern. The instant the ball left Skolka's fingertips, Wei Dong leapt, his fingertip grazing the ball, sending it clanging off the rim. Rebound. All the big men lunged toward the hoop, but Wei Dong was faster. Already positioned beneath the basket, he sword snatched the ball and launched an immediate fast break. Ujia Wei Dong actually stopped him. Coach Zhang, Skolka's famed post footwork loses much of its lethality against a quicker defender like Wei Dong. That was merely what observers saw. For Skolka, the reality was visceral. It wasn't speed or footwork that neutralized him. It was Wei Dong's terrifying strength. 3 relentless drives, and not a single millimeter of give. Wei Dong had become the Rockets' defensive linchpin. Consequently, he found it increasingly difficult to receive clean looks at the basket. Thompson's shooting package thrived only when supported by elite teammates. In his debut NBA game, Wei Dong had dropped 37 points in a single quarter, a feat made possible because no one viewed him as a threat. He was dismissed as a rookie and thus rarely targeted defensively. Coupled with otherworldly shooting touch, that night the legend was born. Skolka had scored 4 straight baskets inside against the Suns. Wei Dong bristled. He still had 10 talent points remaining, so he promptly exchanged them for Skolka's post footwork package. Wei Dong advanced the ball up court and passed to Hill. After scanning the floor and finding no clear opening, Hill spotted Wei Dong sealing deep in the post and fired a perfect entry pass. Upon receiving the ball, Camby closed in tightly. Is Wei Dong going to attack inside? Yu Jiao paused mid-broadcast. We've never seen him operate in the post before. Then she watched. Wei Dong pivoted left then right, gliding smoothly toward the rim. With his right foot anchoring his left, swept twice in rapid succession. And before he'd even begun his shooting motion, Camby was sent sprawling. Wei Dong finished with an effortless hook shot. Beautiful. The Suns' bench erupted. Players leapt from their seats, waving towels wildly. Wei Dong had just repaid the Rockets with Skolka's own signature move, the ultimate morale booster. What? Skolka's eyes widened. Wasn't that his post footwork? This was his trademark, his hallmark, his very identity in the NBA. When had Wei Dong learned it? And how could he execute it with even greater polish, even more liquid grace? Skolka failed again in his next isolation attempt against Wei Dong. When the Suns regained possession, Wei Dong immediately sealed again, deep in the paint. Viewers watching live leapt to their feet, eyes riveted. They longed to see Wei Dong deploy Skolka's footwork once more. Wei Dong didn't disappoint. 2 subtle fakes. Camby flew past again, and Wei Dong floated in for an easy layup. 3rd time. 4th. 5th. After Wei Dong once more sent Camby stumbling, the furious big man yanked Wei Dong down. Beep. Foul. And the basket. The referee awarded a 3-point play. At the free throw line, Wei Dong bounced the ball twice, then grinned at Skolka. Idol, consider these 5 buckets my welcome gift. Skolka's face darkened. At last he grasped the full measure of Wei Dong's audacity. Swish! Wei Dong sank the free throw with icy composure. 62-77. The deficit ballooned to 15 points, and time in the third quarter was rapidly dwindling. Though the Rockets mounted two brief offensive surges afterward, the 15-point gap held firm until the final buzzer. Even the fans at the Toyota Center stood up to applaud Wei Dong, shouting MVP. 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 After Yao Ming, Houston fans encountered another incredibly talented Chinese player. At the end of the game, Wei Dong's stats were 37 points, 17 rebounds, 13 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks. In his fourth NBA game, Wei Dong achieved a remarkable triple-double of 37 points, 17 rebounds, and 13 assists, leading the Suns to their fourth consecutive victory, surpassing the Rockets in the Western Conference to rank 9th. They are only 2 wins behind the 8th-ranked Jazz. After all the matches on this day concluded, Wei Dong glanced at the Western Conference standings. Spurs 669, Thunder 6,412, Lakers 5,917, Grizzlies 5,422. Clippers 5,423, Nuggets 5,324, Mavericks 4,729, Jazz 4,432, Suns 4,333, Rockets 4,234. The Suns were only 1 win behind the Jazz, who were in 8th place in the West. Although it seemed easy, breaking into the top 8 of the Western Conference was still quite challenging. There were only 6 matches left, and all 6 opponents the Suns had to face were teams in the top 8 of the Western Conference. Among them were 2 matches against the first-place Spurs, 1 match against the second-place Thunder, as well as the Clippers, Nuggets, and a do-or-die match against the Jazz. In contrast, the Jazz had only 2 opponents from the top 8 in their next 6 matches, making their schedule significantly easier than that of the Suns. Wei Dong's 10-day short contract was about to expire. With the 10-day contract, he scored 37, 31, 39, and 37 points in 4 games, averaging 36 points per game. This season, the top scorer in the NBA was Durant, averaging 28 points per game, while Wei Dong surpassed him by a full 8 points. After the contract expired, Wei Dong signed a short-term deal worth $5 million with the team, preventing other teams from trying to poach him. Even the wealthiest teams lacked the guts to offer such a contract. In the next 6 matches for the Jazz, aside from the one against the Suns, if the Jazz remained undefeated, the Suns would have to win all their games to make it to the playoffs. As soon as the game ended, the Suns flew to San Antonio. They were set to face the Western Conference leading Spurs back-to-back without Nash. Before the game, the Spurs studied Wei Dong's game footage, and after watching it, all the players fell silent. This Chinese kid had entered the NBA without any warning and had already made a name for himself in just 4 games. After reviewing the footage, the old fox Popovich surprisingly couldn't think of any method to contain Wei Dong. Currently, Wei Dong displayed an incredibly powerful offensive skill set, ironclad defense, and exquisite passing. This gave Popovich a sense of facing Kobe. Especially in the last game, Wei Dong faced the Rockets relentlessly, using Skola's interior footwork to overpower the Rockets' inside defense, which gave Popovich quite a headache. The Spurs' interior defense had also suffered from Skola's techniques before, and Wei Dong was using them even better than Skola. The Suns only have Wei Dong, he is not to be feared. The game is about to start. Popovich pushed aside his chaotic thoughts. Basketball is a team sport. The Suns only have Wei Dong, we can definitely beat them. As the players warmed up on the court, Wei Dong saw Duncan and shouted, "Hey Duncan." Duncan turned to look at Wei Dong. "Watch my windmill dunk." Wei Dong yelled, dribbled the ball a couple of times, jumped, and executed a windmill dunk, slamming the ball into the basket. Duncan. Spurs players. Suns players. Wei Dong's mindless windmill dunk created an awkward moment for the warming-up players. Awkward. Wei Dong mumbled. He suddenly realized this wasn't his previous life. Even if it were Duncan's world-shocking windmill dunk happened in 2014, which hadn't yet occurred. "Hello," Duncan said blankly to Wei Dong. "You are an impressive player. Thank you for the compliment, idol." After saying this, Wei Dong walked to the sidelines, pretending to drink water to cover his embarrassment. This game was also being broadcasted in China. Although everyone hoped Wei Dong could win, the outlook for the Suns was grim. No one believed that the Suns without Nash could defeat the first-place Spurs. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the game began. As the game started, Wei Dong entered a unknown mode. He received the ball, made a significant move to shake off Parker's defense, and while contending with Duncan's interior defense, forcefully made a layup, completing a 21. Wei Dong's desire to score is very strong today. Yu Jia commented on the game, noting that after the game began, Wei Dong continuously attacked the Spurs' interior. The Spurs had one of the top 3 defensive efficiencies in the league, but today Wei Dong was like a sharp blade. The Spurs' defense seemed non-existent in his eyes. 2-1-2-3. The Suns are ahead by 2 points, with Wei Dong hitting 4 out of 9 attempts, scoring a total of 17 points. Although his shooting percentage is not high, all of Wei Dong's attacks are focused on driving into the paint, and even if he misses, he can still draw fouls from the Spurs. In the CCTV broadcast studio, Ujia, today Wei Dong has been relentlessly attacking the Spurs inside, going for layups despite the defenders abandoning his most proficient three-point shooting. Zhang Jidao, don't you think Wei Dong's style of play today resembles someone? Ujia Iverson. I've thought of that long ago. Zhang Jidao, Wei Dong's ability to drive past defenders is strikingly similar to Iverson's. Ujia, Wei Dong is too strong. In the last game, he schooled the Rockets' inside players with Skola's footwork. Zhang Jidao, Wei Dong is destined to become a top-tier superstar. Ujia. I believe he has the potential to become the #1 player in the league. Such situations occur frequently, yet the Spurs have always remained calm. However, today Popovich felt a subtle unease in his heart, as something was not quite right. The Spurs lineup has been adjusted with Duncan and Parker off the court, while Ginobili remains on the floor. The Suns have also made adjustments, but Wei Dong is still on the court. To secure this game, Wei Dong must play. He has no opportunity to rest. Ginobili is exceptionally strong. He scores with a slithering drive to the basket as soon as he comes on the court. 2-3-2-3. The Spurs have tied the score. But this is just the beginning for the Spurs. Once Wei Dong has the ball, he continues with his unknown mode. The defensive capability of the substitutes is considerably weaker than that of the starters. Even when double-teamed, Wei Dong still finds opportunities to break through. As he drives to the basket, it doesn't matter if there is 1, 2, or 3 defenders standing under the hoop. In Wei Dong's eyes, there is only the hoop. He repeatedly powers through the defense of 2 or 3 players, sending the ball into the basket. Wei Dong is on a rampage. Yu Jia exclaimed, I can hardly remember how many times he has fallen to the ground after a layup. 3 times. Zhang reminded him. Yu Jia. If Zhang were not an esteemed senior, Yu Jia would have wanted to retort. He was about to say, was it about how many times Wei Dong fell to the ground? He merely uses this statement to illustrate how hard Wei Dong is fighting today. 2936. With no other option, Popovich was forced to send Duncan and Parker back onto the court, despite their brief rest. Duncan would not normally fall for such a feint, but throughout the game Wei Dong had consistently driven hard to the basket under tight defense, never attempting any fakes, lulling Duncan into complacency. Now, a subtle smirk flickered across Wei Dong's lips as he leaned heavily into Duncan and launched the ball with an exaggerated motion, shouting loudly, "Ah! Foul! He's drawing a foul." Popovich instantly deciphered Wei Dong's ploy, yet the performance was so over-the-top it bordered on theatrical. Foul! Foul! The moment the ball left his hands, Wei Dong rushed toward the referee, gesturing emphatically that Duncan had committed a shooting foul. The referee's whistle pierced the air. He strode toward the scorer's table and signaled clearly white jersey no. 21. Shooting foul. 2 free throws. Duncan stared blankly at Wei Dong. How devious. Popovich, seething, slammed his clipboard onto the floor. Why did Wei Dong deliberately target Duncan? To draw a foul against him? Because Duncan already carried 2 personal fouls, this third one brought his total to 3, all incurred against Wei Dong in under 2 quarters. After Wei Dong sank both free throws, Popovich signaled the officials for a substitution. Duncan, who had been on the court for less than 20 seconds, was pulled once again. Without Duncan anchoring the paint, the Suns' defensive pressure eased considerably. Though Popovich reinserted Duncan for the final 3 minutes of the second quarter, the halftime score stood at 4,651. The Suns entered the second half leading by 5 points. Wei Dong alone had scored 39 points, just 7 shy of San Antonio's entire team total. The second half began with the Spurs intensifying their offensive assault. Parker, Duncan, and Leonard scored consecutively, swinging the lead to San Antonio, prompting Gentry to call an urgent timeout. Out of the timeout, Hill drained 2 quick baskets and Fry nailed a 3-pointer, offering timely relief to Wei Dong's scoring burden. Yet even so, the Suns struggled to withstand San Antonio's fierce rally. Wei Dong continuously attacked the basket, exhausting too much energy, and Popovich had already noticed this. However, he was still astonished, for Wei Dong had not taken a minute's rest until now, employing the most physically demanding style of play. Even the physical monsters of the NBA rarely managed such a feat. As the third quarter was about to end, Wei Dong, fatigued, attempted to use footwork to single out Duncan twice under the basket. However, Duncan had watched Wei Dong's game footage and was aware of his footwork like Skola's, so both attempts failed. 7-9-7-2. The Suns trailed by 7 points as they entered the fourth quarter. Wei Dong, you should take a rest. After all, we are facing the #1 team in the West, the Spurs, so we shouldn't push ourselves too hard. Wei Dong shook his head. Coach, I said I want to lead the team to the playoffs. We can't lose a single game in these 6 matches, so I can't rest. All right. Wei Dong's determination moved Gentry. Seeing Wei Dong's insistence, his teammates clenched their fists, inspired by him, shouting, let's win this game. Wei Dong's stamina is nearly at its limit, Popovich said to his players. Just play normally, and we can definitely. As the fourth quarter began, the Spurs' main players rested on the bench. However, when they saw the Suns players, they noticed a fierce determination in everyone's eyes. What do they want? A Spurs player was startled. It's just a game. Why do they look like they want to kill us? The Spurs launched their offense. Ginobili brought the ball up, and Dudley seemed to be pumped with energy, applying relentless pressure on Ginobili. Ginobili's dribbling rhythm was disrupted, and Dudley seized the opportunity to steal the ball from Ginobili, shouting Wei Dong. Wei Dong had already dashed towards the front court. The Spurs players immediately rushed back on defense, but their speed was no match for Wei Dong. Dudley exerted all his strength, hurling the basketball forward. Wei Dong caught it, leaping one step from the free throw line, cradling the ball with both hands as he drew a circle in the air. He executed a thunderous dunk. Bang! The basketball slammed into the hoop with tremendous force. Holy crap! The Suns bench erupted, shouting as if they were about to rush onto the court. The home fans fell silent. That dunk was too impressive. However, it was Wei Dong of the Suns who made it, not a Spurs. The Suns were already brimming with determination. This play further boosted the team's morale. Offense relies on skill, while defense demands attitude. The Suns were not known for their defensive prowess, but when every player began to defend like rabid dogs, the Spurs felt an overwhelming pressure that was suffocating. 7974, 7976, 8179, 8181, 8184. As Wei Dong hit another three-pointer, the Suns took a three-point lead. Popovich had no choice but to bring Duncan and Parker back onto the court, but the Suns' morale had already been ignited. Even if Duncan and Parker returned to the court, even if Leonard effectively limited Wei Dong's three-point shooting, even if Duncan guarded the paint like an iron gate, the score continued to widen in favor of the Suns. The Spurs, a team that was solidifying their playoff position, faced the Suns, who were fighting for their playoff lives. The momentum of the Spurs had been completely suppressed. Beep. With the final whistle, the score was 9-3-1-0-2. The Suns triumphed over the Spurs. Wei Dong's stats for this game: 61.7 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Moreover, Wei Dong played the full 48 minutes without resting for a second. After the game, Yu Jia said the Suns achieved a great victory, and Wei Dong was instrumental, but we absolutely cannot overlook the contributions of other Suns players, especially in the fourth quarter, where every rebound in the paint was fiercely contested. Hill's floor dives and Dudley's relentless pressure. In them, I saw the spirit of a championship team. Indeed. Coach Zhang nodded. This is Wei Dong's legendary battle. After this game, the shadow of a superstar has already emerged within him. Not just emerging, Yu Jia responded, based solely on this game, I believe if we swapped Kobe for Wei Dong, Kobe wouldn't have done better than Wei Dong. I cannot agree with that. Coach Zhang frowned. Kobe is the greatest player in history. After the match, Duncan walked up to Wei Dong and patted his head, saying the future is yours. Wei Dong glanced at Ginobili's still thick hair, brushed Duncan's hand away, and replied with annoyance, I don't like being patted on the head, especially by you. That's just my way of greeting. Duncan smiled blankly. If you don't like it, I won't pat your head anymore. Actually, I don't like that kind of head patting either. Ginobili, overhearing the conversation between Wei Dong and Duncan, muttered something. After hugging the Spurs players, Wei Dong wearily walked towards the locker room. In the back-to-back matches, Wei Dong played nearly the entire duration, especially in this game against the Spurs, where he made 19 out of 37 shots and hit 17 out of 21 free throws. Despite the high score, his shooting percentage was low, mainly because he faced the defense of 2 or more players every time he attacked. Even with full stamina, it was a bit too much to handle. In such a difficult situation, Wei Dong scored the highest of the game with 61 points. In the locker room, Wei Dong was too exhausted to even take a shower, and at that moment the system surprisingly issued, what the hell is this ridiculous task? Breathing once counts as a task. If I don't breathe, won't I die? And this failure penalty is even more absurd. What does Shi Xiang Shi Do mean? Xiang is internet slang, while Do is an ancient unit of measurement. Is the system mixing ancient and modern together? Moreover, 1 Do is 6 jin, so 10 Do is 60 jin. Eating 60 jin of Shi Xiang, I would either choke or explode from it. System, have you ever eaten shit? No. Can this thing be swallowed? It's not easy to swallow. You say you. Wei Dong cursed, but regardless, this task was easy to accomplish, so he calmed down and took a deep breath. Moreover, Wei Dong worried that the system would judge his breathing as improper, so he took 7 or 8 deep breaths in a row before stopping. Hill, sitting next to him, was dumbfounded and asked Wei Dong, are you very tired? Yes, very tired. Wei Dong nodded and said helplessly, not just physically tired, but mentally exhausted too. Indeed, after back-to-back games, he was completely exhausted, and the system still wouldn't let up. Fortunately, after taking 7 or 8 deep breaths, the system's voice finally appeared in his mind. Task completed, reward stamina pills. Wow, there's such a reward. Wei Dong was a bit stunned as he saw a blue pill appear in his mental inventory. He mumbled, system, let's go. The system explained and then vanished. During the fourth quarter, Wei Dong kept pushing through, especially in the last few minutes when he missed several shots due to exhaustion. Thankfully, his teammates were supportive, otherwise they might have lost the game. Now with the stamina pill, although the blue pill looked strange, it was yet another bug. At least in the future, no matter how long Wei Dong played, he wouldn't face fatigue issues. After the game this time, Daisy didn't show up, allowing Wei Dong to finally have a proper interview. After Gentry's interview, Wei Dong sat down at the press table. Clap, clap, clap. All the reporters stood up to applaud. Thank you, everyone. Wei Dong smiled and nodded, signaling the reporters to sit down for the interview. Reporter A: congratulations on the Suns winning the game. You single-handedly led the team to a great victory. Haha, Wei Dong smiled and corrected, the victory is the result of the whole team's effort. You just scored 61 points, and I see you are only 22 years old, making you the youngest 60-point scorer in NBA history. I never care about those things, Wei Dong replied. The victory of the game is the most important. This is your record night. You dominated this game. I hope you all see the effort of my teammates. They never gave up on any rebounds and worked hard on defense to prevent the opponents from scoring easily. Moreover, Hill and Fry also performed excellently on offense, which was key to winning this game. So humble. All the reporters praised him. They had interviewed many rookies in the NBA, and some players would gloat after scoring high points. Only Wei Dong remained calm and humble, attributing the credit to his teammates without taking glory for himself. Reporter: you have created 2 historical records in the NBA after just 5 games. That's unbelievable. I never care about those things, Wei Dong said. I just want to keep winning with my teammates. Even though Wei Dong kept saying this, the reporters still clung to the topic of records since it was the most sensational. So they asked, there are many historical records in the NBA that are hard to break. Which one do you most want to break? Please answer this question. The reporters eagerly awaited Wei Dong's response, and after this question, they no longer posed other questions. Wei Dong thought for a moment and calmly said, I don't care about personal records. If there's one I want to be a part of, it would be to create a record of 10 consecutive championships for a team. That's amazing. You will definitely succeed. Best wishes. The reporters knew this record sounded absurd, but which record in the NBA was easy to break? So after Wei Dong spoke his mind, the reporters still sent their blessings. Wei Dong wasn't boasting. This was his goal for entering the NBA. As for how the reporters discussed behind his back, that was their business. He couldn't care less. At this time, domestic magazines and weeklies were no longer selling well. However, the largest sports websites prominently displayed these 4 words on their homepage: the battle of ascendancy. Wei Dong's first game with 37 points in a single quarter and his big triple-double in the 4th game did not create as much of a sensation as this game. The youngest 60-point scorer. Many domestic fans cried while watching the game. Wei Dong, against muscular defenders in the paint, repeatedly attacked the basket, scoring 61 points and leading the Suns to defeat the Western Conference leaders, the Spurs. At the end of the season, the Suns faced a grueling schedule. Having narrowly defeated the Spurs, they found a brief moment to catch their breath, but just 3 days later, it was back-to-back games again. This back-to-back was even more challenging. The Suns had to confront the Thunder, who were 2nd in the West, and the Clippers, who were 5th. The Thunder, boasting their 3 stars, were an extraordinarily talented team, and this game would be even tougher than against the Spurs. As for the Clippers, their star player Blake Griffin had just been named to the All-Rookie first team last season, and this season, he was at the peak of his performance, dazzling the entire league with his various dunks. As for the Suns, aside from Wei Dong and a few role players, the rest of the team felt like they were nearing the twilight of their careers, such as Nash, Hill, and Reed. On the day after the Suns finished their game against the Spurs, an unexpected joy arrived. The Jazz lost their match, allowing the Suns to become the 8th seed in the West. This news boosted the morale of the team, serving as a consolation amidst the grueling schedule. Wei Dong now had 15 talent points. Before facing the Thunder, he casually dominated his teammates, exhausting their talent points. Although a few of them were unwilling to challenge him, unknown in the end, Wei Dong enlisted the help of a trainer and managed to pile up his talent points to 25, giving him a sense of surplus. On the 4th day, the entire Suns team flew to Seattle. This time Nash also accompanied the team. He had made the observation list, but whether he would play in this game would only be decided before the match. This season, the Suns had yet to secure a victory against the Thunder. Against such a talent-filled and energetic team, the Suns were at a disadvantage. Before the game began, Gentry said, although we are already 8th in the West, this ranking is still precarious, so we need to give our all to win this game and not take it lightly. Let's go for it together. Wei Dong actively encouraged his teammates. The current cohesion of the Suns was incredibly strong, which was why Wei Dong constantly praised his teammates during interviews. He needed his teammates to maintain the same intensity they had during the 4th quarter against the Spurs. Only then would the Suns have a chance at winning the championship. Currently, this Suns team relied solely on Wei Dong, Nash, and Hill, making their championship aspirations seem like a pipe dream, especially since Hill had suffered a serious injury and was not getting any younger. Just before the warm-up, Wei Dong was surprised when Durant approached him to greet him, asking, "Do you have a Twitter account?" "No." Wei Dong replied with a frown, wondering if Durant wanted to play a game with him online after the match. Hearing that Wei Dong didn't have Twitter, Durant remarked, "You should definitely register for a Twitter account. It's really fun. If you don't know how to register, I can teach you after the game." Wei Dong rubbed his forehead. "If you don't play in this game, I'll immediately register for a Twitter account." "That's not acceptable." Durant shook his head. "I want to show you my scoring ability." Wei Dong shrugged. Durant was indeed quite boring. So he ignored Durant and went to the court to take some pre-game shots to find his rhythm. Ultimately, Nash did not beep. With the referee's whistle, the game began. The Thunder won the jump ball, and after Westbrook brought the ball past half-court, he passed it to Durant, who, facing Hill's defense, executed a sharp crossover before taking a jump shot. Swish! The basketball went through the net cleanly, and the Thunder scored the first 2 points. Durant indeed deserved the title of scoring champion this season. At this point, he was already known as the Reaper. It seemed that whenever Durant shot, the ball was guaranteed to go in. There were not many players in the league who could give off such a feeling. When it was the Suns' turn to attack after running a pick-and-roll with Gortat, Wei Dong passed the ball back to him, but unfortunately Gortat's mid-range shot was disrupted by the approaching Ibaka. After that, Durant scored again, bringing the score to 0-4. Despite the Suns players giving their all to defend against the tall and long Durant, who also had top-tier shooting skills, their efforts were not very effective. Fortunately, Wei Dong hit 2 consecutive trailing three-pointers, keeping the game close. With 3 minutes left in the first quarter, the score was 2-1-2-7 in favor of the Thunder, with the Suns trailing by 6 points. At this point, Gentry called for a substitution, taking Wei Dong out. "Coach." Wei Dong was a bit confused as he exited. "Why did you take me out?" Gentry explained, "You can't play the entire game. It would be too taxing on your stamina." Gentry had his reasons for this decision. He had noticed during the previous game against the Spurs that Wei Dong was already exhausted by the fourth quarter, barely managing to secure the victory through sheer grit. This match was already difficult to win. He wanted Wei Dong to conserve his energy and focus on the game against the Clippers the following day. "I'm fine, coach." Wei Dong had an inkling of Gentry's intentions, but he certainly couldn't tell Gentry about his stamina pills, and nobody would believe such a thing. Gentry said, "Just take a good rest for a while and trust your teammates." With the coach insisting on this, Wei Dong had no choice but to reluctantly sit on the bench to rest, where a teammate handed him a towel and a drink. Wei Dong wiped the sweat off, took a couple of sips from his drink, and began watching the game. After Wei Dong left the court, Thunder coach Brooks also took Durant and Westbrook out, but Harden remained on the floor. Without Wei Dong, the Suns lost their offensive core. Several offensive attempts resulted in nothing, yet the Suns players remained highly spirited. Even when facing Harden, they did not allow him to score easily. The Suns trailed the Thunder by 8 points in the first quarter. As the second quarter began, Wei Dong had already started to complain, but Gentry still had no intention of putting him on the court. With 7 minutes left in the second quarter, the Suns were nearly 20 points behind, and Gentry finally decided to send Wei Dong onto the court. "Come on, we're only down by 19 points. We still have a chance." As soon as Wei Dong stepped onto the court, he encouraged his teammates, saying, "You all are doing great. Let's go." Wei Dong's encouragement greatly uplifted his teammates. Upon entering the game, Wei Dong immediately scored 3 consecutive three-pointers, narrowing the gap to just. Seeing Wei Dong's performance, Brooks couldn't sit still and immediately arranged for Durant and Westbrook to come onto the court. At this moment, the Thunder's players on the court were Durant, Westbrook, Harden, Ibaka, and Myers. This was already the Thunder's strongest lineup. The trio of Thunder stars began to attack the basket in turns, and the tall and lengthy Durant made it very difficult for Wei Dong to defend, causing the score to widen again. During the halftime break in the locker room, Nash sat silently to the side. After analyzing the first half of the game, Gentry noticed Wei Dong's unwilling expression and said, "Wei Dong, the match against the Jazz next week is the most important. Don't push too hard in this game." "Coach, do you want to give up on this game?" Wei Dong understood Gentry's intention, which did not surprise him. Wei Dong was a perfectionist, deeply desiring victory, but he had not lost his sanity. He also admitted that Gentry's arrangement was not unreasonable. The Suns' primary goal was to ensure the current roster remained healthy for the playoffs. This game was not a must-win. If the entire team exerted themselves due to one person's obsession and someone got injured, it would be a loss. Gentry explained, "It's not about giving up this game. What I mean is, if we lose this match, everyone should accept it calmly. After all, this is the NBA." "I understand what you mean." Wei Dong smiled and said, "I'm not someone who can't handle a loss, but right now we haven't lost the game yet." The so-called acceptance was really directed at Wei Dong, who had never lost a game since joining the NBA. Gentry was concerned that a loss might affect Wei Dong's mindset. The teammates remained silent, and Wei Dong continued, "However, our goal is the championship. We must overcome the Thunder. We have already defeated the Spurs, the top team in the West, so why should we fear the second-place Thunder?" The second half of the game began. The Thunder aimed to capitalize on their momentum and decisively defeat the Suns, so they sent out their strongest lineup with the Thunder's trio all on the court. Wei Dong began to organize the offense, but on 3 consecutive attempts his teammates' shots were disrupted. On the other hand, for the Thunder's relentless attacks, the Suns still had no effective strategy. Wei Dong could only limit one person, but it was difficult to defend against the other two. The score difference has widened to 30 points. Coach Gentry called a timeout, and after the break Wei Dong and Hill did not return to the court, it seems the Suns are ready to give up the game. After playing 2.5 quarters, Wei Dong's stats read 27 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. This is the first time since entering the NBA that he scored less than 30 points in a single game, marking his first taste of defeat in the league. Wei Dong sat on the bench, already wearing his hoodie, covering his head with a towel, his expression cold. His teammates came to comfort him, leaving him alone in a quiet space. The reason for Wei Dong's cold demeanor is not that he cannot accept defeat, but rather that he is contemplating strategies as the Suns will encounter the Thunder in the playoffs sooner or later. With the current roster, even with Nash's return, defeating the Thunder would still be extremely challenging. In fact, over the past 3 years, the Thunder has consistently held a position among the Western Conference's strong teams, and it was during this time that the trio of Westbrook, Durant, and Harden made their names known until the Warriors came along and shattered the Thunder's dominance. The league has gradually formed a trend of players banding together. Defeating the Thunder with just one person is indeed quite difficult, and last year's Nowitzki managed to do it. Of course, he not only defeated the Thunder, but also triumphed over the trio of James, Wade, and Bosh in the finals, marking the pinnacle of his career. Although Nowitzki was a one-man army, he still had many outstanding teammates beside him, such as Chandler Kidd. In contrast, the Suns roster, aside from Nash and Wei Dong, is significantly weaker than last year's Mavericks in terms of depth, and the Thunder's trio is no longer inexperienced. This year, if they meet in the playoffs, defeating the Thunder would be a monumental challenge. No matter how difficult it may be, Wei Dong must give it a try. After all, he has waited 10 years to prove just how remarkable he is. Moreover, Sal has promised that if Wei Dong wins the Finals MVP, he will offer him a top-tier contract in the league. After the game, the Suns players felt a bit down, and they lacked enthusiasm for post-game interviews. After a brief chat, they returned to the hotel to rest, as they had a match against the Clippers the following night. Wei Dong was video chatting with Lee Jejia. She knew Wei Dong lost the game today, but did not comfort him. Instead, she continued to share bits of life with him. This is also a reflection of Lee Jejia's high emotional intelligence. She understands Wei Dong's strength and knows that he doesn't need consolation for a single game loss. As their video call was about to end, Wei Dong received a call from Gentry. "Wei Dong, are you asleep? Getting ready to sleep. There's a nice restaurant at the hotel entrance that serves Chinese cuisine. How about we grab a late-night snack together? A loss really doesn't mean much to me." Wei Dong was somewhat speechless. Gentry inviting him for late-night food was definitely not just out of craving. He was also concerned that the loss would affect Wei Dong's mindset, but he felt that Wei Dong's mental resilience was stronger than that. Gentry explained with a smile, "It's mainly because I'm feeling a bit peckish, or just treat it as me inviting you to a late-night snack, okay? Alright then." Although Wei Dong felt helpless, he knew that if he didn't go out at this time, Gentry would only become more convinced that Wei Dong's mindset had been affected. Changing into casual clothes, Wei Dong left the hotel, where Gentry was already waiting for him at the restaurant. Along with Gentry were 2 other people, Nash and Hill, both of whom were also veteran leaders of the Suns. It seemed that the concern for Wei Dong's mindset wasn't just on Gentry's mind. "Welcome." The doorman began to speak, but upon recognizing Wei Dong, he excitedly asked, "Are you Wei Dong?" "Yes, that's me." "Wow, a superstar." The doorman exclaimed, "Could you give me an autograph later?" Wei Dong smiled and nodded before making his way to Gentry. Gentry and the others were seated at a table by the window with a menu laid out. After Wei Dong sat down, Gentry handed him the menu, saying, "We haven't ordered yet. Could you help us pick something?" "Can you handle spicy food?" Wei Dong asked, seeing it was a Sichuan restaurant. "It's okay." "Alright then." Wei Dong closed the menu and called the waiter, saying, "Mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, and fish-flavored shredded pork." Gentry curiously asked, "Aren't you going to look at the menu?" "No need." Wei Dong replied cheerfully, "Anyway, you guys probably don't have much knowledge about food, so I just ordered a few dishes I like." Gentry. Nash. Hill. "I believe that Huaxia cuisine ranks first in the world," Nash said. "Last summer's trip to Huaxia left a deep impression on me, and this summer I plan to vacation in Huaxia again." Wei Dong chuckled, "Welcome. I will be your tour guide and take you to taste Huaxia cuisine. I want to go too." "Me too." Hearing about the opportunity to savor Huaxia delicacies, Gentry and Hill became excited and expressed their desire to vacation in Huaxia this summer. "Everyone come, everyone come." Wei Dong nodded cheerfully. Not only does Huaxia have the world's best cuisine, but its culture, history, and scenery are also the best in the world. The 4 chatted casually all about Huaxia culture, without a mention of tonight's defeat. After the dishes were served, Gentili asked the waiter, "What drinks do you have?" "We have alcoholic beverages and soft drinks." Gentili looked at Wei Dong and the others and asked, "Shall we have some drinks? We have a game tomorrow." "Just a little, just a taste." Gentili's eyes lit up. It won't affect tomorrow's game. There's nothing wrong with that statement, and the practice isn't inappropriate either, but Gentili is the head coach. It seems a bit odd for him to drink with the players before a game. Nash was not surprised. Gentili shared his thoughts. Wei Dong had been in M country for over 10 days and must be missing home. Coupled with the disappointment from tonight's game, his mood was probably not great. A little drink wouldn't hurt. "Let's each have a bit." So Nash said to the waiter, "Could you please open a bottle of whiskey for us?" The waiter looked hesitant. "Mr. Nash, we only have Huaxia Baijiu, no whiskey." "Oh." Wei Dong, who initially didn't want to drink, said upon hearing there was Baijiu, "Then bring us a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao." "Great." The waiter agreed. Before leaving, he winked at Wei Dong, thinking that Huaxia people know their stuff. These foreigners know nothing. How could they drink whiskey with Sichuan cuisine? Gentili and Hill still struggled with chopsticks, but after Wei Dong's guidance, they finally learned. So spicy. Just a bite, and Gentili and the others couldn't help but fan their tongues with their hands, having been overwhelmed by the spice. Wei Dong poured Baijiu for the three of them, saying, "Sichuan cuisine isn't eaten like this. If you drink some Baijiu before eating, it won't be so spicy." Gentili trusted Wei Dong and took a sip of Baijiu, nearly jumping up. "What the heck? It's even spicier now." "Ha ha ha." Gentili's reaction amused the nearby waiter. Wei Dong said, "That's not how you drink Baijiu. Let me teach you the proper way to drink it. Lift the cup, lightly swallow it deep." Wei Dong gently raised the cup, slowly brought it to his lips, then tilted his head back, pouring the Baijiu down his throat, his brows relaxing. The spirit of the drink is like a wild dragon. Huaxiao liquor should be enjoyed in the Huaxiao way. "Let me try." Gentili imitated him, but when he poured the Baijiu into his mouth, he showed a pained expression. "Don't spit it out." Wei Dong stopped Gentili. "Swallow it." After swallowing the Baijiu, Gentili's brows relaxed, and his eyes sparkled. "So refreshing." Wei Dong asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" "So comfortable." Gentili praised, "Compared to Huaxia Baijiu, what I drank before was just nonsense. I want another glass." "Oh please." Wei Dong scoffed, "If you have another glass, you'll be drunk. We have a game tomorrow, just this one. Now try the dish again. Is it still that spicy?" Gentili picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork, chewing hard. "So delicious. Indeed, it's not so spicy anymore. Is it really that magical?" Nash and Hill looked astonished, and they imitated Gentili as if they had opened the door to a new world. They enjoyed their late-night snack at a leisurely pace, with the four of them chatting casually and none mentioning tonight. Sometimes feelings come in mysterious ways. After this simple late-night meal, the bond between Wei Dong, Nash, Hill, and Gentili deepened considerably. After settling the bill, Gentili said, "This summer, I must go to Huaxia. You must take me to taste authentic Sichuan cuisine, and we must not return until we are drunk." "Sure." Wei Dong agreed and added, "But I hope that day comes slowly." Gentili looked at Wei Dong and confessed, "We have to play in the finals. After the finals, we can go to Huaxia together," Wei Dong said with a smile. "Right." Nash also said, "Let's bring the O'Brien Trophy to Huaxia for vacation." The next day, the Suns flew to Los Angeles. Tonight, they will face the second game of back-to-back matches against the 6th-seeded Clippers. Since Paul joined, bringing Griffin and DeAndre Jordan to soar, this place has been dubbed Lob City. After the last defeat, the Suns were pushed to the brink. They couldn't afford to lose any more games. However, for the Suns, there was very good news before the game. After checking by his teammates, it was confirmed that Nash could play in this game. With Nash back, combined with the scoring machine Wei Dong, the Suns had the strength to contend for the championship. Wei Dong had already proven his impressive passing ability in the game against the Rockets, but with Nash back, Wei Dong was fully unleashed. As the game started, Gortat passed the ball to Nash. Nash dribbled the ball across half-court, signaling Wei Dong to coordinate with him. "Lob City, huh?" Wei Dong muttered, redeeming a Carter dunk skill pack. It was time to let Griffin know what a lob was. On this side, Nash used a fake to shake off Paul and drove into the paint, while Hill and Gortat had already moved out, ready to receive Nash's passes for shots. DeAndre Jordan stood firm in the paint. Just as Nash crossed the free throw line, he caught a glimpse of Wei Dong rushing toward the basket and threw the basketball into the air without a second thought. "Is this a pass? Are you trying to play lob?" At that moment, DeAndre Jordan had these two thoughts. Then he noticed a shadow looming over him, blocking part of the court's lighting. DeAndre Jordan yelled, "Playing lob in Lob City. You guys are still too green." However, Wei Dong had already caught the basketball. His head was above the rim. Bang! Wei Dong dunked the basketball down hard while riding on DeAndre Jordan. "Hello, Lob City." After landing, Wei Dong gently shook his index finger, his demeanor extremely arrogant. The Clippers didn't do anything wrong, but that's the NBA. Wei Dong aimed to lead his teammates to a resounding victory, leaving the shadow of the previous defeat behind. Top 10 plays. Holy crap. It's explosive. 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 Many fans watching the live broadcast jumped up in front of their televisions as the Suns started the game with tremendous momentum. Nash's pass followed by a powerful dunk from Wei Dong delivered a lesson to the city of alley-oops, demonstrating what an alley-oop truly is. I don't like this way of greeting. Paul frowned, dribbling up the court, but the composed Paul did not blindly instruct Griffin and Jordan to complete an alley-oop. After 3 passes, the basketball reached Griffin's hands. Wei Dong was guarding Griffin, and the entire Suns team was desperately defending, yet the opposing team's main scorer was still under Wei Dong's watch. I've watched your game footage, you're strong, but you can't guard me. Griffin chose to back down and attacked, pushing Wei Dong twice. It felt so strange. This sensation was akin to facing a behemoth of strength in the paint. Despite Griffin's considerable power, he couldn't push Wei Dong. Wei Dong laughed. Did you skip a meal? Griffin snorted and stepped back, opting for a shot. However, just as the basketball left his fingertips, Wei Dong swatted it away, saying, your arms are too short, idle. Holy crap. Griffin didn't expect Wei Dong to be so quick. Although his shot was a bit rushed, he jumped high, yet it was astonishing that Wei Dong blocked it. Fortunately, when Wei Dong called him idle earlier, it made him feel a bit better inside. Hill received the ball and passed it to Nash, who dribbled up the court, while Griffin seemed to have a bit of a standoff with Wei Dong. Wei Dong. Nash passed the ball to Wei Dong. Having been teammates for a while, and with some practice games, Nash was well aware of Wei Dong's individual abilities. Nowadays, there were not many in the league who could guard Wei Dong unknown. Wei Dong received the ball on the wing while Griffin spread his arms wide, not allowing Wei Dong an easy shot. Wei Dong backed down against Griffin, faking with his shoulders before turning for a jump shot. With a fadeaway jump shot reminiscent of Kobe, the basketball swished through the net. You can't guard me. Wei Dong smiled at Griffin and ran back to the defense. Griffin was momentarily stunned. That phrase sounded so familiar, as he had just said the same thing to Wei Dong, only for Wei Dong to block him. Now Wei Dong returned the sentiment, yet he could not guard him. I'm not worthy of being his idol. This thought suddenly arose in Griffin's mind, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected. Wei Dong scored 2 consecutive shots, giving the Suns a good start, but under Paul's organization, the Clippers began to score as well. The 2 offensive teams began to trade baskets. The Suns were not afraid of such opponents, as they not only had the playmaking master Nash, but also the scoring machine Wei Dong. 3-9-3-1. The Suns have taken an 8-point lead. At this moment, Nash takes a break, but Wei Dong remains on the court, ready to organize the offense as the first quarter concludes. 4-7-3-6. The Suns lead the Clippers by 11 points in this quarter, with Wei Dong playing the entire first quarter, scoring 17 points, grabbing 5 rebounds, and providing 6 assists. It seems like another triple-double is within reach today. As the second quarter begins, the Suns bench players take the court. Ever since the game against the Spurs, the team's morale has changed significantly. Although fielding substitutes, they have managed to extend their lead against the Clippers. Swish. 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 With 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Wei Dong hits 3 consecutive three-pointers, and the game enters garbage time. The Clippers substitute out Paul and Griffin, and Wei Dong and Nash also take a break. Beep. As the referee blows the whistle, the game comes to an end. 139-117. The Suns easily defeat the Clippers. Throughout the game, the stats are as follows. Wei Dong 41 points, 13 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 steals, 1 block. Nash 22 points, 4 rebounds, 13 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Griffin 27 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, 2 blocks. Paul 21 points, 6 rebounds, 16 assists, 3 steals, 0 blocks. With 4 superstars on the court, Wei Dong's performance stands out, earning him the title of the game's MVP. This marks his second triple-double since entering the NBA, and it's an impressive 401,010. After defeating the Clippers, the Suns go on to beat the Nuggets the next day. Now with Nash's return, the Suns seem unstoppable. With the momentum from 2 consecutive victories, they face the Jazz at home. This game is extremely important. The Suns must win. If they defeat the Jazz, they can secure the 8th position in the Western Conference, theoretically putting them in playoff contention. However, it is not guaranteed. Even if the Jazz lose to the Suns, they still have a chance. After this game, the Suns will have to face the top team in the West, the Spurs, while the Jazz will be up against the Timberwolves. It can be said that the Jazz have a high probability of winning against the Timberwolves, but the Spurs are a tough opponent. If the Suns cannot overcome the Spurs, even if they win this game against the Jazz, they still won't make the playoffs. Before the game, Gentry encourages the players in the tunnel, saying, I won't elaborate on the importance of this game, but don't feel any psychological burden. We just need to focus on winning this match. Let's go. The Suns players encourage each other. Nash suddenly turns to Wei Dong and says, thank you. Huh. Wei Dong blinks and smiles, saying, old monk, your damn tenderness makes me feel uncomfortable. From now on, when players enter the court, you will be the last to come out. Nash says, isn't that inappropriate? Wei Dong hesitates, knowing that the last player to enter is usually the team's star, a tacit rule in the NBA. Wei Dong has only played 8 games and has been with the Suns for less than a month. Is he already expected to take on the role of the team's star? It feels a bit like usurping authority. It's settled then, Nash says firmly. From now on you will be the last to enter the court. All right. Feeling unable to refuse such a kind offer, Wei Dong agrees. With Nash's endorsement, he has inexplicably become the team's star. After the players enter, the game begins. Gordon Hayward of the Jazz receives a pass from his teammate and immediately takes a pull-up three-pointer. Now that I'm the star, I should give my teammates a welcome gift. Wei Dong mutters to himself, spending 5 talent points to exchange for a bottle of misfortune potion, and throws it at Hayward. This misfortune potion serves as a welcome gift from the new star of the Suns to his teammates. Before Hayward made his move, he felt confident. However, the moment the basketball left his fingertips, something felt off. Then under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the basketball soared over the backboard. Bam! In quick succession, one sound was that of the basketball hitting a head, the other was a cry of, "This!" Wei Dong stared blankly at the unfolding scene as a fan sitting courtside was knocked unconscious by the basketball. How absurd. The game was forced to pause and Hayward went over to check on the fan who had been struck unconscious by the basketball. Ha ha ha. The home fans of the Suns erupted in merciless laughter. Wei Dong couldn't help but shiver. He was just brought into this world by being hit by a basketball. Would the fan who just got knocked out also have traversed through time? Fortunately, Wei Dong's concern was unnecessary as the fan quickly regained consciousness. However, the effects of this bad luck potion were far greater than Wei Dong had anticipated. He initially thought Hayward would at most miss a shot completely, but it turned out to be much worse than that. It seems that in the future the bad luck potion should be used sparingly. Using it repeatedly on a player could very well lead to that fan becoming withdrawn. In the live broadcast room of CCTV 5, Yu Jia slapped his forehead. Hayward's shot is already destined to be among this year's top 10 blunders. Zhang Guiding remarked, "That shot was just ridiculous." Yu Jia replied, "This is a do-or-die game for the Suns and the Jazz. Hayward might be too eager to win." Zhang Guiding stated he exerted too much force. The game continued. Hayward was clearly affected by that last shot and was not in top form. In contrast, the Suns, led by Wei Dong and Nash, opened the game with an 1-1-0 run against the Jazz. Jazz head coach Schneider had no choice but to call a timeout. After the timeout, the Jazz began to close the gap, but Hayward still had not emerged from the shadow of that first shot, playing the entire quarter as if in a daze. As the player walked towards the bench, Wei Dong approached Hayward, patting him on the shoulder and comforting him. "Idol, don't take that shot to heart. Everyone has their moments of error." "Thank you, Wei Dong," Hayward replied, looking at Wei Dong with gratitude, thinking what a great opponent he was. Wei Dong fell silent, feeling a twinge of guilt towards Hayward, hoping he would soon overcome the shadow of that moment. One couldn't help but wonder what would happen if Hayward managed to adjust himself and Wei Dong decided to offer him another bottle of bad luck potion. It would be terrifying. But that thought was quickly suppressed by Wei Dong. How could he have such a malicious idea? Hayward is gradually finding his rhythm. After receiving a pass from a teammate, he hits a mid-range jumper for his first points of the game. As expected of an NBA player, his adjustment is so quick. Wei Dong muttered from the sidelines as the second quarter began, with both he and Nash resting on the bench. Phew. Hayward glanced at his palm after scoring. The encouragement from Wei Dong earlier gave him confidence, and he is starting to step out of the shadow cast by his opening shot. Meanwhile, the Suns missed their shot and Millsap from the Jazz grabs the rebound. The Suns quickly transition back on defense as Harris dribbles past half court and passes the ball to Hayward, who is beyond the three-point line. Now's the time. Hayward receives the pass and takes another three-pointer. However, just as the ball leaves his fingertips, that strange feeling returns. Ouch! BM. Two voices echo out, and at this moment the arena is so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The fan who had just regained consciousness was knocked out again by the basketball. Sigh. Wei Dong pats his hands, somewhat frustrated. "I couldn't hold back. My talent value is 10 points. Without needing to be told, it was evident that the basketball had just flown over the hoop and hit a fan. It was the same fan who had been knocked out in the first quarter. This guy should buy a lottery ticket. Ha ha ha. Does Hayward have a grudge against him? After a brief silence, the arena erupts with merciless laughter once more. The game is forced to pause again, and Hayward completely withdraws into himself. After the knocked-out fan wakes up, staff members arrange for him to change his seat. In the CCTV 5 studio, Yu Jia comments. Coach Zhang remarks, Hayward seems a bit off today. Yu Jia adds, in all my years of watching basketball, I've never seen a fan get knocked out by a basketball, and today I've seen it happen twice to the same person. Coach Zhang replies, both times it was Hayward who did it. Yu Jia responds, I think this fan should buy a lottery ticket now. Coach Zhang adds, it's unbelievable. After this game, Hayward made headlines for knocking out a fan with his shots twice. This incident became an unsolved mystery in the NBA over the next few years, even causing ticket prices for the seat, where the fan was hit, to rise significantly. Americans can be quite peculiar at being knocked out twice by a basketball, yet fans still scramble for that unlucky seat. After the timeout, Hayward did not return to the game. Even Schneider felt that Hayward was not in the right state, so he let him rest on the sidelines. Without Hayward, the Jazz lost a core offensive player, and by halftime the deficit had exceeded 20 points. In the second half, although Hayward returned to the court, he seemed to be in a daze, missing 2 ridiculous three-pointers. Wei Dong did not use the bad luck potion on Hayward this time. It seems Hayward's mentality was greatly affected. The 20-point deficit continued until the end of the game. 107-83. The Suns triumphed over the Jazz, securing a crucial victory. After the game, Wei Dong felt a bit guilty towards Hayward and walked over to comfort him, saying, "Idol, don't worry about this. I believe you can turn it around. I'm just not in good form today." Hayward felt a sense of helplessness, taking the blame for the team's loss upon him. He believed that the loss was due to his poor performance affecting the entire team. "Take some time to adjust this summer," Wei Dong reassured him. "Let's work hard next season." Hayward still seemed a bit confused. After pausing for a moment, he said to Wei Dong, "There's still one more game. If you guys lose to the Spurs, it will be us in the playoffs." Wei Dong patted Hayward on the shoulder, saying, "That won't happen, trust me. This year the Suns will definitely make the playoffs. You just enjoy the sunshine, beach, and bikini girls." After winning against the Clippers and the Nuggets, Wei Dong had already accumulated 35 talent points. He wasted 10 talent points on Hayward, leaving him with 25 talent points. Having won against the Jazz again tonight, logically, he should have 30 talent points now. However, even as Wei Dong prepared to sleep, there was still no change in his talent points. "System, are you there?" "Yes." "Have you forgotten something?" "What?" "What about tonight's talent points?" "Victory, without merit, no rewards." "Oh, come on." This left Wei Dong surprised. This system actually had principles. However, the system's reasoning was similar to Wei Dong's. He already had plenty of advantages. Unless absolutely necessary, Wei Dong would not choose to use cheat items like Lucky Potion or Cursed Potion, as it would defeat the purpose of the game. Today he had used the Cursed Potion on Hayward twice, simply to test whether the potion would genuinely bring. Indeed, Wei Dong just wanted to test the potion's effects. He had no grudge against Hayward and had no need to mess with him right. As the regular season neared its end, playoff spots were almost all determined. Many teams had finished their regular season games, and numerous players had already bought fishing rods, preparing to fish. Of course, more players were beginning to prepare for the playoffs. The Suns had one last game left, facing the Western Conference leaders, the Spurs. Wei Dong was ready to win this game and lead the Suns into the playoffs. Just a day before the game against the Spurs, the Suns management suddenly made a series of moves. First, they cut 2 players who were just there for the water cooler, then signed Allen Iverson, who hadn't played for nearly a year and was on the verge of retirement. This decision baffled many. However, just before the game against the Spurs, Iverson appeared in the Suns training facility wearing the number 3 jersey. Wei Dong welcomed his third All-Star teammate. The first 2 were Nash and Hill. "Hey, Wei Dong." Iverson still had that rebellious demeanor, but when he saw Wei Dong, he took the initiative to greet him and secretly asked, "I heard from the team manager that you were the one who requested the team to sign me." Wei Dong smiled and said, "There's a saying in our country, an old steed still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles, and besides, I don't think you are old at all." "Of course." Iverson nodded vigorously. "As long as I'm on the court, I can score. But would you be willing to come off the bench?" Wei Dong looked at Iverson with a grin. Iverson had a famous saying: he had never seen an all-star player come off the bench. Iverson hesitated. His current lack of playing time was closely related to his rebellious nature. The players practicing also looked at Iverson, and even Gentry, who had followed Iverson into the training facility, fell silent. If Iverson was unwilling to come off the bench, he would inevitably find himself without playing time on this Suns team. "What if I refuse to come off the bench?" Iverson retorted, looking at Wei Dong. Wei Dong smiled and said, "Idol, if you don't want to come off the bench, I can come off the bench for you, because our goal is the championship. Everyone needs to make sacrifices as we strive for this goal together." "Are you joking with me?" Iverson laughed. "I swear on my career that I've never encountered a player as strong as you. If you come off the bench for me, you'll be laughed at by the whole world." After laughing, Iverson compromised and said, "For the sake of victory, I can do anything for the team." Hearing Iverson say this, the Suns players all felt relieved and rushed over to embrace Iverson. "Welcome to the Suns." In this Suns team, Wei Dong played as shooting guard, Nash as point guard, and if Iverson didn't come off the bench, one of either Nash or Wei Dong would have to, which was simply impossible. This was also the reason why Iverson quickly felt at ease. "All right, many of you are old friends." Gentry also felt relieved, clapping his hands as he walked over. "Let's have an inter-squad scrimmage first." Before signing Iverson, Gentry had hesitated, fearing Iverson would not comply with team management. However, he didn't expect that just a few words from Wei Dong would make Iverson compromise, which genuinely relieved Gentry. In the scrimmage, Iverson was placed on the bench. This was something that had hardly happened in his career, but there was no sign of dissatisfaction on Iverson's face. If it were a few years ago, or if he had not joined the Suns, being assigned to the bench in an intra-squad scrimmage might have led Iverson to throw the basketball in frustration and leave the gym. Since they were facing the Spurs tomorrow, the scrimmage was divided into two halves, each lasting 20 minutes. Iverson brought the ball over half-court and saw Wei Dong stepping up to defend. All the teammates on the bench spread out, leaving space for Iverson and Wei Dong to play onion on. As Iverson dribbled, he said to Wei Dong, "I've watched the game footage of you against the Spurs. Your style is very similar to mine. But I'm stronger than you." Wei Dong slapped the floor provocatively, asking, "Can you still get past me, idol?" Of course. Iverson executed two between-the-legs dribbles followed by two sharp crossovers. At this moment, his body was almost touching the ground. When the basketball reached Iverson's right hand, he made another crossover, pulling the ball back and using his body to shield Wei Dong, then dribbled past Wei Dong with his left hand, accelerating toward the basket for a one-handed dunk. Beautiful. All the players on the court applauded Iverson. The signature crossover. Iverson had used this move to get past countless stars, and even Wei Dong was no exception. Only Nash and Hill exchanged glances. They noticed that when Iverson got past Wei Dong, there was a momentary deceleration in Wei Dong's lateral movement. Iverson's first step was no longer at its peak. Without that momentary deceleration, it would have been difficult for Iverson to break through Wei Dong's defense, so Wei Dong had intentionally allowed Iverson to get past him. After landing, Iverson also let out a roar. He could still play, but no team wanted him. He needed to prove himself again. Too fast, truly unguardable. Wei Dong's expression appeared somewhat helpless. Iverson smiled. "Not bad, right, brother? I became an all-star relying on this move. Can't argue with that." Wei Dong chuckled, "But I can do that move too." After saying this, Wei Dong took the initiative to ask for the ball and responded to Iverson's defense with the same move. Ha ha ha. The teammates also laughed. Since Wei Dong joined, the atmosphere within the Suns team had been. The scrimmage ended and the outcome was not unexpected. The starting team defeated the bench team and Wei Dong gained another 5 talent points. However, in the 40-minute intra-squad scrimmage, Iverson scored 21 points, the highest for the bench team, proving that although he was past his prime, he still had the strength to compete. On the evening of the following day, the Suns welcomed the Spurs to their home arena. This was also the final game of the regular season, and if the Suns could triumph over the Spurs, they would secure the 8th seed in the playoffs. The previous victory over the Spurs was attributed to two factors: Duncan was troubled by fouls, and Wei Dong's extraordinary performance. Overall, the Suns were considered weaker on paper compared to the Spurs, especially since the Spurs were the leaders in the Western Conference, with a record only second to the Bulls in the Eastern Conference. With Nash's return and Iverson's addition to the roster, the Suns were under immense pressure, yet the entire team was united in their determination to win this game. However, before the game began, Wei Dong noticed that Duncan Parker and Ginobili had not entered the court for warm-ups. "What is this?" Wei Dong furrowed his brow, realizing Popovich's strategy, and let out a cold laugh in his heart. "Popovich, this is your choice, and you will regret this decision." The reason Duncan and the others did not warm up was likely because they had been informed beforehand that they would not need to play in this game. This was a common trick used by Popovich, especially since the Spurs had already secured the first place in the West. In reality, this game was crucial for the Suns, but for the Spurs, it was merely a matter of choosing their playoff opponent. If the Spurs lost to the Suns, they would face them again in the first round of the playoffs. News just came in from the Jazz that they defeated the Timberwolves, so the Jazz were also keeping an eye on this game. If the Spurs won, the Jazz would qualify for the playoffs. If the Spurs lost, the Jazz would miss out. As the players entered the court, it was time for the jump ball. Sure enough, Duncan and Parker were absent from the court, and even Leonard had been benched by Popovich. Of the 5 players on the Spurs, 3 had previously been substitutes. Damn. Upon seeing that the Spurs' main players were not on the court, Jazz head coach Schneider slammed the beverage bottle he was holding onto the ground in anger, exclaiming, "I want to file a complaint against the Spurs." The Jazz players also wore expressions of indignation. The Spurs were being shameless, clearly aiming to throw the game. How could the Jazz players accept being eliminated from the playoffs in this manner? The Spurs lineup could not withstand the Suns' offense. From the start of the game, Nash, Wei Dong, and Hill scored frequently, and midway through the first quarter, the Suns had already taken a lead of over 20 points. At halftime, the score stood at 7-9-4-3, with the Suns leading the Spurs by 36 points. The Spurs were clearly throwing the game, as not only were the starters absent, but even the substitutes were not playing seriously. 3 minutes into the second half, the lead had stretched to 40 points, and Wei Dong, Nash, and Hill were pulled by Gentry, deeming it unnecessary for them to continue playing. "Do you want to go in and find your rhythm?" Gentry asked Iverson as Wei Dong left the court. "Humph." Iverson responded with a nasal tone, arms crossed over his chest. He could accept being a substitute for Wei Dong, but facing a Spurs team that was clearly throwing the game being sent in merely to rack up points felt like an insult. Iverson played for 7 minutes in the first half, scoring 11 points, grabbing 3 rebounds, and providing 3 assists. If judged by the standards of a substitute player, Iverson had already delivered a commendable performance. After leaving the court, Wei Dong suddenly approached Popovich and extended his hand. "No need to thank me." Popovich grinned as he shook Wei Dong's hand. Wei Dong said with a forced smile, "You will regret this foolish decision you made today." "Oh, is that so?" Popovich replied nonchalantly, "Young man, don't talk big." Wei Dong chuckled and left the Spurs bench. He wanted to defeat the Spurs, but winning in this manner and entering the playoffs felt unsatisfactory. The Spurs' intentional throwing of the game indicated they did not regard the Suns seriously, or perhaps they believed that the Jazz would be a more formidable opponent. By choosing the Suns, the Spurs would certainly pay the price for this decision. Black 8. This term was certainly familiar to Popovich. Did he wish to experience it once more? As this day's game concluded, the playoff matchup was also revealed. Eastern Conference first-round Bulls vs 76ers, Heat vs Knicks, Pacers vs Magic, Celtics vs Hawks. Western Conference first-round Spurs vs Suns, Thunder vs Mavericks, Lakers vs Nuggets, Grizzlies vs Clippers. The playoffs would commence in a week, and the Suns would face their old rivals, the Spurs, a choice made by the Spurs themselves. However, before the playoffs even began, the Spurs had already incurred a fine of $25,000. The league investigated the final game between the Spurs and the Suns and determined that the Spurs had engaged in a deliberate throwing of the game, resulting in the fine. Such fines were trivial for the Spurs. They received several similar penalties each year. The day after playing the Spurs, Sal sought out Wei Dong. With a somewhat triumphant expression, he waved 2 keys in front of Wei Dong, saying, "Here are the keys to your villa and your car. Congratulations on having a home in Phoenix from now on." "Thank you," Wei Dong replied, feeling particularly pleased as he accepted the keys. Sal added, "The villa is fully furnished with everything you need. You can move in today." "Huh, you really thought this through." Wei Dong laughed, appreciating how comprehensive Sal's considerations were. Finally, he would no longer have to stay at Dudley's house. During this time, Daisy had not appeared, and the specific reason was unclear. However, Dudley was not a man of loyalty, though every time Daisy showed up, he seemed to be pushing Wei Dong towards her. Moreover, Daisy knew where Dudley's house was located. "Coach, I'd like to take a half-day leave to check out my new house." After receiving the keys, Wei Dong was eager to go see his new place and directly requested a half-day leave from Gentry. Arriving at the parking lot, Wei Dong pressed the car key, and a black Lamborghini a short distance away lit up. "Quite stylish," Wei Dong said as he touched the Lamborghini's body and got inside. Fortunately, in this world, a Chinese driver's license is recognized globally, so Wei Dong didn't have to worry about that as he drove towards his villa. In fact, Wei Dong did not have very high expectations for the villa. He just wanted a place to settle down. However, when he arrived, he was still astonished by the luxurious mansion before him. This was an ultra-luxurious villa complete with a garden, a pond, and a swimming pool. Wei Dong strolled around, and the total area was approximately 2,000 square meters, featuring 9 bedrooms, 3 stories, and even an elevator. The villa also included an indoor basketball court. The place had been cleaned, erasing all traces of the previous owner's life, and the furniture was almost all brand new. "Boss, are you sure I haven't picked the wrong key?" After taking a look around, Wei Dong immediately called Sal. Sal chuckled, "You haven't made a mistake. This villa will be yours from now on, and the property certificate is on the piano rack in the living room." "My little money isn't enough to buy this villa, is it?" Wei Dong isn't a fool. This villa starts at no less than $5 million. What he discussed with Sal was using $3 million to help buy a house and a car, but $3 million isn't enough. Sal said, "It's a bit short, but this villa belongs to a friend of mine who asked me to help sell it, and the price isn't not very high." "How much is it?" $6 million. $6 million is still quite high. The money I gave you isn't enough, and I can't afford this house. Since you want to buy a house, let's go all the way. I'll cover the shortfall for now, and you can pay me back when you have money later." "Thank you then." After the chat ended, a smile crept onto Wei Dong's face. Sal is quite shrewd. It's like lending Wei Dong money to buy a villa, and Sal wants them to interact like friends, making it even harder for Wei Dong to leave the Suns. In fact, Wei Dong never planned to leave the Suns, so he didn't resent Sal's little trick. After viewing the villa, Wei Dong immediately took out his phone to video call Li Jiejia. "Wife, do you like this house?" Wei Dong held the phone, walking around while introducing to Li Jiejia, "This is the bedroom, this is the living room. I can lie on the sofa and listen to you play the piano, and this is the swimming pool. You can lay here in a bikini to sunbathe when you have nothing to do." Wei Dong rambled on and on. Li Jiejia finally asked, "Did you buy this villa? It's very expensive, isn't it?" Wei Dong explained, "$6 million. Sal lent me a little money, and I will pay him back with my salary next season." Li Jiejia's eyes sparkled with surprise, but her expression was not overly exaggerated or excited. She said, "I finished my thesis defense." "That's great." Wei Dong exclaimed excitedly, "I'll book you a plane ticket right away, come to Phoenix, just in time for my playoffs." Sure. Li Jiejia sweetly agreed, but hesitated, saying, "Dear, I want to apply for Professor Zheng Qing's graduate program." "Then go ahead and apply," Wei Dong said nonchalantly. "Besides playing ball, I won't stay in M country forever. Besides, graduate school gives you more freedom. If you're not afraid of hardship, you can fly back and forth between the country and M." "Thank you, dear." Li Jiejia was very touched, as she had always had a literary dream. Now that Wei Dong was close to success, she didn't want to give up her literary dream, but fortunately Wei Dong truly supported her. After hanging up the phone, Wei Dong recalled his previous life. In his past life, Li Jiejia also wanted to pursue graduate studies, but due to his depression, she gave up her literary dream and chose to stay by his side. Later, when Wei Dong emerged from his depression and chose to do business, it had already been 7 or 8 years, and Li Jiejia never mentioned her literary dream again. In this life, he would not be depressed again, so he would support Li Jiejia. In the afternoon, he returned to the gym. Kid and the players were watching the game footage of the Spurs in the meeting room. The Suns were already very familiar with this old rival. However, analyzing opponents before the playoffs is a necessary course for all teams. In the regular season, the Suns and Spurs played 4 games with a record of 2 wins and 2 losses. However, both of the wins came after Wei Dong joined. One was Wei Dong's divine battle, and the other was the Spurs deliberately throwing the game. In contrast, the Spurs faced the Jazz with a record of 1 win and 3 losses. The Spurs only secured 1 victory against the Jazz, which might be the reason they avoided the Jazz and chose the Suns. The Suns players could basically guess this, which was also something that made them very unhappy. "I can win you openly, but your deliberate loss to pick me is looking down on me." So the Suns players were very unhappy, and they were determined to wash away the humiliation of being underestimated. "That Leonard is not simple." Kid pressed the pause button and said, "Although he is quiet on the court, he has already shown the aura of a superstar." Of course, Wei Dong knew that this person was even stronger than Kid thought. Years later, he would win the FMVP. Nash said, "We need to pay more attention to Leonard. He is an unstable factor for the Spurs." It must be said that the Spurs at this time were indeed strong, with the 3 main forces in their prime, the rapidly growing Leonard and the old fox Popovich. To defeat the Spurs, we need to come up with some unusual tactics. Kid unconsciously tapped his finger on the table while thinking about strategies. "Coach, I have a tactic we might try." Wei Dong suddenly remembered a tactic from his previous life. Many teams suffered significant losses under this tactic, leading to it being banned by the league later. What tactic? Everyone looked at Wei Dong. Wei Dong had brought so many surprises. He possessed super abilities, and now he had knowledge of tactics too. Wei Dong stroked his chin and said, "This tactic is called elevator doors." Elevator doors. Nash frowned. He had never heard of this tactic. Wei Dong walked to the whiteboard and explained the tactic to his teammates. This tactic turns a single pick and roll into a double pick and roll, making it impossible for the defending players to follow the attacking players, thus creating wide-open 3-point shooting opportunities. As he spoke, Wei Dong moved the magnets representing the players on the whiteboard. "If Hill has the ball in this position and Gortat comes to the other side of the free throw line, one of us will face a single defense from the opponent. Then after entering the paint, we will run back through between Hill and Gortat. And once we pass through Hill and Gortat, we'll quickly move to block the defender's path. At that moment, there will be a wide-open 3-point opportunity." After explaining the tactic, Kid was stunned for a moment, then slammed the table and shouted, "Brilliant. Wei Dong, you are truly a genius. Transforming a single pick and roll into a double pick and roll makes it impossible for referees to determine if there is a moving screen, since it targets only one defender. If a team has 2 outstanding 3-point shooters, then this tactic is almost unbeatable." Coincidentally, the Suns really have 2 exceptional 3-point shooters, Nash and Wei Dong, and both of them require double teaming on the court, so one of them can always run out of the tactic. 2 days before the first playoff game, Li Jiejia arrived in Phoenix. Wei Dong was training at the arena and couldn't pick her up, so his close friend Sal arranged for a driver to meet her at the airport and escort her directly to the gym. "Jiejia." Wei Dong, drenched in sweat from practice, rushed over and swept her into a warm embrace. The moment he spotted her standing gracefully at the gym entrance. "My." She puckered her lips playfully. "You're all sweaty." Though teasing, her heart swelled with sweetness, and she didn't pull away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around him in return. "Oh." His teammates erupted in cheers upon witnessing the tender scene. Laughing, Wei Dong set Jiejia down and gently took her hand, leading her onto the court. "Let me introduce you. These are my teammates, and also my idols." "Wei Dong, we're warning you, mention idols again, and we'll lose it." At the word, the entire team bristled. Even Allen Iverson fixed him with a mock-stern glare. Steve Nash, Allen Iverson, Grant Hill, JaVale McGee, Channing Frye, Jared Dudley. One by one, Wei Dong introduced his teammates, each offering Jiejia a friendly nod and warm smile. Jiejia recognized them all. She followed the NBA religiously. Jared Dudley sidled up with a grin. Sister-in-law, I've got a secret to tell you. What secret? Jejia turned curiously toward Dudley. Wei Dong cleared his throat softly, twice, a quiet but unmistakable signal to keep quiet. Well, it's really nothing. Dudley scratched his head, then abruptly clammed up. Wei Dong chuckled. Just spit it out. That half-told, hesitant look of yours. You'll conjure drama out of thin air. Haha. With a sly grin, Dudley leaned in. Lately quite a few beauties have been flirting with Brother Dong, but I swear on my entire career, no matter how many, he hasn't even blinked. His heart belongs to you, and only you. I believe him. Jejia linked her arm through Wei Dong's beaming. Why don't you go rest by the sideline for now? He patted her head affectionately. I need to finish practice, then we'll head home together. Tactical preparations before the playoffs were strictly confidential. Outsiders weren't permitted inside the arena. Yet Jejia was no outsider. This was her first time watching Wei Dong play alongside NBA stars up close, and she realized with quiet awe how much he'd transformed. How had she never noticed before just how extraordinary her boyfriend truly was? After practice, Wei Dong drove Jejia back to their villa. This house is enormous. Though she'd seen it on video standing before, it left her breathless with admiration. Big as it is, it's still just a house, Wei Dong smiled. But with you here, it finally feels like home. Jejia laughed. Since when did you learn to speak such sweet words, hey? You haven't eaten yet, have you? He tossed his bag onto the sofa. I'll cook for you. You cook? Jejia grew increasingly intrigued. They'd been dating for 2 years, and ever since Wei Dong moved to the U.S., he seemed like an entirely different person. What Jejia didn't know was that he was the same person, yet undeniably changed, transformed the very instant he awoke in the library imbued with the system. Yet no matter how he changed, her love for him remained unwavering. And now seated at the dining table, she awaited his feast with eager anticipation. Moments later, Wei Dong emerged from the kitchen holding 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles, grinning. Honey, dinner's served. This is your dinner. Jejia stared dumbfounded. It's remarkably lavish. Of course it is. Vegetables, beef, and noodles. A complete meal. Those vegetables and beef are just dried seasoning packets. Are they really counting? Ha! Wei Dong smiled faintly. Truth be told, he couldn't cook, not even in his past life, because Jejia had always taken care of him so thoroughly. You're an athlete. You should cut back on instant noodles. Jejia rose. Let me fix you something proper. Wei Dong gently stopped her. Honey, please don't bother. The kitchen holds nothing but instant noodles. In that moment, Jejia silently thanked her timing. Arriving early had spared her the shock of discovering that this charming young man living in a grand villa kept only instant noodles in his pantry. With the system now active, Wei Dong cared little about food. Even if nutrition temporarily affected his physical performance, any decline would merely reflect a dip in innate talent, one easily restored with a few talent points. Jejia declared with gentle firmness, starting tomorrow your diet and daily routine are under my supervision. I forbid another bite of instant noodles. That can wait until tomorrow, Wei Dong teased. Tonight, let's keep it simple. After dinner and a shower, it was time for something meaningful. Finally sharing a home with Jejia, he wanted to mark it with intention, with reverence. Jejia was lying in bed absorbed in a book when Wei Dong suddenly lunged playfully onto the mattress. No. After a few tender moments, she gently but firmly stilled his hand. His fingers had drifted. He looked slightly crestfallen. Why not? Not now, she replied, her voice resolute. Their differing perspectives stemmed from divergent life experiences. In his past life, they'd already married, so intimacy felt natural, inevitable. But Jejia carried no such history. They remained, in common parlance, virgins, both untouched, both uninitiated. I love you. He kissed her again, preparing to resume his gentle advances. Yet she held firm. Wei Dong persisted. Until breathless and flushed, she relented with a whispered condition. When you win the championship, then I'll say yes. Deal. Wei Dong knew this was her absolute boundary, and he accepted it without hesitation. Jejia smiled. Then off to another bedroom you go. I'm reading. What are you reading? He didn't move. Instead, he leaned closer. A poetry collection by Zhang Yang, president of the Classical Literature Association. The Classical Literature Association. Zhang Yang. Wei Dong frowned slightly, but asked no further questions. This life differed profoundly from the last. He'd never heard of Zhang Yang, yet from Jejia's tone the man appeared widely renowned. Nor had he ever encountered Professor Zheng Qing, whom Jejia mentioned days earlier. Wei Dong himself had attended Yenjing University, yet no faculty member named Zheng Qing existed there. On May 7th, it was sunny. The Suns flew to San Antonio, where they would face the Spurs on their home court. The first game of the playoffs was about to begin. As Wei Dong just arrived in San Antonio, he suddenly remembered something. In his previous life, it seemed that Rose was injured in the first round of the playoffs, suffering a career-ending injury, a torn left ACL. This injury not only altered the course of the playoffs. The impact on Rose was even greater after that injury. He never regained his peak performance, and the Rose of Chicago withered as a result. Without the burden of injury, Rose's presence would have made future competition even more thrilling. Although these two lives seem unrelated, Wei Dong felt it necessary to remind Rose. Coincidentally, Rose had called him half a month ago, and at that time Wei Dong saved Rose's phone number. "Hi Wei Dong." Rose was somewhat surprised to receive a call from Wei Dong before the game. Half a month ago, he had reviewed Wei Dong's game statistics and failed to recruit him. At that time, Rose felt a bit frustrated, but Wei Dong's subsequent performance made him realize that Wei Dong would become a superstar, someone he couldn't easily recruit, so he let that thought go. After the call connected, Wei Dong asked, "Are you playing against the 76ers tonight?" Rose replied, "Yes, aren't you playing against the Spurs? Could you do me a favor? If there's a minute and a half left in the game, and you are leading by 10 points or more, don't go on." "Huh?" Rose was puzzled and asked why. "Because in the last 2 minutes of the game, everyone is at their physical limit, making injuries more likely. If you're leading by double digits, there's no need to take risks." "Thanks for your concern." Rose was somewhat baffled, but he still said, "I promise you. I hope the Suns can reach the finals this year, and I want to compete against you there." "All right." Wei Dong smiled and hung up the phone. There was no more to explain. He could only remind Rose so much. If Rose got injured in the end, there would be nothing he could do but regret losing a competitor. Since Wei Dong joined, the Suns have achieved a record of 9 wins and 1 loss, especially winning the last 6 games against strong teams in the West. Nash missed 3 games due to injury, so it was also under Wei Dong's leadership that they made it to the playoffs, which was a significant achievement. CCTV's Channel 5 also adjusted its live broadcast for the playoffs. From now on, all Suns games would be aired live. Before the game started, the studio of CCTV Channel 5. Director Zhang, "I heard teacher Yu Jia now has a nickname called Dong Chue." Yu Jia replied, "Huh, I won't deny it. I believe Wei Dong possesses all the potential of a superstar. However, Wei Dong's game experience is still too limited. The playoffs are not the same as the regular season," Director Zhang said. Yu Jia asked, "What do you think about this game?" The addition of Iverson has increased the depth of the Suns roster, but compared to the season's Spurs, the Suns' paper roster is still somewhat lacking. To win this series, they must have a trick up their sleeve. "I believe that with Wei Dong, everything is possible," Yu Jia exclaimed. Director Zhang said, "The game is about to start. Let's watch it now." The warm-up ended and the fans had filled the arena. Wei Dong was not unfamiliar with this arena. Just a week ago, he scored 61 points here, leading the Suns to victory. The players were ready to enter the court, and the DJ loudly introduced the players. "Let us welcome the Suns. Number 3, O. Iverson. Number 13, Nash. Number 7, O. Wei Dong." Wei Dong was the last to come out, and the DJ shouted his name at the top of his voice. "Huh." However, Wei Dong was met not with cheers, but with a chorus of boos. Nash joked, "It seems the Spurs fans are not very friendly towards you." "That's because I scored 61 points in their home court. They feel like I slapped them in the face," Wei Dong said calmly. The boos from the fans did not affect his mindset at all. The vast majority of the arena was filled with Spurs fans. Only a small section wore Suns jerseys, and a few were fans of Nash, Iverson, and Hill. The rest were all Huashao people, all of whom were Wei Dong's fans. Spurs starters: Duncan Parker, Leonard Jefferson Blair. Suns starters: Nash, Hill, Wei Dong, Gortat, Morris. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the game officially began. Gortat and Duncan jumped for the ball. He tapped it to Nash, and the Spurs began their defense. Wei Dong actively called for the ball, while Leonard defended him. Wei Dong first made a feint, then against Leonard's defense executed a quick turn and a fadeaway jump shot. Leonard had already closed in, but his fingertips were still a bit short of the basketball. Swish! The ball went through the net 0-2. Popovich observed Wei Dong's score, thoughtfully, feeling that he had figured Wei Dong out. Wei Dong did not choose the same approach as last time. Although he scored 61 points, then he was also exhausted in the fourth quarter. This time Wei Dong was wiser, opting for easier shots, knowing he needed to conserve energy. "This shot is for you." After scoring, Wei Dong shrugged towards the Spurs fans, displaying a somewhat arrogant attitude. "Defense. Defense. Defense." The Spurs fans gritted their teeth, yet they could do nothing against Wei Dong shouting in unison for defense, eager to see the Spurs teach Wei Dong a lesson. After Wei Dong's score, the Spurs retaliated with Parker breaking through Nash's defense to toss the ball to Jefferson, who effortlessly dunked right under the basket. The teams traded points, and with 3 minutes left in the first quarter, the score was 2-3-1. The Suns were trailing by 2 points. Iverson replaced Nash. When Iverson took the court, the Spurs fans did not boo. Instead, they all stood up and applauded. For a superstar who hadn't played for nearly a year, the Spurs fans showed Iverson enough respect. It seemed that the boos from the Spurs fans were reserved solely for Wei Dong. This was inevitable. Wei Dong scored 61 points in this arena, which was something the fans could not accept. After Iverson entered, Wei Dong began playing as a point guard while Iverson played as a shooting guard. Iverson was known as a dual-threat guard. Wei Dong could also be considered a dual-threat guard with even stronger scoring and playmaking abilities. Wei Dong dribbled to draw the defense, and Iverson found space on the wing. Wei Dong faked a move and passed the ball to Iverson. Swish. Iverson caught the ball and took a jump shot. That familiar feeling seemed to return, and the basketball went through the hoop. 2-3-2-3. The Suns tied the score. On the Spurs side, Ginobili leads the bench players, while on the Suns side, Iverson commands his substitutes. As Iverson said, as long as he stands on the court, he can score. This is a man born for battle. Breaking through for a layup. Shaking off the defender a jump shot. Stealing the ball for a fast break. The bench was originally the weakest link of the Suns, but with the addition of Iverson, it filled the team's shortcoming. 3 minutes into the second quarter, the Spurs' prideful bench not only failed to widen the lead, but began to fall behind the Suns, prompting Popovich to call a timeout. After the timeout, Duncan, Parker, and Leonard were on the court. Such a lineup was something that Iverson and the bench could not handle. Within just a minute, the Spurs had tied the score again. Wei Dong and Nash could no longer sit idly by, and they returned to the court together. The Suns players were Nash, Wei Dong, Hill, Iverson, and Gortat, with Gortat being the only player taller than 2 meters. The Suns' fast-paced style back then caused a sensation in the league as Gentry arranged a big and small lineup with Gortat at center, while Nash orchestrated the play from the backcourt, complemented by the scoring prowess of Wei Dong and Iverson, making this lineup's scoring capability terrifying. Although this lineup had its flaws, just a short burst was enough to make the Spurs suffer greatly. Once Wei Dong and Nash stepped onto the court, their initial tactics caught the Spurs off guard, and the Suns began scoring continuously, gradually widening the gap. However, the seasoned Popovich quickly adjusted his strategy upon encountering the Suns' style, and by the end of the first half, the Spurs were not trailing by too many points. As the third quarter began, the Suns' defensive weaknesses were exposed, and the Spurs started scoring frequently. By the time there were 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Suns were already 11 points behind. X strategy. Gentry gestured from the sidelines while shouting it out loud. X strategy. Popovich heard Gentry shout and wondered what this X strategy was. Of course, the Suns players knew what the X strategy was. As Nash brought the ball past half-court, he passed it to Gortat on the wing. Gortat held the ball high, and Morris quickly came to his side. Nash attracted the defense, while Wei Dong cut into the paint, and Gortat immediately passed the ball to Hill, who after receiving the ball quickly maneuvered between Gortat and Morris. At the moment Wei Dong passed through, Morris and Gortat came together, blocking Leonard's path. Hill passed the ball to Wei Dong. With Leonard blocked by Morris and Gortat, a wide-open shot appeared before Wei Dong. He had already exchanged for Kai's three-point skill set during training, just for insurance. Swish. The open three-pointer was expected. The basketball swished through the net. Popovich was momentarily stunned, then shouted at the referee, blocking foul, blocking foul. The referee merely glanced at Popovich, but did not blow the whistle. The basket counted. 9-1-8-3. The Suns trailed by 8 points. This basket significantly boosted morale, and during the subsequent defense, the Suns players managed to stop Parker's attack. Following the same play, Wei Dong scored 2 more three-pointers in a row. 9-1-8-9. The gap was reduced to just 2 points. Leonard's usual stoic expression was no longer calm. What kind of strategy was this? Every time he chased after Wei Dong, he would be blocked by Gortat and Morris. Once he even knocked Gortat down, but still found no way to stop the play. The referee never blew the whistle. Popovich had no choice but to call a timeout immediately. After the timeout, the Spurs changed their strategy. When Wei Dong cut into the paint, the defender on Gortat immediately moved to the three-point line. This strategy seemed effective, but Gentry had anticipated this, so after the timeout, Wei Dong only wandered around the paint, without cutting between Gortat and Morris. He attracted the defense, and the player executing the strategy became Nash. Nash's three-point shot was equally hard to defend, especially when facing an open three-pointer with a shooting percentage over 60%. Swish. 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 After Nash hit 3 consecutive three-pointers, the old fox Popovich on the sidelines was fuming. He had never encountered such an annoying strategy. With less than 5 minutes left in a crucial game, he couldn't think of any way to counter this strategy. The score continued to widen. Beep. With the final whistle of the game, the score was 117-103. The Suns defeated the Spurs, claiming their first playoff victory. Game statistics: Wei Dong 31 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, 1 block. Nash 19 points, 3 rebounds, 9 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Iverson 21 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, 0 blocks. Duncan 26 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, 3 blocks. Well done, brother. The Suns players began to high-five in celebration. Winning a game at the Spurs' home was incredibly uplifting, as at least now the home court advantage had shifted to the Suns. In the live broadcast room of CCTV 5, Yu Jia said, "The Suns' strategy in the fourth quarter caught the Spurs off guard. I said before the Suns must use unconventional methods to beat the Spurs. This is Gentry's unconventional move, said Coach Zhang. Yu Jia added, I have never seen such a strategy before. This turns a single pick and roll into a double pick and roll, especially with two exceptional three-point shooters like Wei Dong and Nash on the Suns. This strategy is indeed hard to counter. Coach Zhang, you really understand basketball. Yu Jia exclaimed. Coach Zhang replied, I had this idea for a strategy when I was in the national team, but I never used it. Yu Jia did not dare to refute. After all, Coach Zhang was a senior, and whatever he said was taken as true. After the game concluded, the Suns players quickly returned to the hotel to rest, as they would have their second game here the following day. As the game between the Suns and the Spurs came to an end, the Bulls' match against the 76ers in the East was also reaching its conclusion. With less than 2 minutes left in the game, the Bulls had established a lead of over 10 points thanks to their outstanding performance in the fourth quarter. Rose had accumulated 29 points, 9 rebounds, and 9 assists, just 1 rebound and 1 assist shy of a triple-double. As the timeout ended, the Bulls coach said to Rose, there's a minute and 30 seconds left, you can continue to play. Okay. As Rose was about to get up, he suddenly recalled Wei Dong's inexplicable phone call. At that moment, a shadow of doubt crept into Rose's heart. After thinking for a moment, he sat back down on the bench and said to the coach, the 76ers have no chance of turning this around. I'll let my teammates handle the remaining time. I won't go back in. The Bulls head coach frowned. On the court, disobeying the coach's arrangements is a major taboo. However, since Rose was the star player of the Bulls, although the coach felt a bit displeased, he still chose not to insist on having Rose play. As it turned out, in the last minute and a half, even without Rose on the court, the 76ers had no chance of making a comeback. The Bulls successfully secured the victory in this game. After the game, Rose felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It was quite strange, and he couldn't articulate why he felt this way, as if he had escaped a disaster. Back in the locker room, Rose took out his phone to check the news and learned that the Suns had defeated the Spurs. He immediately called Wei Dong. Wei Dong, congratulations. You won against the Spurs in the first game. This is just the first game. This series is still long. Wei Dong heard Rose's cheerful tone, indicating that he hadn't been injured. It seemed that this life was indeed different from the last. You were right. In the last 2 minutes of the game, we really did lead by over 10 points. Is that so? Wei Dong smiled and asked, did you play? No, I refused when the coach arranged for me to go in. I don't know why, but after the game ended, I felt an immense sense of relief. You did the right thing, but we're not just here to pad our stats. I suddenly feel an urge to be you're welcome. Join the Suns next season. No, I don't like forming super teams. After chatting for a while, Wei Dong and Rose hung up the phone. The biggest news of the first round of the playoffs was indeed the Suns' victory over the Spurs. The Suns were the 8th seed in the West, while the Spurs were the first, making this news quite sensational. Moreover, since Wei Dong joined the Suns, the team garnered millions of fans from China, which also increased the Suns' visibility beyond that of popular teams like the Lakers and the Heat. Before the playoffs began, the Suns had the highest odds to win the championship, and after securing their first playoff victory, those odds began to decrease. It seemed that the bookmakers were hesitant to bet against the Suns. Especially the elevator door strategy suddenly employed by the Suns in the fourth quarter sparked heated discussions among industry insiders. Everyone witnessed the old Fox's helplessness and frustration in facing this strategy. At TNT Radio in the U.S., Barkley and Johnson were also analyzing the game. Barkley said Gentry's pick-and-roll strategy in the fourth quarter was just a clever trick. Johnson replied, the Suns have two outstanding three-point shooters in Nash and Wei Dong. This strategy is almost unbeatable. Barkley said, if I were guarding Wei Dong, I wouldn't let him escape so easily. Johnson retorted, you might have been able to in the past, but can you still run now? Barkley responded, of course. If I were on the court, I would treat Wei Dong to a spicy hot pot. Johnson laughed, So which team do you think will win the series between the Suns and the Spurs? Barkley replied, of course it's the Spurs. I predict the Spurs will ultimately beat the Suns 42. Johnson asked, what if the Spurs lose? Barkley said, then I'll kiss a donkey's backside again. When Chinese fans heard Barkley's prediction, they were not angry, but rather very grateful. Barkley's infamous, poisonous milk was well known. When he predicted the Spurs would win, they had already lost half the battle. After the game, Popovich learned that Gentry's strategy was called the elevator door strategy. It was indeed quite vivid. Every time Gortat and Morris stood together, it resembled the two elevator doors closing and trapping the defender inside. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Popovich completed the post-game press conference. Once home, Popovich lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Images of Gortat and Morris trapping defenders, allowing Nash or Wei Dong to get open three-pointers, kept appearing in his mind. Unable to sleep, Popovich got up and poured himself a glass of red wine. Over the years, the NBA has seen many famous strategies such as the triangle offense, the Princeton system, and the pick-and-roll strategy. Of course, there were also the Suns' bombardment strategy and their low-post offense strategy. However, he had never encountered a strategy as unbeatable as the elevator door strategy. It seemed that as long as a team had two stars who could shoot three-pointers, this strategy would be invincible. The Suns just happened to have Wei Dong and Nash, as if this strategy was tailor-made for them. Damn it. Popovich downed his glass of red wine and cursed. The next day, he planned to gather the players for training, devising countermeasures against this strategy, otherwise the Spurs would be in peril in this series. Betting that Wei Dong and Nash can't make open three-pointers. Such a move would be absurd. If Popovich truly did that, it would be akin to seeking his own demise. Unlike the frowning Popovich, the entire Suns team slept soundly in the hotel. Hill, Nash, and Iverson all dreamed of lifting the O'Brien Trophy, which perhaps was the greatest obsession of these three veterans after years of battling in the NBA. Especially for Iverson, who was preparing to retire, suddenly being so close to the championship made it hard for him to contain his excitement. It must be said that after defeating the Spurs in the first game, the morale of the entire Suns team received a significant boost, with the most obvious change being the increased confidence of all the players. Wei Dong returned to the hotel, took a shower, and video called Lee Jejia for a while. As a player on an away game, not bringing family members meant that if Lee Jejia wanted to come, she would have to fly to San Antonio herself, and even the tickets would need to be purchased by her. Moreover, the third game would return to the Suns' home court, so Lee Jejia simply stayed in Phoenix. After chatting for a while, Lee Jejia urged Wei Dong to get some rest. At that moment, she was still cleaning the villa. Although Sal should have arranged for cleaning, when Wei Dong arrived, Lee Jejia still felt it was more appropriate to clean it herself. On the third day, the Sun and the Spurs faced off in the second game of the playoffs. Popovich's mental state seemed a bit off, though he was often referred to as the old fox. He prided himself on being cunning, yet with just 2 days gone by, he still hadn't devised a strategy to counter the elevator door tactic. Thus, when he saw Gentry, there was still a flicker of anger in his eyes. He felt that Gentry's tactic was utterly shameless. It went against the spirit of sportsmanship. If Popovich's thoughts were to reach O'Neal might very well sit on him and end his career. Shameless, the elevator door tactic. Was there anything more shameless than the hack-a-shack strategy? The infamous hack-a-shack tactic was indeed devised by Popovich himself. I am a bit innocent here. Gentry, catching Popovich's gaze, muttered the elevator door tactic was proposed by Wei Dong. What does it have? The second game commenced. Popovich altered his strategy, opting not to have players double-team Nash and Wei. Moreover, once Gortat received the ball on the wing after Morris positioned himself, Duncan in the paint would rush out to defend. It seemed to solve the elevator door tactic. However, by not double-teaming, it meant Nash and Wei Dong were free, making it still challenging for the Spurs to compete. Not to mention that the Suns had the powerful Wei Dong. Even without him, releasing Nash would still make it difficult for the Spurs to secure a win. In the TNT studio, Johnson said the Spurs have given up their strongest defense and started trading baskets with the Suns. This is simply a path to self-destruction. Barkley replied, the game has just begun. You're speaking too soon. Johnson responded, let's make a bet. This game will enter garbage time by the third quarter. Gentry also discerned Popovich's intentions. Halfway through the first quarter, he substituted Morris for the more offensively capable Iverson. The two teams began to trade points. Duncan scored in the paint, and Iverson immediately answered back. Leonard hit a mid-range shot, and Wei Dong responded with a three-pointer. Parker made a floater, and Nash countered with a jump shot. The Suns lead the Spurs by 6 points, and both teams are on track to score around 120 points. As the second quarter begins, Ginobili leads the Spurs bench to start closing the gap. During this period, the Suns' bench defense has become lax, and the score is quickly evened out by Ginobili's team. In times of prosperity, the Buddha stands firm. In adversity, the sports car speeds away, and in dire straits, the demon knife strikes. This phrase has long circulated in the NBA, and just as the game seemed to be dominated by the Suns, Ginobili stepped up. With the score tied, Wei Dong and Nash returned to the court. The elevator door strategy is once again in play. Wei Dong and Nash each hit a three-pointer, extinguishing the Spurs' momentum. Faced with the Suns' strong performance, the Spurs did not lose heart. They continued to play steadily until the end of the first half with a score of 76-73. The Spurs are only 3 points behind the Suns. In the Suns' first half total of 76 points, Wei Dong scored 17 points, Nash 13 points, Iverson 19 points, Hill 9 points, and the other players contributed 18 points. With Wei Dong and Nash by his side, Iverson no longer faced the intense defensive pressure he once did. Although he is no longer at his peak, Iverson still managed to score 19 points in the first half. In the locker room, Iverson remained silent, feeling no excitement after scoring 19 points in the first half. Instead, he felt quite unwilling. 3 years ago, scoring 30 or 40 points was merely a piece of cake for Iverson, but now with only 19 points in the first half, he felt utterly exhausted. In contrast, Wei Dong played longer than him, scoring just 2 points fewer, yet he appeared incredibly relaxed. Youth is truly wonderful. Iverson took a sip of his drink, pondering, when I was young, who had better stamina compared to Wei Dong? Of course, no one knew about Iverson's internal monologue. Gentry was still analyzing the game with the players, saying, "The Spurs' rhythm in the first half was somewhat chaotic. Unfortunately, we failed to widen the score gap. In the second half, the Spurs will definitely strengthen their defense, so it will be a tough battle. Oh, everyone must give their all. Let's go." The Suns players encouraged each other as the second half was about to begin. As the second half started, Duncan scored several consecutive bank shots in the paint. Gortat, Fry, and Lopez couldn't stop Duncan. Currently, Gortat is defending Duncan. Wei Dong noticed Gortat was a bit anxious and gave him a pat on the back, saying, "Don't rush. Since the Spurs like to play offense, let's play offense with them." Okay. Gortat, although stung by the slap, calmed down. 7-8-8-1. The Suns are now trailing by 3 points. Nash held the ball looking for an opportunity, while Wei Dong made an off-ball run into the paint. Is this another elevator door strategy? As a result, the Spurs players immediately extended their defense, with Leonard leaving Wei Dong a step back. This way, if Wei Dong retreats beyond the three-point line, Leonard can still return to defend in time. The only one not moving among the Spurs' interior defenders was Duncan, who saw through Wei Dong's intentions. But what does it matter if he sees through it? When Wei Dong entered the paint, Leonard was still a step away from him, and the only interior defender left for the Spurs was Duncan, so Nash immediately passed the ball to Wei Dong. After receiving the ball, Wei Dong took a step forward and leaped high. As I expected, Duncan thought to himself, realizing that Wei Dong's movement was not to retreat beyond the three-point line, but to go for a dunk. If Duncan had rushed out just now, the Spurs' interior would have been completely empty. The Spurs' interior gate cannot be violated. Duncan shouted and jumped as well, trying to block Wei Dong. However, this time Duncan was mistaken. He thought Wei Dong had reached his peak height, but Wei Dong was still rising, as if he were on a helicopter. Bang! Wei Dong slammed the basketball into the hoop over Duncan. Duncan fell to the ground. Beep! At this moment, the referee's whistle sounded, signaling that number 21 in white committed a foul. 21. Wei Dong not only dunked over Duncan, but also completed a 21. The crowd erupted. If this were at the Suns' home court, the fans would have gone wild, but since this is the Spurs' home, the home fans responded to the play with silence. Some fans even covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Wow. This dunk by Wei Dong is simply stunning. The bench players of the Suns pretended to fall back in their seats, as if they were dazzled by Wei Dong's charisma. While executing the free throw, Wei Dong said to Duncan, "Although you are my idol, I won't allow you to bully my teammates like this." Earlier, Duncan had scored 4 consecutive baskets against Gortat, almost leaving him in a state of shock. After standing up, Duncan remained silent, but when Wei Dong made the free throw, he smiled broadly at Wei Dong, even chuckling, "Ha! Wei Dong." Beep. The referee blew the whistle again, indicating a technical foul on number 20. Duncan felt quite innocent. He had just laughed, so why was he receiving a technical foul? Not only the Suns players, but even the Spurs players were confused. Why was Duncan laughing? In the face of Duncan's mysterious smile, more enigmatic than the Mona Lisa, only Leonard remained calm, maintaining his usual poker face. Wei Dong took the technical foul free throw. Swish! The ball went cleanly through the net, adding another point for the Suns. Wei Dong had achieved a 211. Even he himself felt bewildered. 8-8-1. Due to Duncan's inexplicable laughter, the Spurs trailed by 1 point. Moreover, after the technical foul free throw, the possession remained with the Suns. Wei Dong received the ball, broke into the paint, and facing the defense of Jefferson and Duncan, passed the ball behind his back to Nash outside the three-point line. Swish! Nash took the three-point shot, and the basketball hit the rim again, making it 8-5-8-1. In this possession, the Suns scored 7 points, which was nothing short of a miracle. In the Huaxiao live broadcast room, Yujia, ha ha ha. That was so funny. I don't know why Duncan. Jean Guidance. I interviewed Duncan before. Don't be fooled by his seemingly silly appearance. He is actually a very humorous person. Yujia. But the referee didn't understand his humor and called a technical foul. Jean Guidance. Wei Dong made the free throw, yet Duncan laughed out loud. Such behavior on the court is indeed quite impolite. After Nash hit the three-pointer, Popovich called a timeout. Holding the tactical board, Popovich murmured to Duncan, seeming to question him. However, Duncan didn't laugh at that moment. He just stared blankly at Popovich. When the timeout ended, Parker dribbled the ball, and as Duncan ran to the front court, Wei Dong signaled for Gortat to step aside, as he would personally defend Duncan. While keeping his eyes on Duncan, Wei Dong said, "Let me tell you a joke. There's a pig, a monkey, a turtle, and a rabbit telling jokes together. They agreed that whoever tells a bad joke would be thrown into the sea." Duncan. Wei Dong, ignoring Duncan's expression, continued laughing as he recounted. First was the monkey. It told a joke that made everyone laugh except the turtle. Then the monkey was thrown into the sea. Next was the rabbit. It told a joke that was not funny at all, yet the turtle laughed uncontrollably. Can you guess why? Duncan asked. Why? Wei Dong explained. Because the turtle said that the monkey's joke was too funny. Just. Duncan nodded. Oh. Parker made a successful layup, and the Spurs closed the gap by 2 points. When it was the Suns' turn to attack, Wei Dong faced Leonard's defense with a turnaround jump shot, and the basketball swished through the net. Incredible things happened again. Ha ha ha. Duncan suddenly pointed at Wei Dong and laughed twice. Everyone, beep. The referee blew the whistle again, indicating another technical foul on Duncan. Popovich was going crazy, and the Spurs fans were also going crazy as the Spurs players were left dumbfounded. Had Duncan taken the wrong medication today? However, after laughing twice, Duncan suddenly felt dejected as he realized he had accumulated 2 technical fouls. Receiving 2 technical fouls meant he would be ejected from the game. Popovich stood on the sidelines shouting, "Duncan, have you taken the wrong medicine?" Duncan pulled the referee, explaining, "Wei Dong intentionally made me laugh. I didn't want to, but I couldn't help it. You can't give me a technical foul." The referee shot Duncan a sideways glance. "What does Wei Dong's joke have to do with me? But you laughed out loud after the opponent scored, so I must give you a technical foul." Wei Dong was also stunned. He had merely told a random joke to amuse Duncan, and it actually got him ejected. Moreover, Duncan's reaction was quite similar to that of the turtle. If Duncan had laughed right after Wei Dong finished telling the joke, it would have been fine. After all, it was the Spurs' turn to attack. Just laughing twice like that would have only earned him a warning from the referee, not a technical foul. The Spurs players had been explaining for a long time, but the referee still did not change the call. Duncan was ejected for 2 technical fouls, sitting dejected on the sidelines, no longer laughing, while Popovich was so angry with Duncan that he ignored him. The low-post offensive strategy of the Spurs revolved around Duncan. Without Duncan, although Ginobili, Parker, and Leonard all had strong offensive capabilities, they found it difficult to score as easily against Wei Dong and Hill's defense from the perimeter. The score gradually widened. By the end of the fourth quarter, it was 116-107. The Suns achieved back-to-back away victories, defeating the number 1 team in the West, the Spurs. The scales of victory had tilted in favor of the Suns. Game statistics: Wei Dong 37 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, 1 block. Nash 19 points, 3 rebounds, 13 assists, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Iverson 27 points, 2 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, 1 block. Even in the twilight of his career, Iverson was still considered one of the Suns' 3 giants, meaning the trio combined for 83 points to defeat the Spurs. On the Spurs side, due to Duncan's ejection in the third quarter, the highest scorer was Leonard, who took over the Spurs offense in that quarter, ultimately scoring 31 points, but this still could not prevent the Spurs from suffering back-to-back home losses. Post-game press conference for the Spurs. The reporters were eager as Duncan's 2 mysterious laughs today had piqued their curiosity. After another loss, Popovich was in a bad mood. He briefly spoke to boost morale before leaving the stage. When it was Duncan's turn for an interview, he sat on stage looking dispirited. A reporter asked, "What were the reasons behind your 2 mysterious laughs today?" Duncan explained, "Wei Dong intentionally told jokes to make me laugh, and I couldn't help but laugh." The reporter curiously asked, "What joke did he tell?" Duncan said, "A pig, turtle, monkey, and rabbit were gathered together telling jokes. Whoever told a bad joke would be thrown into the sea. First was the monkey, which told a very funny joke that made everyone laugh except for the turtle, so the monkey was thrown into the sea. Then came the rabbit, which told a joke that was not funny at all, and everyone else didn't laugh, yet only the turtle laughed heartily." The reporter asked curiously why. Duncan replied, "Because the turtle said the monkey's joke was too funny. Ha ha ha." The American reporters laughed uproariously after hearing the joke. "Don't blame me," Duncan said innocently, "because the joke is just too funny." Another reporter asked, "When did Wei Dong tell you this joke?" "When he was defending me." "But you only laughed when Wei Dong hit that jump shot, right?" "Because that was when I remembered the joke Wei Dong told was just too funny." Duncan shrugged, still looking innocent. "Ha ha ha." After another burst of laughter from the reporters, one continued, "So why did you laugh the first time?" Duncan's first laugh was even more ridiculous. He had just been dunked on by Wei Dong, which was a humiliation, yet he laughed loudly 3 times during Wei Dong's free throws. Duncan pouted. "I didn't want to laugh, but he called me his idol." In fact, the Suns were quite curious about Duncan's 2 bouts of laughter. After showering and returning to the locker room, everyone gathered around, while Wei Dong began recounting the joke. He told Duncan, "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing the joke, Gortat laughed heartily. "It's really not Duncan's fault. If it were me, I'd laugh even harder." Wei Dong couldn't quite grasp the humor of the Americans. Was the joke really that funny? He had always thought it was a cold joke. AI chuckled. "We've been trash-talking for so many years, and now I realize that telling jokes can be even more impactful than trash-talking. Tell me a few more jokes." Gortat pulled Wei Dong. "Next game when I defend Duncan, I'll just keep telling him jokes. It will definitely affect him." "Get lost." Wei Dong shot Gortat a glance. This guy was really boring. Nash asked, "What made Duncan laugh?" "I don't know that." Wei Dong shrugged. At the post-game press conference for the Spurs, the reporters will definitely ask. Just wait for the news. "Alright, forget about this game. Everyone pack up. We're heading back to Phoenix tomorrow, aiming to win 2 more at home. Go for it." The teammates encouraged each other. Having won 2 consecutive games against the Spurs on the road, the Suns felt a bit overconfident. Their confidence soared in this playoff series against the Spurs. The Big Three combined for 83 points, and the Suns led the Spurs 20 in the first round of the playoffs. 2 technical fouls in a row. Duncan was ejected. Today's top plays: Wei Dong dunks on Duncan. Why did Duncan laugh twice? Was it because he was going to be a father? As the Suns and Spurs game concluded, various news reports emerged, some serious, some not. The playoffs were in full swing on the western side. Apart from the Suns and Spurs, the Thunder led the Mavericks 20, the Lakers 20 over the Nuggets, and the Grizzlies 11 with the Clippers. As for the Eastern Conference, aside from the Heat and Bulls securing 2 victories, the remaining 4 teams were battling fiercely at 11. When Wei Dong returned home the next day, he found his villa had been rejuvenated. Some furniture had been rearranged. Although he didn't know how Lee Jia managed it alone, he felt much more comfortable in the home she had redecorated. Without comparison, there would be no harm. It seemed Sal's taste still needed improvement. What was the deal with Duncan laughing twice yesterday? Sure enough, everyone has a sense of curiosity. The first question Lee Jia asked Wei Dong was about Duncan's laughter. Wei Dong could only explain it again. However, when telling the joke to Lee Jia, she didn't laugh, but rather pouted, thinking Duncan's sense of humor was too low. That kind of silly joke made him laugh. As for the reason for Duncan's first laugh, it was even more ridiculous. I didn't want to laugh, but he called me his idol. Hearing this, Lee Jia felt a chill run down her spine, and goosebumps arose. Before the third playoff game between the Suns and Spurs, Wei Dong drove Lee Jia to the Western Conference. In the first 2 games at the Spurs home court, Lee Jia hadn't attended, but at the Suns home games there would definitely be a front row seat for her. This didn't need Wei Dong to specifically mention. Sal would arrange everything properly. The atmosphere at home was much more enthusiastic, especially when Wei Dong took the court. The DJ called out Wei Dong with a prolonged tone. Wei Dong. The home crowd erupted in the loudest cheers upon hearing his name. Playing at home is so common. As Wei Dong ran, he waved to the fans in greeting. The game began. Duncan called for the ball in the low post, and as Gortat defended Duncan, he recalled the joke Wei Dong told him yesterday, asking Duncan, "How many steps does it take to put an elephant in the fridge?" However, Duncan responded to Gortat with a calm face raised high and shot, scoring a basket. "It takes 3 steps." Gortat was beaten by Duncan and couldn't help but mutter. Yesterday, when Wei Dong shared this joke with him, Gortat laughed for half an hour. Why was it that now, when he recounted it, Duncan had no reaction at all? Did he lack a sense of humor? Wei Dong glanced at Duncan and ran towards the front court. At this moment, Wei Dong realized that his opponent was the so-called Stone Buddha Duncan, who had been coveted by several teams before the draft, who intentionally tanked to get him. Duncan would not make the same mistake twice. The Spurs had already studied Wei Dong's playing style, possessing a deadly three-pointer. Apart from that, his offensive style was a combination of Kobe and AI. Ultimately, he was not completely unguardable. The Suns' first ball was an unknown play by Wei Dong, with Leonard tightly guarding him. Wei Dong's several fakes didn't fully shake off Leonard, and in a hurry he took a shot, which was interfered with, hitting the rim. Duncan grabbed the rebound. Wei Dong's first shot resembled Kobe's style. "The defensive pressure is quite high. Have they figured out my play style?" Wei Dong mumbled to himself, consuming another 5 talent points to exchange for Jordan's fadeaway jumper package. Did he really think he only knew Kobe's and AI's moves? Duncan's offensive desire tonight was very strong. After Wei Dong's missed shot, Duncan low-posted and scored again on Gortat. After Duncan scored 2 consecutive baskets against him, Wei Dong refused to be outdone. Facing Leonard's defense once more, he bypassed flashy dribbling and launched straight into a jump shot. "Jordan!" Shier exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Wei Dong's move. Shier had once been hailed as Jordan's heir, and during his early years in the league he had faced the prime Michael Jordan, making him intimately familiar with Jordan's signature fadeaway jumper. Every player possesses unique shooting habits. The motion, release angle, and timing of Wei Dong's previous shot were indistinguishable from Jordan's. Much of Jordan's jump shot's elusiveness stemmed from his extraordinary leaping ability, hang time, and core strength. Yet Wei Dong matched, or even surpassed him in all 3. That shot left Shier momentarily dazed, as if he were playing alongside Jordan himself. Swish! The ball dropped cleanly through the net. 24. Wei Dong had just scored the Phoenix Suns' first basket of the game. Lee Jia sat quietly courtside watching him. Though the shot was elegant, she did not join the roaring crowd. Only her eyes shimmered with quiet delight. The game ticked on second by second. Wei Dong and Shier effectively contained Leonard and Parker beyond the arc, but Duncan was unstoppable inside. Gortat had long abandoned any thought of cracking jokes with Duncan. Morris was pulled by Coach D'Antoni and replaced by Lopez, who entered the paint to assist Gortat in double-teaming Duncan, though with little success. Duncan dominated not only offensively but also defensively. repeatedly snatching rebounds over Gordon. Fortunately, Wei Dong suddenly shifted his approach, unleashing another nearly unguardable Jordan-style fadeaway, leaving Leonard thoroughly unsettled, allowing the Suns to stay tightly within striking distance. At halftime, the score stood at 5,152. The Suns trailed the Spurs by a single point. Duncan led all scorers with 29 points in the first half. Wei Dong followed closely with 23, the second highest total, and Duncan added 11 rebounds. During halftime, the cheerleaders performed while players retreated to the locker room. Lee Jia paid no mind to the curvaceous foreign dancers. Instead, as Wei Dong walked toward the tunnel, she pulled out her graduate entrance exam materials and began jotting notes. Inside the Suns' locker room, D'Antoni addressed the team. Don't concentrate all your defensive attention on Duncan. If the Spurs want to play an offensive game, then let's play one too. As long as we outscore them, victory remains ours. After speaking, D'Antoni turned to Wei Dong. The offensive burden for the second half falls to you. Understood. Wei Dong nodded. Allen Iverson had delivered an unremarkable first half, scoring only 3 points in 11 minutes on the court. Shier asked, Wei Dong, your fadeaway today looked exactly like Jordan's. When did you learn it? Learn? Wei Dong smiled. Doesn't it just click after one look? Shier fell silent. Nash chimed in. So your crossovers, your passing, those low-post footwork moves from the Rockets game, were all mastered after a single glance. By crossover, he meant Iverson's signature move, by passing his own style, and by low-post footwork Scala's technique. Both Nash and Iverson had long sensed something uncanny. Whenever Wei Dong orchestrated the offense, Nash saw echoes of himself, and Iverson felt the same. Yet when Wei Dong executed the crossover, Iverson again glimpsed his own reflection. Exactly, Wei Dong replied, cheerfully nodding. With his system, mastery truly required only a glance, or perhaps none at all. Nash sighed, murmuring, a true prodigy. So have faith in this game, D'Antoni added. With a talent like Wei Dong, we will win the championship. Let's go. After outlining the second half strategy, D'Antoni concluded just as tip-off neared. In the second half, Duncan continued his efficient assault. The Suns ceased double-teaming Duncan. Once Duncan had found his rhythm, the priority became preventing others from doing the same. If not, the Spurs would become utterly impossible to contain. Each time Duncan scored, Wei Dong answered in kind. When double-teamed, Wei Dong seamlessly triggered the elevator door pick-and-roll with Nash and teammates, leaving the Spurs with no effective counter against Phoenix's offense. The score remains tight, with the Suns leading the Spurs by 2 points. At this moment, Duncan has already scored 47 points, while Wei Dong has tallied 41. In the final minutes of the game, the Suns lineup consists of Wei Dong, Hill, Gortat, Fry, and Nash. The Spurs lineup features Duncan, Leonard, Parker, Ginobili, and Jefferson. Wei Dong did not exchange for stamina potions. After all, he possesses max-level stamina talent. Unless he plays intensely for a full 48 minutes, it would be difficult for Wei Dong's stamina to reach its limit. However, not every player possesses stamina like Wei Dong. For instance, Hill has been affected by fatigue, causing him to miss 2 consecutive mid-range shots in the fourth quarter. Hill has to shoulder more defensive responsibilities. Defense, defense, defense. When the Spurs are on the attack, the fans chant this in unison. MVP, MVP, MVP. When Wei Dong has the ball, the fans chant MVP in unison. The game has entered a heated climax. There are 2 minutes and 46 seconds left in the game. Parker breaks through Nash's defense, showcasing the speed of a French sports car. Nash finds it quite challenging to defend against Parker, who drives to the basket for his signature floater. But at the moment the ball leaves Parker's fingertips, Wei Dong rushes in from the side. Parker feels engulfed in shadow, only to see Wei Dong leap high and swat Parker's floater away. Wow! The fans erupt in excitement. As the basketball seems destined to fly out of bounds, Hill, the closest to the ball, dives forward, retrieving it and passing it to Fry. However, Hill also crashes heavily into the spectator area due to his momentum. A moment of silence falls as everyone turns to look at Hill, worried that he might be injured from the fall. Fortunately, Hill quickly crawls out from the audience area and returns to the court. Hill, Hill, Hill. The audience chants Hill's name again, moved by his determination. An experienced player risking injury dives out to save the ball. This is the spirit of a champion. One more basket, and we can take the lead. Nash dribbles the ball, signaling his teammates to reposition. At this moment, the score stands at 1-0-9-1-1-0, with the Suns trailing by 1 point. The save by Hill moved everyone. The Suns' morale was once again lifted as Nash dribbled with Gortat, setting a screen. Nash drove to the basket. Jefferson came to defend, but without even looking, Nash tossed the ball behind him. This was the chemistry between Nash and Wei Dong. Wei Dong appeared right in the path of the basketball, seized it, stepped forward, leaped high, and slammed it down. 1-1-1-1-1-0. The Suns took the lead. Time was still ticking away. The Suns defended against the Spurs' attack once more, but unfortunately during the Suns' offense, Wei Dong faced a double team and passed the ball to Fry outside the three-point line, but Fry's shot missed the basket. With less than 2 minutes left, Duncan demanded the ball inside. After receiving the pass and drawing the defense, he passed the ball to Ginobili outside the three-point line. Swish. The basketball went in steadily. In crucial moments, Ginobili was always trustworthy. The Suns fans were sweating nervously. As the Suns turned to attack, came before even crossing half-court. Wei Dong actively called for the ball from Nash, who passed it to Wei Dong. There were still 2 steps to the three-point line, and Leonard's defense hadn't closed in yet. Wei Dong suddenly came to a stop and took a three-point shot. Kawhi's three-point skill set unleashed a beautiful arc in the air. The fans shouting MVP suddenly fell silent, their attention shifting with the basketball's trajectory. Even Gentry was momentarily stunned. This was the playoffs. The Suns were only 2 points behind the Spurs. For the coach, Wei Dong's three-point attempt was incredibly reckless. If it were another player, even if that three-pointer had miraculously gone in, he would have been harshly criticized. Swish. This moment felt both short and long, and when the basketball swished through the net, everyone sighed in relief. MVP, MVP, MVP. The fans erupted into deafening cheers once again. Those not present at the game could never truly feel this atmosphere. However, the Spurs were not affected by this shot. Duncan scored again with a bank shot just inside the three-point line, tying the game. Give me the ball. Wei Dong remained calm and once again actively requested the ball. Then for the second time and the third. With 35 seconds left in the game, Wei Dong hit 2 long-range three-pointers in a row. 1-2-0-1-1-7. The Suns led the Spurs by 3 points and Popovich called a timeout. After the timeout, Ginobili also took a three-point shot, once again tying the score. With 27 seconds left. After receiving the ball in the backcourt, Wei Dong faced a full-court press from the Spurs and had no choice but to pass the ball to Nash. Nash dribbled past Parker's defense, and Fry found himself wide open on the perimeter. Nash immediately passed the ball to Fry, who hesitated for a moment before taking the shot. Perhaps it was the pressure of the crucial moment, but Fry, known for his three-point shooting, surprisingly missed. Duncan grabbed the rebound, and the Spurs immediately launched a fast break. Get back on defense, Wei Dong shouted as he rushed back. Parker received a pass from Duncan and charged towards the Suns' basket, while only Wei Dong could match Parker. Parker noticed Wei Dong chasing him and was startled. His proud speed was being outdone by Wei Dong, but at this moment Parker also noticed that Duncan was closing in. Layup. Pass. As Wei Dong caught up to Parker, he also noticed Duncan right behind him, and at this point Wei Dong had to make a judgment call on whether Parker would lay it in or pass. A wrong judgment could allow the Spurs to score 2 more points. As Parker drove to the basket, he turned his head to glance at Duncan. Is he going to pass? That was Wei Dong's first thought, but it was immediately dismissed. After years of playing together, if Parker wanted to pass at this moment, he wouldn't even need to glance back at Duncan, so this was a fake pass to throw off Wei Dong. Parker's glance back was meant to confuse Wei Dong. Duncan catch. Sure enough, Parker shouted as he leaped high, aiming to send the basketball into the basket. Not on my watch. Wei Dong snorted and also leaped high, smacking the basketball against the backboard. A monumental block. In the NBA, a monumental block is more exhilarating than a slam dunk. Great play. The fans immediately erupted. However, after that moment of excitement, the fans' emotions hit a low point again. Wei Dong's block was too powerful, causing the basketball to bounce off the backboard and fly away, while at that moment Parker had already landed and Wei Dong was about to land. Even if Wei Dong was immensely talented, he could not fly. He could only jump again once his feet touched the ground, but time was already running out. Bang! Duncan had already charged from behind, leaping high to grab the basketball and slam it down into the back. 1-2-0-1-2-2. With only 7 seconds left, the Suns trailed by 2 points. Watching the victory slip away, Gentry immediately called a timeout. I'm sorry, coach. I'm sorry, Wei Dong. I'm sorry, guys. Fry was blaming himself for missing the open. Because of his missed three-pointer, which led to the Spurs' fast break, it was as if he had given away 5 points. If they lost this game, he would bear the greatest responsibility. It's okay. Wei Dong patted Fry on the shoulder. Everyone misses shots sometimes. Next time you have a chance like this, you must be decisive. Thank you, Wei Dong. Fry looked at Wei Dong gratefully, and the teammates comforted him a bit before listening to Gentry's strategy. With only 7 seconds left, the tension was palpable. Gentry looked at all the players. In a moment, Nash, Wei Dong, Iverson, Fry, and Hill U5 will take the court. These 5 all have three-point shooting capabilities. The Suns have 2 options now: play it safe and go for a 2-pointer to force overtime, or choose to shoot a 3-pointer that could end the game. Hill U will inbound the ball. Gentry held up the tactical board and gestured. Then Nash, Iverson, and Fry U3 will move to draw the defense. Wei Dong, you find a way to receive the ball outside the 3-point line, and the final shot will be yours. All right. The players returned to the court, and Hill stood on the sideline, holding the basketball high while searching for an opportunity. Leonard was closely guarding Wei Dong, and the other players were also moving. When Hill saw Wei Dong accelerate past Leonard, his eyes lit up. Now's the time. Without hesitation, he'll directly pass the ball to Wei Dong. As soon as Wei Dong caught the ball, he immediately adjusted his shooting posture and leaped high. Oh no. However, seeing this, Gentry felt a tightness in his chest, wanting to slap his thigh. Because as Wei Dong prepared to shoot, Duncan abandoned his defense on Fry and charged towards Wei Dong. The reason Duncan made such a choice must be that Popovich anticipated Gentry's strategy, causing Duncan to keep his attention on Wei Dong while defending Fry. Duncan and Leonard charged in. Facing such a difficult shot, even Jordan would find it hard to make that basket. Lucky Potion. Without hesitation, Wei Dong immediately exchanged for a bottle of Lucky Potion and used it. The basketball was interfered with by Duncan, yet it still soared toward the hoop. However, the basketball did not go in directly, instead it bounced off the rim. Just as the Suns players were about to despair, the rebounding ball fell back down and landed perfectly into the basket. 1-2-3-1-2-2. The Suns were just 1 point behind. With only 1.2 seconds left in the game, the Suns players embraced in celebration, and the fans erupted with excitement. This scene was highly dramatic. The basketball actually went in after bouncing off. If the Suns win against the Spurs, it would be their second game-winning shot of the season. The first was when Wei Dong made a three-pointer that faked out Bynum. The Spurs called a timeout. The Suns players also calmed down. This is the NBA, and with 1.2 seconds left, the outcome was still uncertain. In this league, there are countless instances of a game-winning shot in 1.2 seconds, especially since the Suns only led the Spurs by 1 point. Wei Dong remained silent, filled with inner turmoil. Although the Spurs still had 1.2 seconds to attack, Wei Dong had a way to ensure the Spurs lost, for he still possessed the unlucky potion. As long as he used the unlucky potion, it would leave the Spurs with an open basket, and they still wouldn't be able to make the shot. But should he really do that? Wei Dong was somewhat reluctant. He had already used the lucky potion, but if he used the unlucky potion again, the game would lose its meaning. The timeout ended. Jefferson threw the ball in, and the Spurs players moved into position. Wei Dong defended Leonard, but he had a feeling that the final shot would be handed to Duncan. Sure enough, the basketball eventually reached Duncan's hands. Duncan caught the ball just inside the three-point line, and without hesitation, he took a jump shot. Should I use the unlucky potion? As soon as Duncan received the ball, Wei Dong's mind was in turmoil. It felt as if two little figures appeared in his head. One figure tempted Wei Dong. Quick, use the unlucky potion and let Duncan experience the world's. The other figure advised Wei Dong. Isn't the system giving you the unlucky potion for you to use it at this moment? Don't hesitate. Time is fleeting. Both figures urged Wei Dong to quickly use the unlucky potion. To hell with you all. Wei Dong cursed, dismissing those chaotic thoughts. He stood on the court watching as Duncan received the ball, jumped the basketball, left his fingertips hit the backboard, and then bounced into the basket. Beep. The referee's whistle blew, and the game was over. 1-2-3-1-2-4. Duncan completed the counter game winner, and the Spurs narrowly defeated the Suns. In the West Arena, it was Wei Dong's first loss, but at the moment the referee blew the whistle, he felt relieved. In the end, he did not use the unlucky potion against Duncan, because Duncan's effort deserved the victory in this game. Using the lucky potion could be considered cheating, but its effect was not 100%. For instance, Wei Dong's three-pointer had a 40% chance of going in even without the lucky potion. However, if he had used the unlucky potion, Duncan would have missed that last shot without a doubt. It would be a miracle if he didn't knock out a fan. In a game, the fun lies in winning and losing. Idol, you are amazing. Even though they lost after the game, Wei Dong took the initiative to embrace Duncan. Duncan smiled. Lucky me, playing against you is exhausting. Winning just one game is really not easy. You can only win this one game. Wei Dong jokingly replied. After 2 more games, you can go home and fish. Who knows who will go fishing? Duncan chuckled and suddenly asked Wei Dong, how many steps does it take to put an elephant in a refrigerator? Wei Dong shrugged. 3 steps. Open the refrigerator door, shove the elephant inside, then close the refrigerator door. Oh. Duncan nodded, seemingly enlightened. Wei Dong blinked and suddenly asked, how many steps does it take to put a monkey in the refrigerator? Also 3 steps. Duncan said seriously, open the refrigerator door, shove the monkey inside, then close the refrigerator door. Not right. Wei Dong shook his finger. It's 4 steps. Why 4 steps? Open the refrigerator, take out the elephant, put the monkey in, and then close the refrigerator door. Take out the elephant. Duncan thought for a moment, and then laughed heartily. Haha. You are too humorous. You should go do stand-up comedy. Wei Dong was speechless. The humor of people in M country was too simplistic. What was so funny about this? Duncan chatted with Wei Dong a bit, then talked to Iverson and Nash for a while before heading back to the locker room. Although the Suns lost at home, not a single fan blamed the Suns. Everyone gave their all, and they played excellently, providing the fans with a great game. The only regret was that the Spurs emerged victorious in the end. Game statistics: Wei Dong 59 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, 4 blocks. Iverson 11 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, 0 blocks. Duncan 57 points, 22 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. Duncan achieved an astounding 5,020 stat line for the first time, a feat rarely seen in the NBA over the past 20 years, proving Duncan deserved this victory. Wei Dong's 59 points paled in comparison to the 50-20 performance. After the game, Li Jiejia hugged Wei Dong, which served as a form of comfort. However, this hug was caught by a reporter, and soon the fans learned that the quiet and beautiful girl on the sidelines was Wei Dong's girlfriend. The Suns players took a shower and changed clothes, preparing for the post-game press conference. When Wei Dong saw Dais, he frowned, wondering why she was here again. As soon as Gentry took the stage, a reporter said, "It's too unfortunate to lose this game. There's nothing to..." Gentry shook his head. "In every playoff game, everyone gives their all regardless of whether they're my players or the Spurs players. I just want to say that everyone did great. The Spurs deserve this victory, and we will work hard to prepare for the next game, striving to win this series as soon as possible." After Gentry's interview, it was Wei Dong's turn to be interviewed. This had become an unwritten rule for the Suns. Ever since they won against the Jazz, Wei Dong had followed the head coach in post-game press conferences. "Hi, handsome Wei." As Wei Dong sat on the stage, Dais waved and greeted him. Wei Dong replied with a serious face, "Miss Dais, I understand your unique position. While other reporters may be too intimidated to speak when you ask questions, the post-match press conference is still part of the game, and I do not wish for you to disrupt it continuously." Oh. Hearing Wei Dong's words, Dais felt a bit dejected. However, she found Wei Dong's every move on the basketball court quite impressive and was truly clueless when it came to analyzing the game. Fortunately, at this moment, other reporters finally managed to interject, with one asking Wei Dong, after losing this game, "Do you feel regret?" "Not at all." Wei Dong shook his head, saying, "Because everyone has put in a lot of effort. For example, Hill's flying save in the fourth quarter showed us the determination of a veteran. Our goal is the championship, and everyone is striving for it." The reporter then asked, "Do you have confidence in winning against the Spurs in this series?" "Of course." Wei Dong smiled and said, "Duncan won't perform so extraordinarily every night. Even if he does, we won't be afraid because my teammates and I are also very strong." After the brief interview wrapped up, Wei Dong stepped down to tidy up and prepare to head home with Li Jiejia. In the parking lot, Wei Dong noticed that Dudley's car was blocked again. It seemed that Dais's information wasn't very reliable. Wei Dong had long since stopped living at Dudley's place. Did Dais not know about this? Dudley was sitting in his Ferrari looking anxious, and when he saw Wei Dong, he immediately shouted, "Wei Dong, shut up." Wei Dong glared at Dudley and took Li Jiejia's hand to leave. Virum. The roar of the engine echoed in the parking lot as Wei Dong drove away in his Lamborghini. Not long after Wei Dong left, Nash and Iverson also arrived at the parking lot. Seeing Dudley's car was blocked, they laughed at him before driving away. "What kind of situation is this?" Dudley mumbled to himself, wondering why he was the one suffering when Dais was pursuing Wei Dong. After a while, Dais approached with a small bag and asked Dudley, "Little round face, has handsome Wei not arrived?" "Wei Dong has already left." Dudley replied angrily, "Hurry and move your car. I want to go home." "Already left." Dais tilted her head, assessing the truth of this statement. After a moment, she chuckled, "You must be lying to me. Handsome Wei isn't living at your place anymore. How could he leave if you have it?" Believe it or not." Dudley nearly choked on his words from Dais' insistence. However, he crossed his arms and did not tell Dais that Wei Dong had already changed his residence. The previous times he had pushed Wei Dong towards Dais' car were merely to facilitate their connection. Now that Li Jiejia was here, he knew that Wei Dong truly had a girlfriend and wasn't lying to him. Therefore, he wouldn't betray his brother. Since Dais wanted to linger, he would just stay there with her. If it got too late, he could simply sleep at the arena. "Dudley, aren't you leaving? Dudley, aren't you leaving? Dudley, aren't you leaving?" The Suns bench players gradually arrived at the parking lot, preparing to drive home. Seeing Dudley blocked, they all joyfully greeted him. As the parking lot emptied with even Gentry leaving, Dais finally believed Dudley's words and questioned, "Isn't Wei Dong living at your place anymore?" Of course, Dudley didn't hide this from Dais, saying, "Wei Dong's salary is much higher than mine. It's not difficult for him to buy a place in Phoenix." "Then tell me, where does Wei Dong live?" "No comment," Dudley said with his nostrils pointed at the ceiling, huffing, "Miss Dai, see, your family is so wealthy. What kind of man can't you find? Why cling to my brother Wei Dong?" Dais replied earnestly, "I just like Huaxia people. My goal is to marry a Huaxia man. Besides, Wei Dong is really handsome. You're just enamored with Huaxia." Dudley laughed and said, "You should give up on this idea. Wei Dong really has a girlfriend, and she's much prettier than you." "Handsome Wei has a girlfriend?" "Of course. I thought he was deliberately lying to me." Dais felt a little upset, tears beginning to stream down her face. This left Dudley at a loss. As a single man, he truly didn't know how to comfort a crying girl. Fortunately, Dais had no intention of seeking comfort from Dudley, and she drove away with tears in her eyes. "Hi, this boring love has harmed so many people. Oh, I won't get involved." Dudley mumbled to himself. With Dae Dudley was finally able to drive out and headed home. Wei Dong and Jordan executed identical unsolvable jump shots. The Stone Buddha Duncan wreaked havoc on the court. This match belonged to Wei Dong and Duncan, and judging by the results and statistics, it seemed that Duncan had the slight edge. Wei Dong scored 59 points while Duncan achieved an astonishing 5,020 stats. In the final 7 seconds of the game, Wei Dong hit a three-pointer against the defense of both Duncan and Leonard. If it weren't for Duncan's last-second counterstrike at 1.3 seconds remaining, Wei Dong's shot would undoubtedly have become one of the classic game winners in NBA playoff history. Although the Suns lost by a single point, no one criticized the team. This is because the Suns were exceptional, with every player giving their all for the game, especially as the Suns challenged the first-seeded Spurs as the 8th seed in the West. Before going to sleep, Wei Dong casually opened a sports website. The NBA playoffs were in full swing, and daily game statistics were being updated. Due to the limited number of games in the regular season, Wei Dong's name was absent from various lists, but the playoff standings had now emerged. In the first 3 games, Wei Dong scored 31, 37, and 59 points, averaging 42.3 points per game. Currently in the top 10 single-game scoring of the playoffs, Wei Dong occupied 2 spots, the highest with 59 points and the 8th with 37 points, as the playoffs were still in the first round and high scores were not very common. As for the current average scoring leaderboard, Wei Dong led with 42.3 points, followed by Duncan 36.9, James 32, Kobe 31.1, Durant 29.6, Anthony 28.8, Nowitzki 27.6. Regarding rebounds and assists, Wei Dong's stats did not make it into the top 10. However, as the games progressed, these statistics would continually change, as some players' averages would drop, others would rise, and some would fall off the leaderboard. Nevertheless, there was one ranking that would remain unchanged. The leaders in playoff average points, total points, and single-game highest score would undoubtedly be Wei Dong. During the NBA playoffs in China, it is the peak time for traffic on various sports forums. Moreover, many online fans groups or basketball meetup groups formed by real-life friends, which usually lack interaction, become lively during this time. In the past, the 2 major fan groups that argued the most were the critics of Kobe and the admirers of Kobe, as well as the critics of LeBron and the admirers of LeBron. This is not 4 types of fans, but rather 2 types. Generally, Kobe critics are LeBron admirers, and vice versa. However, there are exceptions like rational fans whose joy comes from watching the game rather than idolizing players. However, ever since Wei Dong's emergence, the fans in China have achieved true unity. Almost everyone is a supporter of Dong. For example, during the match between the Spurs and the Suns, the support for the Suns was overwhelmingly one-sided. After Duncan's buzzer beater against the Suns yesterday, some fans were so upset they couldn't eat. Wei Dong's most solid fan base naturally comes from Yenjing University, where he has many alumni. The first round of the playoffs is still ongoing, and until the Spurs are defeated, Wei Dong is not in the mood to chat with fans on forums. Fans are still immersed in the thrilling feast of the Suns and Spurs Game 3, as Game 4 quietly for Yu Jia. Broadcasting the Suns games is the most enjoyable thing, and he shows no hesitation in revealing his identity as a Dong supporter. Yu Jia, what kind of lineup do you think the Suns will use today, Zhang? Zhang, I think the Suns won't make any changes. In the last game, every player from the Spurs performed commendably, and with Duncan's extraordinary display, they still only managed to win at the last moment with his buzzer beater. Yu Jia, in the last game, Wei Dong also scored 59 points. Zhang, Wei Dong is already the top scorer in the world. It feels like he hasn't taken that many shots, yet he already has 30 points. Yu Jia, Wei Dong's scoring methods are too diverse. During the regular season, his playstyle leaned towards off-ball movement for three-pointers, and similar to Iverson's drives and Kobe's fadeaway jumpers, but in the last game, he suddenly changed his approach, leaving the Spurs' defense unprepared. Zhang, what impressed me most was his fadeaway jump shot reminiscent of Jordan. When I was young, I had a chance to meet Jordan, and he was just that strong. Yu Jia. However, what impressed me the most were those 3 consecutive three-pointers in the fourth quarter, all taken just 2 steps behind the three-point line. Such a big heart. Zhang, let's look forward to what surprises Wei Dong will bring us in this game. As Zhang mentioned before the game, Gentry did not deliberately make any changes to target the Spurs lineup. The Suns now have Wei Dong, Nash Hill, and Iverson, along with their explosive tactics and the elevator door strategy that even Popovich finds challenging. This is already sufficient. Moreover, to be honest, aside from Wei Dong, the performance of the other players in the last game was quite average. Especially Iverson, although he is a veteran, he played 17 minutes, shooting 2 for 9 and only scoring 5 points, which is not his true level. Then there's Fry, who missed 2 wide-open three-pointers at crucial moments in the last quarter, which was also one of the reasons for the Suns' loss. Of course, teammates and coaches won't blame Fry, and they certainly won't blame Iverson. Occasional off nights are fine, but everyone truly wants to win the game and is fighting hard. Let's go. Just before the game started, Gentry encouraged his players, "We must win this game. Let's go, let's go, let's go." The Suns side shouted in unison, and the Spurs echoed the sentiment. Both teams wanted to win this game. The game begins. During the jump ball, the Suns gain possession. Nash dribbles his toes just a few centimeters from the three-point line and suddenly shoots. Swish. The basketball hits the net 3-0. This is a scoring method Nash excels at, and the Spurs, caught off guard, are already trailing by 2 points. Nash, Nash, Nash. The home crowd erupts, chanting Nash's name in unison. Parker purses his lips, dribbling to the front court, and takes a jumper near the free throw line, but this shot is contested by Hill's defense. Bang! The basketball hits the rim, and Wei Dong rushes in to grab the rebound. After securing the basketball, Wei Dong quickly dribbles down the court. The Spurs immediately retreat, but Wei Dong suddenly shoots from just one step behind the three-point line. Swish! The basketball hits the net again, 6-0. Three-pointer. The DJ announces with enthusiasm, and uplifting music fills the arena. In the CCTV broadcasting studio, Yujia, throughout the history of the league, many excellent three-point shooters have emerged, but few can match Wei Dong, who shoots from a step beyond the three-point line every time. Zhang. It seems that those 3 consecutive three-pointers in the last game gave Wei Dong a lot of confidence. Yujia. I don't think so. I believe Wei Dong has had this three-point capability for a long time, but he just hasn't played enough games to showcase his full potential. Zhang. Yujia, you might be exaggerating a bit. If Wei Dong's playoff average score of 42 3 points isn't showcasing his full potential, does that mean he's better than Jordan? Yujia, why can't he be better than Jordan? Just under a minute into the game, the Spurs are trailing by 6 points. Duncan prepares to overpower Gortat under the basket, and Wei Dong shouts to Morris. Morris quickly helped defend. Got it. Morris immediately focuses on Duncan, but at this moment Jefferson finds himself open. Duncan throws the ball towards Jefferson. It's a high pass, and Morris has already lost his defensive position as Jefferson opens his hands to receive the ball. But someone is much quicker than him. Wei Dong has been waiting for this moment. He rushes and leaps high, intercepts the basketball in midair, and then throws it forward. How did he jump so high? Jefferson is momentarily stunned. When Wei Dong intercepted the basketball, his backside was already above Jefferson's head. The basketball is thrown forward by Wei Dong, and Parker and Leonard immediately chase after it. However, Hill is faster than both. When Duncan threw the ball to Jefferson, Hill had already started running down the court. Because Wei Dong had used this tactic during practice matches, he knew that he would definitely intercept the ball. At the three-point line, Hill receives the basketball. After 2 dribbles, he charges to the basket, and Hill jumps to gently dunk the ball into the net. This dunk isn't explosive, but it's very artistic. Nice shot. The Suns bench erupts, jumping with their towels, as it's been a long time since they saw Hill. 8-0. The Spurs are trailing by 8 points, and Popovich has a dark expression, but he does not call a timeout. His players need to adjust themselves at this moment. If these players who have been with him for so many years need him to call a timeout just 2 minutes into the game, then the Spurs do not deserve the championships they have won. After trailing by 8 points, Parker made a floater for 2 points. However, shortly after, Wei Dong hit another three-pointer, bringing the score to 1-1-2. The home crowd was in a frenzy. The Suns are giving it their all as the plan to blow the game open in 1 quarter. At this moment, Popovich must call a timeout. After Ginobili took the court, the Spurs' outside offensive firepower intensified. The Spurs began to close the gap, but just as they were about to catch up, Nash's three-pointer and Wei Dong's 2 fading jump shots widened the score again. When Wei Dong persuaded Iverson to come off the bench, his intention was for Iverson to be his substitute. However, now the 3 of them are the main offensive force on the perimeter. Wei Dong is a dual position guard, while Iverson leans towards being a shooting guard. However, in the early stages of Iverson's career, he was positioned as a point guard, so essentially the 3 of them can competently fulfill any role in the backcourt. The Suns now need to ensure that at least 2 of Wei Dong, Nash, and Iverson are on the court, which means it doesn't specifically define whether Iverson has become Wei Dong's backup or Nash's. Once Iverson stepped onto the court, he displayed an overwhelming offensive prowess. Wei Dong simply transitioned to the point guard position, starting to set up plays for Iverson. However, in the backcourt, Wei Dong still required double teaming, as the relatively inexperienced Leonard found it quite challenging to defend Wei Dong on his own. When Parker defended Iverson, he deliberately provoked, saying, "You're getting old, the NBA is no longer your." Iverson let out a cold chuckle, made a swift, sharp fake to evade Parker, and then stopped abruptly for a jump shot. Swish! The basketball went through the net cleanly. The arena DJ immediately shouted, "Iverson." This wasn't over yet. It was the Spurs' turn to attack. Iverson was on Parker, who is also a guard known for his speed. After being faked out by Iverson, Parker felt a bit embarrassed and was preparing to take Iverson on his own. Iverson's gaze was sharp like a hawk, unwaveringly fixed on the basketball. Just as Parker was about to drive, Iverson acted swiftly and stole the ball. The basketball flew out, and Iverson lunged to grab it. Just when the crowd thought he was going to fall, he leveraged his strong core strength to spring back up and dribbled rapidly towards the front court. Parker was struggling to catch up with Iverson from behind, but never managed to reach him. As he approached the basket, Iverson leapt high for a spectacular folding dunk. 379. Iverson scored for consecutive points, widening the gap to 8. The home crowd erupted in a frenzy. Oh, what spirit of a veteran they witnessed in this game. Hill dunked. Iverson dunked. These two veterans who are on the brink of saying goodbye to the NBA proved in this moment that they can still play for many more years. Amazing idol. Wei Dong excitedly embraced Iverson. Iverson finally smiled. This dunk felt exhilarating. However, he pushed Wei Dong away, pretending to be angry, and said, "Don't call me idol." Even the Suns players on the bench laughed upon seeing this scene. After Wei Dong and Iverson high-fived, they both ran back to the defense. Next, the Suns players, after receiving the ball, intentionally sought out Iverson, who seemed to have returned to his peak, tearing apart the Spurs' defense single-handedly. Wei Dong simply became a blue-collar worker, focusing solely on defense and rebounding. On offense, he attracted defenders and handed the ball over to Iverson to let him do his thing, which proved to be very effective. Given that Iverson had performed poorly in the previous game, coupled with his age and injuries, who would have thought that a veteran who hadn't played for a year and could retire at any moment would act so fiercely?